Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Good morning. I'd like to call the June 13th meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Steinley, would you lead us? Thanks. Mr. Bartlett, we have some awards. If the board could join me down.
Yes, please. Thank you. On your way down, so what do you think about the change of scenery? Does that look a little better? With the blinds open, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So anyway, I'll be watching you to make sure you don't get distracted staring out the window. All right, today we have a team of the month that I'm very proud to announce. It's the Specialty License Plate Compliance Team. Many of you may have seen these license plates. So I'd like to call up Shamindra Balkaran, Vicky Champion, Eric Klein, Mark Cook, Lynn Fang, Bob Joannini, Kathy LaMartina, Fred Sklar, Lizette Sori, and Robert Zibel. So this team, we have been getting, yes. So for more than 20 years, we've been getting income from people in the state that have chosen to buy specialty license plates. So we get, I'll let the introductions. So these license plates, there's two that we get income from. One is the Indian River Lagoon and one is the Everglades River of Grass. Very nice license plates, and we get more than $300,000 per year from these license plate proceeds. And they go towards things like public education, research, and restoration activities for Indian River Lagoon and the Everglades. And recently we got audited by the Florida Highway people. And they had nothing but glowing remarks for our team because they do a great job. I've seen presentations down at the National Academy of Sciences meeting on the work they do with this license plates, and it's very exciting work. So I'd like to congratulate them, and let's get a picture. All right. Next, we have a 25-year service award. Will Wanda Rentas come up to the front and bring whoever you want, Wanda? So Wanda is receiving the 25-year service award. She started in 1994 to help out the St. Cloud Field Station with all their comings and goings as an administrative assistant 3. She has been the go-to for everything you need up there, HR related, budget related, hey, whatever you need, she's who you go to. And on the side, she has some other occupations that she does. In 2010, she started running for public office, and she was successful in 2010, 2014, and 2018, and currently sits as the Kissimmee's vice mayor up in the town of Kissimmee. Yeah. Nothing like doubling up on public service. She was also part of the conversation with Governor DeSantis as far as Lieutenant Governor goes. So she's a mover and a shaker. And fortunately, she moves and shakes for us, too, for 25 years and hopefully much longer. Thank you, Wanda. All right, next we have a 30-year service award for Steve Krupa, the section leader of the hydrogeology unit. Steve started in 1989. He began as a hydrogeologist, you might guess, and he's been working on hydrogeology for the district for a long time, and you guys know how important that is. He works on Central Florida Water Initiative hydrogeology, groundwater modeling throughout the state, the stormwater treatment area, seepage studies. He even works on FP&L Turkey Point monitoring and groundwater evaluations all around the important projects we have like the L8 and Mecca. And he's been, just busy as heck throughout his career here. And on the side, just because he doesn't have enough to do here, I guess, he was one of the founding members for Water for Small Villages, and he travels to Haiti to install wells, solar panels, and piping to provide clean, safe water. And he brought his newsletter from 30 years ago that announced him coming to the district, so that was pretty cool. All right.
Well, thank you, Drew, and thank you all for your service to the district. I'm going to wait just a second for the room to clear. As we all know, June 1st was the beginning of hurricane season, and June represents an ideal time to remember the ability to live, work, and raise families in South Florida, and that's because we depend on the district's water management system. And I'd like to point out that today the Governing Board is recognizing June as Flood Awareness Month to underscore the incredible work conducted in the field to operate and maintain our flood control system. It's the mission of this agency to ensure flood control system, a system that was built over 60 years ago for just 2 million people. Today, it performs that same function for 8.7 million people in South Florida. So in anticipation of this year's wet season, our communications staff has put together a video of activities undertaken by our dedicated field staff, some of who I would think would be our unsung heroes. And if you go out and see what they do on a daily basis, it's amazing. And the board would like to share that video with you now.
Flood control is about more than just moving water. It takes a dedicated team of professionals performing a variety of vital tasks to keep South Florida's flood control system operating. The South Florida Water Management District observes June as Flood Awareness Month in order to assure more than 8 million South Floridians that we are on duty day and night.
Many nights where it's hard to turn my job off, and I sit at home a lot of times thinking about the projects that we have going on, the responsibilities that we have for this community, and making sure that we meet those needs. If those branches were to break and end up in the water and float down to the structure, then we could have some major flooding issues in this reach. I take a lot of satisfaction and pride for what I do for the community. We are public servants. For us, it is very, very important to keep the canal systems flowing to their maximum capacity.
But our job is really important down here, really. They need this. This is my babies, all these engines here. I take care of them, we change the oil when they need, we take care of the engines because that's our life down here, really. The pumps, our pumps, they're big and they're pumping a lot of water. My name is William Cucci. My title is lead diesel operator mechanic from S488. What we do here is help the environmental down here, move water. In this area where we have 52,000 acres, they already see the difference in the water because they have science down there. Check it out the water, check it out what type of fish we got here, check it out what type of fish. They never came here and they started come because of this. I've been living right here in Collier County for 30 years and I see the difference.
Vehicles out in the field, they're checking the levee roads, they're checking the canals, they're driving out to the pump stations. My name is Thomas Petrozelli. I work here at the West Palm Beach Field Station as a senior fleet technician. We have over like 300 vehicles, and that could be from light equipment, airboats, heavy equipment, and cars and trucks. We're here to make a difference and try to help people, stay above water, really, I feel, like I've done something that's helpful for the environment, and I enjoy it, and I'm proud to work here, really.
That's my father. He actually works in the fleet mechanic shop in the West Palm Beach Field Station, and he's who inspired me to come work here. My name is Douglas Petrozelli. I'm a structure maintenance tech here at the district, and the primary cause of our job is flood control. And if there's no control and these structures fail, the only thing there is left is flooding. I am a South Florida native. I'm like 6 generations born in Florida, so I actually really, really love Florida, and I love that I get to be a part of making it a habitable place for people to live.
But when we mow it, we make it look like a golf course. So that should tell you the amount of pride that we put into it. Hi, I'm Ron Robinson, and I've been here at the district for 13 years, and I am a heavy equipment operator. Mowing is important. If it's not mowed, you don't know what's going on with the levee. You got to be able to see it via the inspections, and that's why we mow. Doing what we do, serving the community and accomplishing our task. That's our favorite part. We're serving a great purpose.
When you're out here working, you're trying to achieve something to better the Everglades and hopefully, the environment. It's all about water. Hello, I'm Mitch Murphy, crew chief at the Coulson Field Station. What you see behind me right here as we're working on the SDA 5 scrape down project is the dozers are equipped with GPS. They're making a final sweep to get the desired elevation that we're trying to achieve. This kind of work right here is very rewarding.
We're currently at S127 pumping station. It's located on the north end of Lake Okeechobee. The purpose of this structure is to move water from the local residents' canals, to keep water off the public. My name is Chris Tomlin. I'm electronics and instrumentation control technician level 2. We move that water using the pumps. The station's equipped with 5 CAT pumps, diesel operated. They move approximately 56,000 gallons a minute, and they push the water through the dike into Lake Okeechobee.
this wasn't being done, it would actually slow down our system, causing it to flood inside our cities. Well, my name is Antonio Piloto. I'm Operations and Maintenance Supervisor at Miami Field Station. Behind me, we're actually observing our towboat and our trash truck both working together to remove the vegetation. We're able to use a plow and scrape the bottom, removing the actual vegetation from its root. We use the front basket, which is what essentially we use to scoop it up and remove it and put it on the side of our banks. We've mastered our craft.
My name is Butch Jawahir. I'm a welder fabricator and I've been with the district 24 years and counting. My job impacts the district by doing the work in-house versus outsourcing. That means we save the district money, so it's a cost-effective and the job is done more efficiently. It's a good feeling to know I am a part towards preserving the environment and waterway for continuing life.
Well done. Sean, thank you for putting that together, and that is so nice to see. These folks have such a clear sense of mission. They clearly care so much about our South Florida community, and let's give them one more round of applause, especially for all they do. We'll move on to agenda revisions. Tia.
Yes, sir. Some minor changes to the agenda include updates to agenda item backgrounds and some backup memos for numbers 15, 17, and 20.
Okay.
The financial report that's in the board's backup packet also had a definition related to outreach updated.
Great. Thank you. Next agenda item is to poll the board members for any abstentions. We'll start with Mr. Steinley.
None.
None.
What is this? I have none.
None.
I have none.
None. None.
Great. Thank you. And we'll take a look at the approval of the minutes from May 8th workshop and the May 9th meeting. I know those were distributed. Has anyone had a chance to look at them? And can I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
No.
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, like sign. That passes unanimously. Tia, we'll go to general public comment.
Yes, sir. I have Betty Osceola.
Good morning, Ms. Osceola. Welcome.
Himeten hapla hilo governing board ilatska himeten tangen amiatske migration tribe hantimoche imaponali shanabashia jale. Good morning, governing board. Thank you for giving this opportunity to be able to speak before you on behalf of the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. My name is Betty Osceola. I'm a member of the Panther Clan, and I also sit on the tribe's Everglades Advisory Committee. Today, the tribe asked me to bring to your attention the perpetual lease agreement between the district and the tribe for lands pertaining to one of our tribal families, the Tiger Tail camp, which is located on the L29 levee, just about a little bit west of mile marker 24 off the Tamiami Trail. A little bit of background about that camp. When the Tamiami Trail was being constructed, the family was in that footprint. And so they were relocated, and when they were relocated, the portions of the original footprint of that camp was taken over by the road itself and the canal that was constructed. And then over time, with the widening of that canal and the construction of the levee, that further diminished the size of the original footprint of that family's camp. And for us, when you make an agreement with our people, whether it's written, verbal, your word is your bond, and this family was promised with that relocation that they would, the original footprint of their camp would be replaced. And I believe that's about 10 acres. And I'm 52 years old. They've been waiting over 52 years for this to happen, to finally get that reclamation put in place for them. And they've asked that tribe for the assistance, and for many years, the tribe and the district has been working out those negotiations of how to make that happen. And because the family, for us, the Miccosukee people, the way we raise our children, the way we pass on our traditions is very important in how we live in connection with the environment around us in our camp settings. And we do a lot of our storytelling around the campfire and as the family unit, and we stay together as a family. And we have a lot of cultural traditions that we have to follow, and it's just not, we can live anywhere in a house, anywhere. We have a family unit that we're supposed to live in. And even before moving away from our camp, we have different steps that we have to go through to move off somewhere else and establish a new camp. And so this family has their younger generations, the younger family members, because they have outgrown the existing current footprint of where that camp is. Some of the people are living in the city, away, and that disrupts how they're able to live their everyday life as a Miccosukee person. Just like myself, I grew up in the Everglades. You always find me in the water. I drive an airboat. I have no problem standing in the swamp, standing next to an alligator. That's how we grew up, in harmony with the environment, and it's very hard to do that when you're separated from your family, and it disrupts how we have to live as the Miccosukee people in practicing our culture, and we live and breathe it. And a return, to be able to get that 10 acres returned back to them, this family will be able to come back together to live as that family unit. And I think that, from what I understand, this family, even though the original footprint of the camp is 10 acres, they don't plan to ever improve all that 10 acres, only a small portion for the rest of their family members to be able to reconstruct that camp. Because our fire, our kukchiki, we call it iton chige, that's the heart of our camp. And there's several structures that we're required to have in our camp setting. And currently, the camp, I don't know if you've ever been to the Tamiami Trail and have seen where this camp actually is. I would guess Mr. Bergeron has, since he's familiar with that area. And maybe some of you, if you ever traveled down the Tamiami Trail and noticed this little village up on a levee. And they aren't able to have the basic structure of how we have to have we have a, I guess, a order of how things are supposed to be constructed in our camps. And the way it is now, they're not able to do that. And they have asked the tribe to have those negotiations with the district. And I believe they're at a point that could be brought forward to be able to, for your consideration. And also myself and other members of the tribe are available to be any questions that you would have about where this camp is and any concerns, that we will be able to answer those for you. And again, I would like to thank you for the time, allowing me to bring this issue up before you, so that for your consideration at a future meeting to look at the lease agreement between the district and the tribe. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to work with staff to look at this. I think half a century is long enough to try to make some reasonable decision. And I grew up with the Miccosukes and the Seminoles, and the most important thing to them is their culture. So I think it's important that we look at this, and I'd be honored to work with our staff to make sure we do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. We'll take you up on that. I know the staff is very close on this, and that they have been working on it. And I think the package, I'd expect to see it in the next, soon. More public comments?
Yes, sir. I have Bob Mooney, then Newton Cook, and Kara Kapp.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. And as before, I'm bringing you some sense. But before I do that, I'd like to help Drew get through these meetings. And in regards to sense, I don't think I have enough for all of you.
It's candy.
Darn, I grabbed the wrong one. Anyways, in between my fingers are 2 pennies. Now, I'm not going to ask you what these 2 pennies represent because they represent 1/100th of a foot. So when they talk about Lake Okeechobee and they report in hundreds of feet, that's what they're reporting in. Now, if any of you believe that they're able to measure Lake Okeechobee to that dimension, I have many bridges to sell. But with that in mind, here's 51 pennies. And 51 pennies is 3 inches, 1/4 of a foot. So please keep in mind when you see the levels of Lake Okeechobee, and they are reporting on averages of averages, seriously, realize that it's just a representation. Thank you very much.
Hey, Bob, I'd like to compliment you for all your dedication. I've seen you here. I've seen you at the FWC. I've seen you everywhere working to save the Everglades. And I admire everything you do, and we appreciate your wanting to save one of the natural wonders of the world.
Well, Ron, thank you. I met you with Mariana Jones, and she thought you were a yahoo. But after she met you, she said you were the real deal.
Yeah.
And it's been a pleasure to know you since 2012, and more of a pleasure to do a video of you titled Ron's Hands. If you go on Google and look up Ron's Hands under videos, you'll see all the things that have happened to Ron's hands over the years and how many fingers have been reattached and alligator bites and even a water moccasin bite in his ass. Thank you.
Newton Cook, then Kara Kapp, then David Schuldenfrei.
Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida. We are blessed to have people like Betty and Bob here, and Betty particularly, God bless her. Only if we had listened to her people a long time ago. I want to invite everybody that would like to come to the recreation meeting here. It's going to be Monday night right in this spot. It starts at 5 o'clock. I have a soft gavel, but we're out of here at 8 o'clock almost every meeting. Everyone sits around the table that we can get around the table. It's not a 3-minute time limit. We want everyone to participate, and we will have a large crowd, I understand. During that recreation meeting, we're going to talk about Lake Cypress boat ramp area improvements, Kissimmee restoration update, the A1 FEB, which is turned into a tremendous recreation spot for people, Crew Flint, Penn Strand, Dupree, Esprit, the Horse Riders, a new campground, or improvements in their campground, and volunteer cleanup and other things. Major topic, Arthur Marshall Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge report from the staff. And I want to tell you, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have just stepped way out and helped to improve the public accesses to the National Wildlife Refuges. I cannot say enough. I started with that almost 10 years ago with the trust group because we were putting together the new refuge north of the lake, the Headwaters National Wildlife Refuge. And the sportsmen got together with the FWC and the Fish and Wildlife people and the National Wildlife Refuge Association. I'm trying to get funding for that. Been to Washington twice trying to get funding for it. But that's moving along, but like anything federal government, slowly. But I can tell you right now, the additional public access at Loxahatchee Refuge is a tremendous thing that's coming. And it's just not hunting on my side, the duck hunting. It's all types of different type of recreation that's going to be able to expand across that refuge. And we love that refuge. And the people who are most excited have been out there removing debris out of that refuge that was left by former work there, experiments, or whatever. I hope to have a video of some of that, perhaps, in the next meeting or two, so you can see what these guys do, 20, 30, 40 airboats and our vehicles go out and move tons and tons of debris out of that refuge. So I can only say thank you very much to the district for the opportunities you give us on the properties, and thank you to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for what they've done at Loxahatchee. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir, for being willing to do that. Yeah.
Mr. Cook, can I ask you a question? Newton?
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
So do you focus on all of the counties in the Southern District? For example, do you ever have conversations about Monroe County?
Yes.
Okay.
The district, as you know, runs from Orlando to
Yes, sir.
the Keys, basically.
Right.
There's recreation aspects all through there.
Okay.
We work very close with the land management people like this, fantastic group of people. And we can't cover every place, every meeting, but if you have a particular topic, there's a place on our agenda, topics for coming meetings. We will get that topic down, and the staff here does an incredible job of coming up with a presentation for that particular area. There's 60 some odd projects just in SERP, and every one of them nearly has that recreational aspect, or it impacts. I mean, when you talk about removing the Tamiami Trail, the old trail, believe me, there are people who are for it, and there are people who are against it. And we want to be sure those people all get representative in the conversation here. And that's the most important thing, because you don't want them writing letters to the friggin' editor to the Palm Beach Post. And that's what the recreation meetings are about. Okay? Thank you.
Paula, what do we have constraints about, do board members have any constraints in attending these recreational meetings? I assume we cannot do it if
Well,
there's another board.
these are noticed.
They're noticed.
Mm-hmm.
They are noticed. Okay.
So does that mean that we can attend and speak, or should we just attend and listen?
I mean, it's considered a public meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think you could attend and speak.
We have had, over the years, we have had board members come and sit at the table. It is, you're under sunshine, but it is a recognized, published public meeting, and therefore you can ask questions and talk to each other without have a problem. Okay.
So that'll be Monday, this coming Monday night?
Monday night, 5 o'clock.
In this
right
room?
Here, right here.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Cook.
thank you. I hope you can come.
Yeah, Newton, thank you for everything you do. And, you know, I've seen him at every FWC meeting, and really, he works to make sure that public access, sustainable access and enjoyment to all of the lands that we manage. And with that, people fall in love with the Everglades. Sustainable access, that's the key. And to let our children and grandchildren and people come and enjoy and fall in love with the Everglades. It's hard to fall in love with something you can't go in. So your mission is a very good mission, because not only do we provide water supply and flood control, the largest restoration in the history of the world, one of the natural wonders of the world, letting people enjoy it just has the focus on more people wanting to save it. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. And all my grandchildren have watched sunrises in the Everglades.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. Nice to see you today. Since this board last met, we have had the tremendous news that the governor and the state legislature's investment in Everglades restoration will now be complemented, we hope, fingers crossed, knock wood, don't jinx it, by congressional approval of $200 million as well. This is what we've been waiting for, the project moving ahead full steam with state and federal support. Now we need to work together quickly to ensure that these funds are used to finish projects, to speed up momentum, and to deliver on real success so that the appropriators at the state level and the federal level want to continue to invest in our work in the Everglades. Because we know this can't be a one-year anomaly. We can't look back on that 1 year we got great Everglades funding. It has to be sustained high-level funding year after year. And so I wanted to point out just a couple of the priorities for project funding from MPCA. The first is the Central Everglades Plan, the southern portion, SEP South. These are basically the suite of projects that will more or less align the plumbing in the central southern part of the system so that when we get the new reservoir and we have new water, we can actually deliver that water south into Everglades National Park where we want it to go. Before we can break ground on SEP South, there has to be a signed project partnership agreement, a PPA, between the Corps and the district. That's the next step. So I wanted to flag for this board to urge you to work with your team to make sure we're expediting that document. The Water Management District has already started construction on some components of SEP South, which we appreciate, but we need the whole suite to move forward. And once we sign that PPA, we can start getting some of those federal appropriations into the construction line for that project as well, which is really going to be the precursor for bringing the reservoir online. The other project I wanted to mention is MPCA's strong support for advancing the planning of the Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 2 project. BBCW Phase 1 is almost completely finished, and scoping for Phase 2 is underway. In fact, last year, the previous year, the state legislature allocated $1.5 million to advance that planning, and now we'll likely have the funds from the Corps as well, but it would be helpful for the local sponsor, the district, to extend their support to the Corps to continue this planning process. It is the one CERT project aimed at restoring Biscayne National Park, so we are very strongly in favor of making sure that moves forward. And finally, this is actually an item on the consent agenda, but I just wanted to mention it quickly since I'm here now. We are very excited about your efforts to advance Old Tamiami Trail removal. This has been underway for a number of years. I remember when Mr. Bergeron, in his previous capacity at FWC, and even Ernie Marks, back when he was at FWC, started talking about the state advancing Old Tamiami Trail removal, which I think is your consent agenda item number 16. So MPCA is very excited about the momentum on that project, on all of these projects, and we're definitely looking forward to more progress ahead. Thank you.
After Mr. Schuldenfree, I have Mark Perry, Pete Quashis, and Sherry Brown.
Good morning. I'm Dave Schuldenfree, past president of Sanibel Captiva Association of Realtors, and I've been selling real estate and vacation rentals on Sanibel for 43 years. I want to commend you for keeping the pedal to the metal and making all of this move along a lot faster. I can tell you that the waters around Sanibel for the last couple of weeks anyway have been just gorgeous. I don't know that I've ever seen the water that blue before, and please, whatever you're doing, keep that up. On the other hand, I can tell you that last summer's epic environmental disaster has taken a huge toll on Southwest Florida. Vacation rentals are barely holding up to last year's numbers, and reservations are coming in super last minute. Call you on Thursday for arrival on Saturday to be sure that the water is clean and safe to go into. Real estate sales have been down 40%. That is a huge number, major impact on state revenues from state documentary stamp taxes, real estate taxes for Lee and Collier County. It's really, really bad. There are a lot of businesses, whether they're realtor-oriented or vacation rental-oriented, that just may not make it through the summer. You guys are heading in the right direction, and I certainly hope that you continue to do so. We are here to help in any way that we can. Just ask and we'll be there. Thank you. Have a great day.
Good morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry for the record. Appreciate the video this morning, too, to show the hard work of all the staff and all the people that are involved in this agency. I've known many of them over the years, and they do an incredible job to keep everything moving and keep the water moving in the right directions. We're blessed to have that. We're blessed to have an agency that is in charge of this system and we know we've got a lot of work ahead of us. And I appreciate the facts that CARECAP just mentioned about the fact that we do have our federal partner coming up to the plate, and hopefully we'll get this $200 million matching going so we can get these projects done. We've been around for many years. There's 8 or 10 projects that are right in the mill right now. I know one of them, IRL South, that's been around since 2007 authorization, and we're hoping that that and other projects can get done if we can keep the funding levels up to these levels. On that basis, also, you're going to discuss budget. This is the budget time for the district, and I know you've had budget discussions already. My kind of opinion is that the tax rate ought to stay the same. I think the increased values will give increased revenues to the district, which sorely needs it, whether it's in reserves, which we've used for restoration strategies and land purchases in the past, or just having that funding increase in order to maintain and operate the system as we are doing, as shown in the videos. You know, we're blessed right now with a lower lake level. We're at about 11, just slightly above 11 feet at the lake level right now. A year ago today, we're at 14.14 feet. That's 4 feet, just 3 feet higher than what we were today. So, and as demonstrated by years 2013 and 2017, tropical storm can raise that. In 2013, it went up 3 feet in 2 months, and in 2017 went up 4 feet in about 2 or 3 months. So that can jump up pretty quick, so we're kind of prepared right now for that beginning of the tropical storm season. Of course, we've lowered the lake a lot. Using the discharge zone, on average, we get about 1 million acre feet goes east and west to these northern estuaries from the lake. And from the lake, we send only about 292,000 acre feet south through the STAs to the Everglades. But we also send about 746,000 acre feet south from the lake for the EA and irrigation, and we've done a lot of that in recent times for that water supply. We're looking forward to trying to kind of work on that control. The other thing you have on your agenda, which we'll talk about later, is the impact of sea level rise. June is also Oceans Month, and we need to be aware of the things going on there. And again, I'm also excited about July, because you have July coming up with our workshop in July. Your workshop's going to be on northern estuary, so we'll look forward to that. So thanks for all you do. Let's keep up good work.
Good morning. I'm Pete Quashis on behalf of Audubon of the Western Everglades. First of all, I'd like to thank Sean and his communications team just for the tremendous effort, the difference that they're making. The YouTube instantaneous opportunity to watch meetings without having to drive across the state, big progress. The opportunity to have advance notice of the agenda that's showing up on our operation makes life a lot easier, keeps our public informed. So thank you very much for those efforts. I never realized that the funding from the Indian River Lagoon and River of Grass license plates was an income source for the district. I don't see why we don't have one for the Big Cypress, the Kissimmee, the Caloosahatchee, and every other patch of water we can think of. If it's income that we can use to build projects, so much the better. I'd like to echo the sentiments that CARECAP and Mark Perry did. We need to get projects done. I originally was just going to stand up here and say, let's get Picayune done. I see it's on the consent decree, the consent agenda this morning. I often talk about the fact that it's like getting a certificate of occupancy. We spend a lot of money building a new house, but you don't get to live in it until you get that final approval, until you bring it home and you can turn those pumps on. That video this morning of these huge pumps, which are not yet usable, is a message that could resonate with all of us. So hopefully this transfer to the core of the final construction activities for Picayune will result in it getting done soon, and that we can then move on and finish other projects. The good news is that the $500 million contract for the C-43 reservoir got its contract to move forward, and the contractors are starting to work on their permits and setting up the operation. I gather they're going to have 6 separate work teams working on that. The fact that we've got money to move that project forward and bring it to completion and start reaping the benefits is huge. Once we get that project done, once we get 44 done, and we continue to get considerable public support for sustained funding, not only from Tallahassee, but particularly from Washington, D.C., we can see these projects move forward, we can reap the results, and we will all have a better quality of life. Thank you for all your service.
Good morning. My name is Sherry Brown, and my husband is chairman of the Water and Wetlands Committee of COBRA, and I attend those meetings as well as secretary. And so I have learned a little bit about what's going on with the algae bloom. And I have a science background, and I've come to some conclusions just today that we've tampered with nature enough, and all these projects are going nowhere, and the algae bloom is back big time, and it's going to remain here every time we get warm weather. So what you need to do is you listening? I see you have your attention. That's very good. I have the solution to the algae bloom problem. Take the money from the reservoir, which is, again, tampering with nature, and use it to get rid of all the septic tanks. Get rid of them. And attach the toilets to collection places of things that are going to be used. The human waste can be put to good use instead of causing all these problems, okay? You can use the human waste as organic fertilizer, which is expensive to buy. Organic fertilizer is not used in my community, Valencia Shores. And it's poisoning everything, or inorganic fertilizer. Okay, so we want organic fertilizer from all these millions of people collected, so it doesn't go into Lake Okeechobee and cause the algae bloom. Just collect it. And that's where you spend your money instead of the reservoirs, building a reservoir. I haven't studied that. Maybe it's okay to build a reservoir. I somehow don't think so. Certainly not where your money should be spent, billions of dollars. I don't think. And spend that money in collecting organic fertilizer. Give it to the farmers so they'll grow healthy food. Sell it to the farmers so they'll grow healthy food. Sell it to the communities like mine, Valencia Shores, so they'll use it instead. People in my community, the dogs in my community are all dying from the poisons they put in my community. And so if we use organic fertilizer from people, we can save the world. I applaud me. I don't know about the rest of you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We're going to go to board comment now, and I'll start with Mr. Bergeron. Do you have any comments? Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Bergeron, do you have any public or any board comments you'd like to make?
No, it's not expensive.
Nope.
That's the excuse they give you for everything. It's too expensive. Meanwhile, they're spending billions on a reservoir that's not going to do a bit of good. The EPA doesn't know what they're doing.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Two quick things. Kara spoke when she came up, and I believe Drew, we spoke yesterday in reference to making sure that we give the Corps our support on that phase 2 of the BBCW. We're going to do that. I believe we're going to do that through a letter.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep. Got it on my to-do list.
Okay. Perfect. And then the second thing, I believe David Shoulderfry, the gentleman that came and spoke. I tell you, it's completely disheartening to hear that the West Coast is still suffering so badly. from what they had last year. And I just want to make sure that we up here, as humans, we tend to have short memories, and so we forget things really quickly. We cannot forget what happened last summer to the West Coast, and I know the East Coast has also suffered it, but we got to keep and stay the course, Mr. Chairman. The way
I assure you I won't forget.
I know you won't. I know you won't, but I vow to you that I will not forget.
I appreciate that.
And we have to stay the course. To hear that real estate values are down 40% when everybody else is up double digits, that they can't rent out places in the beautiful beaches that they have, it kills me. So, David, I promise you I will not forget, and we will continue to do whatever we can to make sure that you never go through that again, sir.
Here to help if we can.
Colonel?
Nothing at this time.
No comment.
I'd like to, I guess, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to point this out, but congratulations. Mr. Wagner had a baby. Actually, you didn't probably.
I did not actually have the baby. My wife had the baby, but thank you very much.
Credit where credit is due. Congrats. Yeah, I've got one comment, and I'll just make this for the record, and this comment comes after consultation with our council. I was on the board of a bunch of nonprofits. One of the nonprofits is the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. SCCF's an organization on Sanibel. It's been around a long time. It's very near and dear to my heart. They have two people who lobby for them. They lobby the South Florida Water Management District. I'm on the board of directors of SCCF, and I decided it would probably make best sense, so we didn't have any conflicts in the future, to resign from that board. So I am no longer on the board of trustees of SCCF, and I just wanted to say that for the record. Jackie?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I have a couple of things I'd like to share, because during the meeting I never know if it's the right time that I'm sharing it, so I think I'll go ahead and get it over with now. A couple of things. One is based on yesterday's budget workshop that we had, and I know I kept making a big deal out of the ad valorem tax, and so I wanted to share a sheet that Candida Heater put out for me. You may have already seen it, of the fiscal year 2018-19 adopted ad valorem budget. And I just think this will be on the record. Everybody can see it. It's probably somewhere buried that you can't see. But it's very interesting to look at it. And what it does is it just shows how much each county pays in ad valorem taxes that go towards the South Florida Water Management District. And of course, it's based on population, but I think it's important to recognize people that pay, and then some of us pay in other ways, like Martin County. We pay by being the ones who endure on the east side the releases from Lake Okeechobee, and the Caloosahatchee endures that on the right, and Lake Worth Lagoon endures it sometimes quietly because it doesn't get enough attention as an estuary. And I just thought that we should recognize how much is put in to the South Florida Water Management District by our taxpayers. The second thing I wanted to share is, I know all of us do homework in between the meetings, and I got to go on a tour of COP, the southern part of the system, with Mr. Mitnick and a gentleman named Michael from the Army Corps, and it was an incredible education. And it just proves to me, when I think I know things, that I know nothing. And it was amazing to see to me, they're trying to replace Taylor Slough. That's what they're trying to do, which is wonderful, and I hope that we can get it flowing. Also, during my homework over the last month, I had a meeting with Miss Pamela Wade, and it was about works of the district, which is a very confusing term because it's used for many different things. And I told Mr. Bartlett that I would be recommending to all of my fellow board members that you get briefed on this works of the district and what that used to mean, what it means, and what it means under 2016 when the laws changed, and an October 1st date that is a special date that maybe Mr. Bartlett will talk about for a second if he wants to. And because of all of this, I'm going to pass out this article, and it's not to be negative, it's just, there is some truth in that sometimes it's awesome. Thank you to the legislature for all the money this year. God bless Ron DeSantis, our new governor. But we have to make sure that what we do, like they said at the Algae Task Force yesterday, is we're getting the most bang for our buck. And this Lake Okeechobee issue is just, we have to think about how we're really dealing with it. And are we being efficient with the money that we're getting to deal with this huge issue that's affecting all of us? If the water is putrid algae, how can we send it south? If the water's putrid algae, are we going to kill all the STAs? We have to deal with this issue. And so this is a New York Times article, very good article, before the New York Times got in a lot of trouble with our president. And it is talking about what was happening in Lake Okeechobee in 1986, an algae bloom of 1986. And that's all I want to say. And maybe Mr. Bartlett will say something, but I am more inspired than ever to work harder than ever to be efficient at dealing with our problems.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I can just, the October 1st date, so we have our regulations like 40E61, 40E63, that are regulations for protecting the works of the district, which are our features in the district. And so I think the briefing that Mr. Lipich got is very valuable. And so I'm trying to figure out whether we do a road show to give you everyone the same briefing, or we do a lunch and learn. You know, there's different ways to learn. But since the law changed in 2016, we're directed to update our regs, you know, around Lake Okeechobee and for the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee. And so on October 1st, we submit a regulatory plan to the legislature. Every agency does it. And so these regs will be on our regulatory plan to start moving forward with. And so there is, I've already talked with Department of Environmental Protection about how to make sure the BMAP acknowledges these regs that they're working on to update for the two estuaries in Lake Okeechobee. So we're completely engaging so that as we move into rulemaking to update those regs, that, you know, we utilize them for, you know, legal purposes under law that we're expected to do, and see what other opportunities there are to advance our mission.
Great.
So.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Thank you, Mr. Lipich. I agree with you on the efficiency.
Thank you.
Ms. Meads?
Jackie, thank you for doing that, because it gives me peace as I now take my time to discuss something that also came from this past month of the homework that we do on our own. And this sunshine law for people who are corrupt, I suppose the sunshine law is the right thing. The sunshine law for people who are not corrupt is a little frustrating, because I would like to be able to tell the governing board members what I've discovered, but I have to do it this way. So you all received a copy of a legal case called the Mississauga Tribe of Indians of Florida and the Friends of the Everglades versus the United States of America, and staff printed it out for me, and this is it. And if you don't know about this Judge Gold opinion, I want you to know that I believe this is extraordinarily important for us to be aware of and understand, and that staff will, I don't know what we do to understand. Does somebody want to just say 2 words about what this case is about? Or maybe not, but I do want the board to be aware of this. It's linked into what Jackie is talking about. There was a period of time where a lot of things happened, and it's all distilled in this document, and I think it's important. So you got it, and reach out and ask questions about it.
Members can, members can feel free to reach out to me with any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Meads. Mr. Steinle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. The last thing I want to do is create more administrative work, so I would assume something like this exists. Do we have some type of reference that tracks, as we heard, SERP has 60 projects, but there are other initiatives besides SERP. I need something, and I think it would help the public too, look at this holistically in terms of we can all applaud ourselves when we complete projects, but this is but the goal or the objective of sending as much water south and sending clean water south is not a result of 1 or a dozen or 30 projects. It will be a result of the whole project. So what would be helpful for me is to, and again, I expect we have something like this, is to have some type of, as simple as possible, reference guide that shows what we're doing, the milestones that we're hitting, maybe judged, maybe qualified in terms of water volume and water quality, but something that just helps us, helps staff, helps the public, helps the administration understand that we need to focus on the ecosystem project as opposed to a regional project. And I think that's really important because hopefully we have 8 years of an incredibly supportive administration to accelerate as much of this as possible. I think we have the public support, we have the financial support, so I think just having that perspective of what we can complete, what we're accelerating, what we're behind on that we need to focus on from a board perspective will be helpful and just allow us to keep our eye on the ball. Does anything like that exist? I know there's SERP documents or charts,
right.
But
so what we are, and what we've been working on over the last month is a public-facing web page that has all the projects we're working on, and I think we're in the final stretches of that web page, and so I'm hoping to have it up in the next week, if not by the end of this week. That has, I mean, it's a lot of projects, so it's in list form. It's also in map form, so that you can go to specific places and figure out status, time frames, and all these different projects. I view it as a good start. I am leaning on folks, there are so many projects that I'm sure they're not all listed there, right? And so, but we need to get it out there and get it posted, and then listen to you and the public on feedback about, how we can improve it and those kinds of things. But it's going to be very easy to spot right when you get to our webpage on all the projects we're doing. And then, it'll be a thing that we work on over time because, Mr. Steinle, you may have said some things. I'm not sure that it's captured very well or not there, but let's get it up. Let's have some feedback and really get it right to where it serves everyone's needs.
so that's going to be a web-based reference guide, which I think would be
Yeah,
great.
we talked about this a meeting or two ago, and it's just, it'll be, you're right, there's so much going on right now, it's hard to keep track, and we need one place where we can keep track so we can prioritize. We have limited resources, we need to figure out where those.
Yeah, I think for us as a board and staff too, to just know where we are and need to focus on is important. I mean, for instance, we have terrific, amazing news about Tamiami Trail being fully funded. Well, assume that is completed tomorrow. We don't necessarily have the water or the water quality to feed it right now. So I think we need some type of interactive reference guide. So anyways, that's good to hear that that's coming online. Two other, hopefully quick items. Drew, any update on the additional, the remaining board member, obviously representing the Central District? What we don't want to do, obviously, because I know this is not the case, is give the misperception that all voices aren't being represented or heard. Do we have any update in terms of filling that spot?
So I talked to folks this week, and everybody's working on appointments right now up in Tallahassee, and so they're working on appointments for those boards that are suffering from quorum issues. to make sure they have quorum.
Right.
And they're also working on that last appointment for this board itself. So it is well known the importance of that last board member for this organization.
Thanks. And then maybe for a follow-up item on another board meeting, a number of speakers and staff have discussed the Turkey Point relicensing. I think that it would be helpful if we have an influence over this new permitting process, which I don't know enough about, but which I understand might allow continued degradation of aquifer and seepage into Biscayne Bay. If we have any input into that process, I think it would be helpful to know. I understand at the end of May there was a comment period. I assume this is going to be a longer period until that permit is finalized. But if we can put something like that on the agenda. It seems to me like there are many agencies involved with this, and not on purpose, but maybe in practice we're working in opposing directions.
So we have plenty of influence on that process, and I know that we haven't gotten to you, Mr. Steinley, but I know that Paula and DP has been working with board members from the area down there to educate and bring them up to speed on all the things we've gotten included in that process.
I will say that they have had the call with me, Jay, and it is enlightening and fantastic. So they'll do that.
Yeah, prior to scheduling something for the board, have the conversation with Paul and DP and come up to speed on it, and then we can go forward.
That would be great. And then the last item, and we can do the same type of follow-up. But since it was mentioned before, and this does not imply my agreement with or against, but this biosolid use, there was related, I think, to our not issuing a permit in St. Lucie County, I believe. There were some articles around that saying that, and that might not have been specific to biosolid, that specific permit, but educating me on the use of biosolids and the different classes of biosolids that landowners are paid by the utilities to spread on their property, either for fertilizer or for other reasons. And it sounds to me like some counties, St. Lucie, maybe Martin County might be one, have ruled against that, but that this is migrating further north. So I guess I'm bringing this up because, Jackie, as you said, I think we all understand north of the lake is what we don't have our hands around, what is going to require so much investment and so much concentration to help resolve this quality of water flow, which is being mostly handled in the south, even though we do have some projects online. So if we are, again, at cross purposes or working against ourselves with policy, whether it's DAC or whomever, DEP, that allows the spread of these biosolids up north, which is increasing nutrients coming into the lake, that just doesn't make sense to me. So I just thought I'd bring it up now.
And Ms. Donnelly, I can sit down with you. I actually chaired and ran a biosolids technical advisory committee for DEP before, like months before, came down to South Florida Water Management District, so I can give you a full download on that whole issue. Yeah, we can arrange it.
And I'm sorry if I may say something. And I think that, I mean, it's great to all talk behind the scenes and get prepped on everything, but the only time we have any time is when we're together to make a difference. We can't vote when we're doing homework in a room. And so, this is the time. I think that October 1st date, the regulatory things that were, I think, postponed by the former board, I'm going to say it, I think that, it's a time to coordinate. We're not in charge of biosolids, but it all comes back to us. All of these things are connected. It's like John Muir said, the web. You pull one part and it affects everything. I mean, it's a good time. It's hard conversation. It gets people upset sometimes, but we can work through it. And maybe, with the toxic algae, I watched some of that yesterday. That was exciting with them laying out all of how the B maps. We have to work within these B maps. I am not a fan of them, but that's what we have to work within. How can we, all these things that we're all bringing up, how can we talk about them together? And yes, maybe again have someone from DEP here, or someone, you used to be from DEP, but I mean, do it together, not so one's doing it over here, one's doing it over here, one's doing it over here, but we're coordinating because we really have a very limited amount of time. I look at it that we have 2 years. I don't know what's going to happen after 2 years, so what can we do? Like our Governor DeSantis said, what can we do for Florida now? So all of this stuff coordinated for us to make decisions, maybe make a recommendation to DEP, make a recommendation to FDACS, a friendly recommendation. But, we can't be afraid to step on each other. We can't be afraid to hurt each other's feelings. We have to try to be respectful, but we have to work through this, or we're going to end up on the cover of the New York Times, and nothing will have happened, except we just kicked the can down the road.
Thanks. Scott, you have something to say?
I just wanted to echo Mr. Steinley's comments about and I've also asked this question, and I think you're on top of it, but I just want to sort of underscore it, which was the overall projects that we're looking at from a sort of bird's eye view. I think it's important to get that, whether it's in a form or function that you believe is going to be ultimately, the most beneficial to the public, is never going to come out that way. You just got to let go of it, and you got to, accept feedback from people that'll say, oh, I want this in there, I want that in there. But the reality is that there is a lot going on, and it's a lot going on in a lot of different areas. And in order to have some sort of, sanity over all these things, I think you have to be able to look at them from 30,000 feet and get an idea. So let's just, whatever it is, just take a deep breath and let it out, because otherwise, you could work on this thing for 20 years, I mean, and start building in bells and whistles, but you just got to let it out and let us have it, and we'll go from there. I'm sure you'll get.
Staff would echo that I'm totally on board with you, Mr. Wagner.
Okay, great.
That's great.
Mr. Chairman, I do have something.
Sure, John.
To understand, how we got into the situation we're in, you got to go back to 1947, 1948. We had 2 floods, and that brought on South Florida water management. And our forefathers at that time drew a line, and they said, outside these levees, we're going to drain. That's where people live today. For safety and welfare to the general public, for agriculture, and inside these levees, we're going to protect forever. As that design took place, we're pumping the half we chose to drain on top of the half we chose to save. And we have this wonderful resource of water, the most important resource on our planet. So that's why all these reservoirs are being required to store the water that laid on the half of the Everglades we chose to save, and for the benefit of people and water supply, and to feed that volume of water that's compatible with the environment, the ecology, all our wildlife, all our endangered species, and all of our plant communities. So as Everglades restoration moves forward, one of the largest, if not the largest, restoration in the history of the world is to decompartmentalize this system and have that natural sheet flow. And the 1,500,000 acre feet in an average rain year that flowed from the northern Everglades through Lake Okeechobee, through the central, into the southern, and on to Florida Bay. has to be reestablished. You'll never store that water. You can't. That water is to benefit the environment. So as we move forward, and I mentioned this yesterday, we have to look. We know that the Everglades is in the emergency room. You know, we want to be proactive, but we're kind of in a reactive situation. And to prioritize the projects that will stop the most irreversible damage first is what's important, to have that vision, to target that. So then we get into the algae blooms. And the only way we are going to accomplish that, and I did talk to Drew about having a meeting with our Secretary of the DEP on what are we going to do. We've got to see where these nutrients and nitrates and all that's coming into state waters and how we regulate it and what is our plan to address it. Because unless you have a plan to address it, it's not going to change. So I encourage that we develop that plan, as we've heard from some of our stakeholders, the impacts in our rivers and to the economy and our quality of life is being impacted. So I think as we move forward, we've got to develop that plan. We've got to make sure that people are reasonably responsible on what's discharged into state waters and what projects do we need to plan to achieve the quality of water. Because if you don't lower the nutrients, don't expect to lower the algae blooms. I will be talking about item 16 when the consent agenda comes up, which is something we can celebrate about on the other impact of getting water to Florida Bay. And so, but I'll reserve my time there, but I think we need to really focus on how we're going to address and work with our DEP secretary and how we target where all the nutrients are coming from and how we regulate it and what projects we build. That's how you will solve the algae blooms. And I look forward to having that meeting, Drew.
I'd like to follow up on something both Ron and Jackie said. That's been an area of focus for me. I think that we can talk about cleaning up the water that's already polluted, and we're spending billions of dollars on these projects to do just that. But it doesn't make sense if you don't stop the pollution in the first place. And I think that's what we learned by that excellent water quality workshop when we brought in representatives from DEP, from DAX, to discuss this. And I would like to see more of that and bring the partners in, and let's talk about where are there gaps in the policy that we can shore up together so that we can stop the pollution from continuing into the Everglades. And exactly what you said, Ron, about a plan. Yep. But the plan is going to go outside, I think, the district. It's going to take the partnership in identifying those areas.
It clearly is, and Dr. Frazier is going to be working on it. The Harmful Algal Bloom Task Force is working on it. It's clearly on the governor's radar. He cares very much about this, and we're not the only player here, but we're a big player, but we're not the only player. So you're right, we do need to coordinate, and we will. And it's something that Drew does daily, I'm sure. If that's it for...
Also, I want to say that, it's not like we're trying to go after any particular industry or something, but we do have to have reasonable responsibility to what's coming into state waters. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's industrial, commercial, residential, agriculture, doesn't matter. You can't poison all the water of Florida. We got to have a plan, and then we've got to proceed forward. And
okay, I'm going to move on to the consent agenda and keep things going here. Tia, is there public comment on consent?
Yes, sir. I have Bob Mooney, Venthea Gonzalez, Miguel Davila Duran, and Newton Cook.
Thanks.
Hello. I just got run over by Newton Cook. He's really hot to trot. I got sidetracked by Mr. Bergeron and his comments, and I had something else for you guys. It's I realize you do want to understand the Everglades, and this is a 1968 puzzle of the Everglades. And after you're done, it's for your library. And why I'm here, and an agenda item was Steve Krupa. I met Steve in '96 doing research in the Everglades, and he's been a close friend since. And I need to mention, he's one of the most dedicated people I've ever met in my life. And as an example of that dedication, in the last 11 months, he's been working in Lake Wales, and that's 144 miles from here. And in the last 5 months, he's had 2 cars totaled by red light runners. And if you look at his attendance record, he didn't slow down a bit. And, you know, that's just an example of the dedication you have here. Thank you.
Bea Gonzalez, then Miguel Davila Duran, and Newton Cook.
Oh, God, adjust for height here. Good morning. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak and have this time for public engagement. My name is Tea Gonzalez, and I'm a John Marshall intern with the Everglades Foundation. I'd like to respond to Agenda Point 16 and speak publicly in support of the current work done to remove Old Tamiami Trail as part of SEP. Letting that water flow into the Everglades National Park for water conservation areas 3A and 3B is essential to the health of the Florida wetlands and would be an improvement from the current water management system, which keeps water levels at polar highs and lows. So these conditions require species to live at extremes, and I want to commend the board for deciding to remove the power lines to let the water through, which is environmentally mindful as well as a potential step toward hurricane preparedness. I'm new to the area as a Chicago native, but the fervor and passion that I've witnessed from those working with Everglades restoration is inspirational as a young environmentalist and future attorney. I came here to learn about what makes Florida natural spaces special to the people who live in them, and because of decisions like this, decisions that got in support of SEP, and restoration in the Everglades, I have grown tremendously in my ability to be an ambassador to speak for those spaces when I go back home. Thank you for your continued commitment to Everglades restoration and again for the opportunity to speak. I've only been here for 3 weeks and I already love the Everglades. I look forward to hearing what the governing board has to say about the seepage cutoff wall project in the future, and thank you again.
Miguel?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miguel Davila. I'm semi-retired, and would like to give you some feedback regarding the license for nuclear. I am a trained contractor in the nuclear world. I spent 10 years rebuilding and extending the license at the nuclear facility in Port St. Lucie, the Jensen Beach. Regarding the license, I know it's you guys kind of, doesn't have much idea how these work, but I do. I actually, with the help of all the technicians that we put together to maintain the nuclear facility all over the United States, and the technology they gave us and the training, we constructed and rehabilitate all these plants all over the United States. We are union contractors. We train and we specialize in this type of energy systems. During my 10 years at the nuclear power plant, I worked with the Department of Energy, international companies, and also with FPNL, that's the owner of the nuclear plant in Jensen Beach, and have knowledge since I have been involved through all these years. It's very imperative that you have to continue doing research and environmental studies regarding the pros and cons of giving or not providing this license for these systems. Through the years, we've been inventing new technologies so we can provide to the human world in a positive way. And is actually know that the Department of Energy supply by law of those internal benefits into the United States require 20% of the nuclear energy provided to the United States on the capacity of the percentage. This energy is clean, okay? We create a lot of backups and a system to provide safety. The only thing that this system cannot accept is the human fingers in it. We allowed to manage, we allowed to build it, we allowed to maintain it, but the human mind, one human mind cannot do this by itself. It's all put together by very major computers and satellites, etc. We are very close system, okay, into this technology. We create almost 50,000 jobs during this type of recondition of the plant. We need these nuclear plants because without them, atmosphere change, we have to, have a backup system for any type of a catastrophe other than the nuclear. I recommend your staff to visit the Jensen Beach plant. We extend the life for almost 40 years doing the recondition of the plant. We save a lot of money and it's safe. I want you to have the time. It's open, school children can go in there and take a look. I know it's been a lot of complaints regarding the contamination in South Miami on Homestead about the lithium. I recommend to research more in the atmospheric evaporation and with NOAA. A lot of contamination in big city created by many different other industries. And you're only looking at the soil and the water, but it's also an atmosphere up top that can move all this contaminant from one place to the other. Continue doing research. We need those nuclear plants. We need those jobs. And, take a look deep before you make a decision. It's open for everybody. The technology is safe, okay? Please. You're welcome.
I'm going to be real quick on the consent agreement, but I just have to say that there is a flow chart, incidentally, on all the projects, and it's done once a year. It's updated, and it's an interagency meeting with the Corps and the Department of Interior and the district, and it's really good. It didn't exist a few years ago, but it does exist now, and if you haven't seen it, y'all probably. I wish I remember the name of it. I can't. But it's done every year, and it really, I keep one on the wall, and I can tell you, it'll help you, really help you. So that does exist. Maybe you want to do a better one, but it's there. The other thing, you guys keep talking yourselves into, you need a rack, because everything you've just said about, we wish we could do this, we wish we could talk about this, we wish we could do this, we wish you could hear from somebody. You hear this gentleman here, he's the type of person that comes to rack, and you've got some time to spend with him, not 3 minutes. And you might learn something, as I say. Okay. Consent agreement and the discussion here. Everglades Holiday Park, again, another recreation. I think it was 10 years ago that Ann came and got a few of us, and we had a meeting off in some building about what we're going to do about Holiday Everglades Park because it was a ramshackle place. They had people who were camping there, and they'd been camping there for a few years and looked like they were going to be there a few more years. And so the park people at the county, they did wonderful things. And they put together a program, and the district has been very cooperative all these years. And like everything else we do, 10 years is not a long time. You just learn that. You just learn it whether you like it or not. And they're doing wonderful things out there. It is a world tourist destination. People come from all over the world to go to Everglades Holiday Park. And if you've ever been there and seen the busloads of people coming from Europe hitting that spot, and then I'm coming in with dead ducks in my boat, it is an interesting conversation you can get in at the boat ramp. So what I'm saying is this is just one item here, but it is near and dear to my heart and to a lot of people who fish, great fishing tournaments. The number 3 bass fishing place in Florida is Everglades Holiday Park, and sometimes I would imagine it's probably number 1. So just be sure we take care of that place. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Cook. Is that it? Great. We'll go to board comment on consent. And Mr. Bergeron, you said you had a comment?
Yeah, item 16. Want to take a moment to talk about it. This is a historical project for America's Everglades. It started the initial phase of removing 5.5 miles of the Tamiami Trail with bridges to decompartmentalize the trail, to equalize water levels with shared adversity, shared impacts globally, and to reestablish the natural sheet flow onto Florida Bay and the 10,000 islands. And we're going to be relocating some power lines, and I'm very honored to say, as a commissioner, a former commissioner for 10 years, we started talking about this in 2007, 10 years ago. In order to remove the Tamiami Trail, we have to remove the power lines that are on the old Tamiami Trail. And for my fellow commissioners, the old Tamiami Trail is hidden out south of the trail you drive on. And that particular road blocks the sheet flow, understanding that the river of grass is an oozing river of grass. It's not the Colorado River, and any obstructions in front of it will slow down the natural sheet flow. That road was built over 100 years ago. Approval of this is a big step in implementing the Central Everglades project. It's a crucial step in the overall process of sending more clean water south. The Central Everglades includes a number of components, like the removal of this road, improve the hydrology, connectivity, reduce barriers that cut off the natural sheet flow of water. All combined, these components provide opportunities for sending more water south to restore America's Everglades. We've been working with Florida Power and Light to expedite this particular component of Central Everglades project to deliver more water to the park as quickly as possible. While it may just look like a contract to remove some power lines, I think we should all recognize just how important this moment is for the Everglades we are all fighting to save. I look forward to the approval of this, and I can really say that this is a proactive to establish the natural sheet flow from the Central Everglades, rehydrate Everglades National Park. The thing that we have to really look at, and I look forward to working with staff, is the operational plan. You know, that we work with our federal partners, and I want to compliment our federal partners, the Corps, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I see Colonel Reynolds are here and Larry Williams here, Pedro, Superintendent of Everglades National Park, Department of Interior, DEP, our sister agency, FWC, and South Florida Water Management. That this is a great day for the Everglades. And I want to thank all of them, and I look forward to working with our staff and our federal partners to make sure that the operational plan allows us to utilize these for the benefit of our beautiful Everglades. And so this is a great day for the Everglades, and I wanted to make sure that we do have something to celebrate over, and I look forward to the operational plan. John, when will that, or Drew, when will we be discussing the operational plan?
It's right after consent, I believe.
We're going to be discussing that today?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So thank you for the opportunity to highlight this on.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron, and thank you for painting such a nice picture of what would otherwise seem fairly dry subject matter. Of course. Yeah, any other board member want to say anything about consent items, they can, and if anyone wants to pull something to discussion, they can. So
I quickly just wanted to commend Mr. Collins on number 14 with the lease amendment with St. Lucie County. He is working to make sure that when these leases are renewed, that dispersed water management is a possibility under certain circumstances. So, fantastic. Thank you.
that's great. Mr. Stanley?
Just a comment on 16 as well, to recognize our staff who worked with FPL, but also FPL as our partner in the utilities industry. The price reflected in this is a 25% discount that they give to local governments. So thank you to them and for the staff for engaging them for that discount.
Thanks, Mr. Stanley. Board have anything else? Great. I'm going to pull number 17 because that apparently is not ready, and I would then look for a motion to approve consent items 12 through 16.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any more board discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. Consent has passed. 12 through 16 has passed unanimously. And now, let's see, discussion agenda. We're going to look at Mr. Friedman and Mr. Burns.
Yes, this item is the annual, the results of the annual financial audit on the district's comprehensive annual financial report. This is an audit required by Florida statute, Chapter 218. The district's CPA firm has completed that audit. They also have completed several other reports that are required by statutes and grant agreements on internal control and compliance. Brett Friedman, the partner with RSM, is here to present the results of this audit, and I'll turn it over to him at this time.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Friedman.
All right. Thank you, Tim. Good morning, governing board members, staff, and members of the public. It's our pleasure to be here. Again, Brett Friedman, a partner with RSM. Just want to acknowledge also I have my manager, Chantel Knowles, here with me. She's really the one that runs the day-to-day execution of the audit. And just to start out, I'd be remiss if not saying, we really appreciate all the support that we get from the staff, particularly from Tim and his team, from John, Shamindra and her team. It's really important because we have questions and requests, and they're very responsive, and we appreciate their support. Now, following on that, you should have two documents in your package. One huge one, which is your comprehensive annual financial report, and then a smaller one, which is a report just summarizing some required communications. On this large one, again, want to acknowledge we issue an opinion on it, but it's your staff that spends hours and hours of time preparing and updating the document every single year. So just again, want to thank them. Just a few required communications in the other document. You can turn your attention to page 1 of the document. First, we did the audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, government auditing standards, our contract with the district, and our arrangement letter, which was dated August 16, 2018. One of the key things we always try to highlight is accounting policies and practices. Want to point out that the district follows all the standard recognized policies. Key thing to emphasize in this one is in the current year, the district, as well as every other government across the U.S., had to adopt a new GASB standard. Just want to bring your attention to that because it's a standard that required a restatement of your beginning net position. Now, usually when people see restatement, they get concerns. They think something's wrong. Somebody did something wrong. There's no concerns or issues here. It's just part of the standards in an attempt to try and put the entire liability for your other post-employment benefits, which is subsidized health care costs, things of that nature, on the face of the statements. It had over a $10 million effect to the net position. Other than that, there were no significant new accounting policies to point out. We didn't run into any significant or unusual transactions. There wasn't anything that lacked proper authoritative guidance. Two other things to point out. We did not have any audit adjustments during the audit or any uncorrected misstatements. The importance and value of that is it should give you confidence in the financial information that you're getting from the team throughout the year, because we do try very hard. We look at a ton of documents and dig through things, and we didn't have any adjustments this year, so that's a positive thing. Also, there were no significant issues or difficulties in completing the audit. Now, going into this package, if you drop back to Section B, as Tim mentioned, just briefly highlight a couple things on page 9 of that document. This is the required single audit report that the district has to complete. The key thing here is, first, starting off, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is the best opinion we can give you, and that tells you that the financial statements are fairly presented. It doesn't get into the operation side of things. It just lets you know that the document you have, you can rely upon it. It's prepared properly. Also, while doing that, we look at internal controls, looking particularly for material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. We had none of those this past year. We also look at your federal awards. We looked at the Talisman program as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service grant. Those are federal grant programs that on top of the operational side, you have compliance requirements. So we look at that and perform testing. We issued an unmodified opinion on compliance and also no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies on that. Then there's also the state financial assistance audit. There we looked at 37022, which was land acquisition and construction. Similar thing to report there, unmodified opinion, which is the strongest we can provide. No internal control, material weaknesses, or significant deficiencies. With that, I'll open up if you have any questions.
Thank you. It's good news. Mr. Steinle, do you have anything?
Nothing. Except just remind me, we will formally adopt this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll strike that. I thought it was going to the subcommittee.
No, this is for the acceptance of the 2018 CAFR, I believe.
I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question on the internal controls and the two categories of internal controls. Could you explain just briefly those two categories and whether or not that's the extent of your internal control review?
Okay, sure, good. There's actually, it breaks down into 3 levels. A material weakness is a deficiency in controls that can result in a material misstatement to your financial statements. If you have those, that is cause for alarm and concern. The next level down is what's referred to as a significant deficiency. Those are items that are not significant enough to where it would cause a material misstatement. However, they're important for those charged with governance to be aware, because if not fixed, they can become material weaknesses. Then the last level you have, which is covered by the management letter, are just recommendations for improvement. In the past we've had those. This year we didn't have any. So that's kind of your 3 levels: is material weakness, which is really bad; significant deficiency, which can be really bad; and then just management comments.
But to clarify, are you looking at all internal controls or only the internal controls required for your audit?
We look at internal controls just required as part of the audit, so it's primarily focused on the financial controls, because we do a risk assessment on what areas to look at. So we do not issue an opinion on internal controls, but we test internal controls in accordance with government auditing standards to issue an opinion on the financials.
Thank you.
Brett, just In your time that you spent, I imagine, I would imagine RSM, as big as they are, they also have many other governmental agencies that they audit. I mean, I'm not a financial guy, but I've seen a lot of audits in my time in the different boards that I've served. And this is a really nice one. This is a really, really good report. How do we stack up against other governmental agencies that you have audited that are similar in size to ours?
Okay, well, interesting to bring that up because one thing I'll point out, we do work with all the largest governments. We're fortunate to be the auditors for Palm Beach County, Broward County, Miami-Dade County. We do Palm Beach School Board, Miami-Dade School Board. But I know I was sharing beforehand with Mr. Bartlett, one of the unique things is, this district is really very unique and complex. I mean, all the things that were discussed earlier, the many different facets of what you do, not only is it different from other governments, it's also different than the other water management districts in the state. But I will tell you, as far as the quality of the team and the quality of the information we get, it's on par with the best of any of the governments we deal with.
That's nice to hear. Any other comments? I'd recommend for anyone who hasn't read the CAFR, and I'm not sure most people have, because it actually is a great way to get an insight into an organization, and it's probably one of the best, I think one of the best documents you put out that sort of says holistically, this is what this organization does and this is how it does it. I think so most people sort of think they're really dry, and they're actually really not. They're very interesting. That's coming from me, budget guy. Okay. If there's no more questions, we'll go for we need a motion to accept the 2018.
I'd love to make a motion that we accept the report as presented.
I'll second it.
Great. The motion is second. Is there any more discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your time.
For all your work, and thanks staff for all their work. That's good news. Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds and Mr. Mitnick.
You'd love to make a motion, Charlie? It's the only way he stays awake.
Good morning, Chairman and board members. I really thank you for the opportunity to co-present this exciting topic. I was thinking about making a comparison about the last dry topic until the chairman said how exciting the last topic was. So I'm just presenting the second exciting topic for the day. But this is a really exciting topic. This is about moving water south. That's what we're talking about here. We're not talking about restoring the Everglades, because this is just a small part, right? Moving water through the Everglades and getting the hydrology right in the Everglades includes getting the water right from Orlando all the way to Florida Bay. And although COP is a really important piece of that, it's only a piece of that. And so that's also important to remember, because I think as people talk about this, sometimes we talk about this being putting water into the Everglades, but it's not. It's putting water into Everglades National Park, putting water into Taylor Slough, and putting water into Florida Bay, but that's only part of the Everglades picture. So let's talk about what we are doing with this piece of the system and why it's so exciting. So these slides have a lot of words on them, and honestly they are a little bit dry, but they're really good at conveying the information, particularly ahead of the meeting, so that the public could understand what we were going to talk about today. So I'm not going to read through all of the bullets on the slides, but I'm happy to answer any questions about them. But I want to tell you about what this project really is. So what the project is it's the combined operational plan. It's how we move the water, how we decide how much water to move through the structures that are combining the Modified Water Deliveries Project and the C111 South Dade project. That's what's being combined. And what that does is it moves water from the Water Conservation Area, WCA3, into Everglades National Park. So one of the things that you'll hear is that COP is not doing enough. We're not moving enough water south. And part of why you hear that is because this operational plan hasn't been modified since the 1980s. So we're still operating under a really old operational plan that doesn't take into account dozens of structures that our two agencies have worked with other partners in order to build over the last several decades. And what we've been doing over the last couple of years is doing a series of deviations to these really old operational plans in order to already move more water south. What COP does is it codifies all of those things that we've learned and some of those things we've been doing already over the last couple of years into an operational plan that has all of the data and all of the regulatory requirements behind them for us to then continue to move forward into the future. And so COP really, although it only raises the L29 canal levels to 8.5, it's the first time that the canal levels at 8.5 have been authorized in an operational plan. Although we've been doing that over the last couple of years as part of a deviation, this is the first time that we're actually authorized it in the plan, and it's in writing. So what does that do? That increases the average amount of water flowing under the Tamiami Trail from about 571,000 acre feet to 733,000 acre feet on an average annual basis. So that's a 28% increase with COP. That's big. Have we flowed over 700,000 acre feet under Tamiami Trail? We have before. But this operational plan makes that our regular practice as sort of an average annual. You know, do we often have an average annual year? No, we have a lot of years that look a lot different, a lot more, a lot less. This operational plan still allows us to do that. But the modeling shows that we have higher average annual results. And so a couple other things that the combined operational plan does is that it doesn't actually bring new water into the system. That's what SEP is all about. That's where we actually bring new water, meaning more water from Lake Okeechobee, into the system so that we can continue to move it south. But what it does do is it addresses high water conditions in Water Conservation Area 3 and helps us regulate that better. We use what's called a rainfall plan to make our decisions about how much water moves through different structures. COP, for the first time since the 1980s, changes that rainfall criteria and how we are allowed to move water. And it takes into account all the things that we've learned and how we already know how to do it well, codifies that into this plan. So it addresses high water conditions in the conservation area that have been really problematic. It allows us to operate the S356 pump station structure for the first time as it was intended, with priority over S333 in order to address seepage and flood control management in the L31 North Canal and really maintain those canal levels as that structure was intended to operate. That hasn't happened, even though we've had that structure online for almost a decade.
Colonel Reynolds?
Yes.
So that mouse has a little highlight that you can use. So when you start saying S333 and 356.
Yeah, so this tiny itty bitty map over here that
Right.
nobody can read. But the S333 structure is this big structure that moves water from Water Conservation Area 3, puts it into this canal, and then this canal, as we raise that canal level, that's what creates the head that allows, hydraulic term, that allows the water to flow under the Tamiami Trail and into Everglades National Park. The S356 structure is a large pump station on the other end that helps us regulate these canal levels in the L31 and pull the seepage from this water that wants to go east and flood people who live there, keeps the water into the L29 canal so that it can flow into Northeast Shark River Slough and make its way through Everglades National Park, rehydrating Northeast Shark River Slough, and then collect seepage all along the C111 South Dade structures, moving that water into Taylor Slough. So what COP also does is it includes operations, regular operations, for the structure down here that puts water into Taylor Slough as part of the district's initiative to put more water into Taylor Slough. COP will send an additional 92,000 acre feet on an average annual basis to Florida Bay through the Taylor Slough. It also reduces damaging discharges out of flows out of the S197 structure to Manatee Bay and to Barnes Sound, and so that's the last structure in the South Dade conveyance system. COP also reduces those flows out of that structure, again, keeping more of that water in the south end of the park where it belongs.
I'm just having a hard time finding S197.
It's all the way down at the bottom.
Okay.
The last structure right here at the bottom.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Colonel, could you please again say how much or how many acre feet would maybe be going through Taylor Slough?
With COP, it's an additional 92,000 acre feet into Taylor Slough using the S328 structure.
Can you tell us how this changes the flows going down Aerojet Canal? Because that canal, tell us about Aerojet when you get to it. You don't have to stop now, but when you get to it, I'd like for you to talk about Aerojet. Quit smiling, John.
That's because he knows I'm going to throw that one over to him. John, is now a good time? You want to address Aerojet?
And tell them why I'm so interested in Aerojet, John. Where does the water in Aerojet go?
All right, let me see if I can come up with a better.
I know the maps are not.
All right, so I'll just work from this one.
You should just blow up a map and put it on the screen.
So the Aerojet Canal that you're talking about, Ms. Meads, is right in here. The combined operational plan, as Lieutenant Colonel had said, not only marries the two federal projects, the C-111 South Dade Federal Project, as well as Modified Waters Delivery Project, but there's this other little project out there called the C-111 Spreader Canal Project, which is a CERP, a Combined Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Project. So the Aerojet Canal, Ms. Meads, that you're speaking of, was part of that CERP project. It consisted of a pump station located right here, the S199 pump station, that pumps water through a lined channel to then discharge down the remnant Aerojet Canal that was dug years and years ago as part of a rocket testing facility for Aerojet that is located and since abandoned right around in this area here. So it creates a hydrologic ridge, or the intent is to create a hydrologic ridge in this area to keep water over here in the park. And Taylor Slough, instead of having that water that's induced into the headwaters of Taylor Slough up here as it flows down, just seeping out and running off to the east, getting collected by the C-111 canal and running out the bottom. The intent of the Spreader Canal project, as Mr. Martinez will attest to when I talked to him yesterday, it's not really a spreader canal, but we call it a spreader canal. Its intent is to hold that water over here in Taylor Slough, and then that is the water that then seeps off to the east, as opposed to taking water from Taylor Slough back off to the east.
So does COP increase the flow to Aerojet? And are you telling me that the water in Aerojet goes to the east instead of to the west?
To your first question, yes, COP will increase it just by the mere nature of the operations. Lieutenant Colonel had talked about the additional amount of water that's induced in the headwaters here of Taylor Slough. Some of that water will start seeping back around the corner. That pump station that discharges down Aerojet will pick it up and keep on circulating it back down the system. Your second question, remind me what it was?
Does Aerojet seep to the east?
Yes. So as this water, it creates a hydrologic mound, a ridge, that will come out to the west and also to the east. And those waters that in the groundwater, as it comes up, it'll start seeping off to the east as well.
Do we have a goal as to where that water is, supposed to be going? It seems like once it gets in that area, it's just sort of, you're at the mercy of a lot of natural factors as opposed to, maybe structures we possibly need. In that area, is it more desirous to keep it to the west in the park area, or does the east need that water, or are people asking for it, so to speak, or how does that work? I'm a little confused.
It's a little bit of both. Okay. So for the environment, and as we increase flows, we absolutely want to keep that water to the west and keep it into the park. Part of the reason that the C111 South Dade project was originally constructed was to also provide water supply for South Dade. So there are water supply objectives and needs associated with the project that have to be balanced. There's also flood protection objectives and needs that have to be balanced with the project. So it's a very delicate balance. And this whole south end of the system is incredibly inefficient. There's a ton of seepage that happens everywhere. And almost all of the structures are all about balancing, collecting seepage and recirculating it as it moves east and south throughout the system.
Do we have now, as we are sort of marching towards the implementation of the combined operations plan, do we have what seems to be some sort of consensus or consensual buy-in from those particular? Seems like you've got three major stakeholders down there, people who need some water, people who would like to keep the water tables a bit lower, and the park folks.
Yeah. So this has been a really contentious part of the system for many decades. And there has been a lot of work over the last several years with stakeholders to get to where we're at. And right now we're in a place where everyone is satisfied with the big picture and satisfied with where we're headed with COP. And understand that this is not the last operations plan, right? As we have more structures that come online as part of SEP and an ability to move additional water south, operations in the south end of the system are going to have to change, and we're going to have to look at whether there are additional structures needed. We're not there yet.
This is like our timeline thing. You just got to get it out there and get rid of the old stuff and bring in the new stuff and then work on the new one over time, basically, is what you're saying.
Right.
This is a replacement of an old antiquated plan that for sure everybody agrees needs to be updated.
Yes.
And everybody seems to be on board generally with the operations design.
They are.
I'm sure they'll probably, as we have seen from time to time, bicker over the timing of some of those operations. But
yes.
Overall, everybody's in concert, in generally speaking, as to getting rid of the old, putting the new one in place, and moving forward.
They are.
Okay.
And there are stakeholders that have concerns, and they're legitimate ones, but they're on the margins and the specifics about how we do operations. And one of the ways that we're addressing that is we are kicking off an effort on the 21st of this month as part of COP. That is the COP Adaptive Management Plan, and that will be an appendix to our environmental impact statement that identifies and discusses the uncertainties that have been revealed throughout this process from the modeling that relate to the operations plan. And so what that adaptive management plan will do is codify and put in place monitoring and additional decision-making protocols that we need to put in place as we manage and operate the system over time.
So COP does provide for, you're accounting for some level of flexibility inside that plan to be able to sort of pivot
Exactly.
when you need to.
Exactly.
Colonel, I have a question. Basically, you believe that we're stepping into the first phase of modified water delivery, where we can not have an emergency deviation like we've done over the past decade to getting into these high water conditions in the central, and obviously rehydrate Everglades National Park and start moving water towards Florida Bay. And I think everyone needs to understand the first phase is to maintain the L29 at 8.5. Am I correct on that?
We don't envision that there'd be enough water in the system. So when you model water levels, there's just not enough water in the system to maintain the L29 at 8.5 all year long. But when there's a lot of water,
Yeah.
then absolutely we
Yeah.
plan to be able to.
Yeah, you couldn't maintain it in the dry season, for
Correct.
sure, but as we get into the rainy season, for the last decade, and I want to compliment and thank you for working with me for so long to not have a catastrophic massacre out there in the Central Everglades. This is a tremendous step forward. But my question is, do you feel comfortable that we have the 8.5 square mile area, that we can operate the first phase when necessary, when we got the water, to equalize water levels from the central and obviously benefit the park to rehydrate and keep moving to get water down to Florida Bay? And you feel comfortable that we're going to be able to operate when necessary? And how does that tie into the Cape Sable Sparrow? Are we okay with that? So we don't have any obstacles that would not allow this water to flow with all the wonderful infrastructure we have with the bridges and modifying the 333 structures to be able to double that capacity. You feel comfortable with all of that? That our operational plan, that there's no obstacles in our way for phase one?
I do. I think we've done a really great job, all the agencies working together in order to find the balance that meets all of those requirements. And in fact, the COP plan is a requirement for the Corps to complete in order to meet the requirements of our Jeopardy biological opinion about the sparrow, and COP is meeting those requirements.
Okay, that's a wonderful thing. Now, fortunately, we have to raise the Tamiami Trail to get into the second stage. And fortunately, our federal partners have funded $60 million, and I believe we have funded 40, so we have $100 million to raise the Tamiami Trail because it has to be raised in order to implement phase two. Correct?
Yes, and we have to get some of the SEP structures in place that allow us to have additional new water available in the system.
Yes. So in looking at that, which is something that's possible to achieve in 2 or 3 years to get to the natural flow, the natural volumes, when we're totally completed, are we doing studies to look at the seepage, whether we're going to have to bring a seepage wall or we're going to have to do anything different than what we have today, so we kind of have the vision ahead of ourselves to be able to be ready for phase two, which will deliver the proper natural quantity of water, that at that point, when we can raise the L29 to 9.5 or 9.7, that's when Florida Bay will be able to tremendously benefit, and Taylor Slough.
So some of that analysis, the district has some efforts that are ongoing now. In addition to that, some of that analysis is being done as part of the SEP New Water analysis that we're going through right now. And then there will be additional analysis that we'll have to do to put it all together based on the specific structures and what we learn from operating COP. So we know, and part of the adaptive management plan is monitoring, because we know how critical that is. Because one thing that we've all learned throughout the system is that we can always operate differently than what our initial model results have given us. And so we want to take advantage of the opportunities that we know we'll have in being able to operate the system, but we have to collect that data through monitoring in order to be able to use that in future operations plans.
Yeah, so if we need any additional seepage barriers or whatever to get to the second stage, and I think being able to implement phase one is a huge step, and I think it's basically going to make a lot of difference, and it'll allow time to adapt to the natural flow, not from what we've been dealing with lack of water in Everglades National Park and drowned into Central and being able to move more water south. So it's a great positive first step, and I'm excited about getting out ahead of ourselves to look at how we're going to make sure there's no obstacles into our second phase. Looking forward to that.
I just have a couple more questions, Chairman, about Aerojet and S-197. So the Lieutenant Colonel and John took me out to tour this area as well. I had the best time. Thank you so much. And it left me with a couple of questions that I didn't ask. And so one is, with S-197, is there a public outcry to send water that way through S-197? Is
The
anyone?
opposite.
Yes. Okay. I already knew the answer to that one. So we don't want to send water to S-197. When we send, so we go back to S-177. So S-177 determines whether or not water goes down Aerojet or comes down in the other direction and eventually could end up at S-197. So if the S-177 takes an eastward turn, if you let it go east, and then it comes down to S-118C. So along that track, tell me how the water is used out of the canal along that track. Does that feed farms? Does that provide drinking water? So is there what is the reason to send it in both directions? Am I making any sense at all?
Yes. You want
Okay.
to take that one?
You're just diving in. I love it. All right, so when you talk about 177, and I'll jump back to this other map, hopefully
I know they're all the same one.
a little bit. So S-177 structure sits right here. When you talk about when water passes through the S-177 structure, it will continue down the C-111 canal, down up to the S-18C structure, and then if it passes through the S-18 structure and gets around this bend, the southern bank of the C-111 canal right here has been degraded. So as the canal fills up, then it will overflow and sheet flow down through the eastern panhandle of the park down towards eastern Florida Bay.
Is that desired?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All of this property over here, when you talk about whether or not there are residences or agricultural operations in that lands, no, there are not. All of this property in the very next agenda item with Mr. Collins, you have an item to consider for the acquisition for additional parcels over here. But getting back to your question, under heavy rain events, extreme rain events, if the capacity of this degraded levee and the stages in the canal are not sufficient to allow that sheet flow out over the eastern panhandle of the park, and you see water elevation starting backing up going back up the C-111 East up to this structure, or backing up to S-177, and then incurring reduced discharges through S-177 or S-18C, that is when the S-197 structure is used. It is a structure used of last resort.
Okay, and I'm almost done, and thank you for being patient with me, everybody. So let's talk about the degraded levee. Do we have a project in place or funded to fix the degraded levee to improve? So if that is a desired effect, but the structure for some reason doesn't allow it, and we end up having to send water in different directions, do we have a project in place to work with on the degraded levee?
It's not so much the degraded levee. So you had asked earlier about the C-111 spreader canal project in Aerojet. So those features that have been constructed as part of the C-111 spreader canal comprehensive Everglades restoration project was the Aerojet facility here, as well as the Frog Pond detention cells up here. There is another phase to that SERP project, which is a spreader canal that would run south of 177, a pump station and spreader canal running off to the east this way, to then collect that water and spread it out over this entire area to have that sheet flow down through the southern portion of the system. Once we're able to get to that point, then the ultimate goal is you completely fill in the lower C-111 canal.
Okay, and my very last question is, this new plan with S-197, how does it impact, does it reduce the flow of water from S-197 into the bay?
In relation to the current operations, yes, it does.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
By the way, I'm not even sure we're peppering them with questions. I'm not sure that the Lieutenant Colonel is even done with her presentation. Should we, Mr. Chairman, do you want me to let her finish and then?
If you probably, yeah, for
I'm fine
expediency,
with
I
that.
think so. Let's go ahead and finish the presentation and then ask questions.
I think we've really covered most of the stuff that's on the slides until we get to John's slide. But he has one slide that is on a topic that I don't think we've fully covered yet. And it has to do with what's on this slide, which is just, we know that there's questions and concerns that the board may have and just things that you need to be aware of in terms of water quality. And that there are, this has been a big component of the discussions about COP because of the requirements for water quality standards. And so I think we've covered everything else on my slides, and I'll let John talk about those.
So,
If you don't mind, I think when you say degraded, you degraded it so the water would flow, not that it's a degraded that needs to be improved, okay? It allows the water to go where we want it to go and not out to 197.
correct.
So that's one question. The other thing is I think in the operations of this first phase that we have a requirement where we can run at 8.5 for 90 days or something due to the structural stability of the road, and constantly at 8.3. Are we still tied with that with DOT, or
Yes,
are
sir.
we at 8.5?
It's, as you described, it's 8.3, and then there's a 90-day window up to 8.5 until the road raising that we've all talked about already is completed.
Right.
Or that the monitoring of wells that were recently installed shows that there isn't an impact. One of
Yes.
those two things.
So we need to implement the 90-day period at the right time, and I think this will have a huge benefit globally for the central, the southern, for the global Everglades, and really minimize the impacts to the Miccosukes and all of the Indian mounds that are all over the Everglades. And it's a great day, I can tell you that.
Lieutenant Colonel, may I ask a question about some of the numbers that you mentioned? First of all, just for me to kind of understand this part of the system that I'm not very familiar with. So is it kind of like there are three different things we're talking about here? Like I see it, it's like there's the Tamiami Trail. The water is going underneath the Tamiami Trail. That's one thing that's happening. That's one flowway, kind of. And you said it would go from 51 acre feet to 733 acre feet.
571,000
571,000?
to
Okay.
733,000.
Thank you. That's a much better number.
So 500,000 to 750,000.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is going to take a minute. So that's flowing underneath the bridges.
Correct.
Okay, like when I drive by in my car and I see the bridges that were lifted, and that's great, they'll keep getting lifted. So the water's going underneath the bridge.
Yes.
And you're bringing that water in through, you're bringing it in from the water conservation area, but it's going out through S333?
Correct.
Okay, which is going to get bigger because they're building a better one.
The district is doubling the size, so they're
Okay.
building a second structure, the 333 North structure,
And
that
this-
doubles the capacity.
And sorry to interrupt you, but that larger number that you gave is based on that being finished.
I don't know the answer to that offhand.
I would say no, it's not solely
Oh.
based on that structure being finished, it's based on the overall operational scenario. So,
I don't think we
Yeah.
don't need the 333 North structure to be finished to be able to deliver that water.
Okay.
If that helps.
Yes, that's my question. Okay, so then the second part, there's like this whole wonderful thing that I discovered on my field trip, that all those lines, I think, are kind of like rebuilding Taylor Slough that got totally beheaded a long time ago. So that water, you have to pump it in, or is that water also coming in through that L29 canal or whatever it is through S333?
So if you look at the map, let me see if I can get this. So Taylor Slough is down here. And most of the water that's going to go under the trail, under those bridges, is going to be in Shark River Slough.
Right. So
As the water from Shark River Slough seeps to the east, so this ground is higher than this ground. So most of the water is going to go this way. Some of the water is going to seep this way because all of this development sucks water to the east. As it seeps to the east, it gets collected in these series of detention areas and is circulated from one detention area to the next detention area through a series of pumps. As it moves south, it then gets pumped into this next low-lying area in the park called Taylor Slough, which then rehydrates this very important slough that gets a lot of water to Florida Bay.
Okay, so probably messed the number up again. The 92,000 number that you gave me, that's part of those other numbers.
Correct. That's
Because
not
it's not in
addition to
It's
that would.
flowing. It's flowing through.
Although it could, the modeling's a little bit squirrely, but it would be part of that 733,000 acre feet.
Okay, and then
A subset of that.
Lastly, thank you. Lastly, the third flowway, so to speak, would be that Aerojet that Ms. Meads just helped me understand. So is that also kind of like that recycled water, so to speak, or some of that's new water, and is that additional numbers that I get to add? Because for me, it's all about whether it works or not. My goal, in my simple mind, is to get that number really high. That's my goal. And then I'm hoping one day, if that number is really high, it will help people where I'm from. And you might say there's no connection. To me, I think somehow there must be some connection because everything's connected, the water. So that's why I'm trying to figure out which ones are new numbers and which ones are kind of part of the other
No, those are
number.
great questions. So let me answer the Aerojet question first. I'm going to go back to this other map because it's a little bit easier to see. So the Aerojet numbers and the amount of water, particularly here, that then is going to rehydrate the Eastern Panhandle, Some of that water would be different, although I won't say new water, would be different water than the numbers that we talked already because it would include runoff from rainfall in this area.
Okay.
Okay, so it isn't necessarily a subset of those other numbers, although some small amount would be seepage that ended up over here in this vicinity that didn't quite make it into Taylor
Thank you.
Slough, a small
That helps
amount of
a lot.
seepage. The second part is you're absolutely right. It's absolutely connected, and your connection is SEP. That's what's going to increase your number from 733,000 acre feet to the 1.5 million acre feet that we want to deliver into the park and into Florida Bay at, a full restoration picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's the second phase that we're talking about to raise the road. And you do have the S12s, and I think your total 733,000 cubic feet includes the S12s that operate that volume?
It does.
Because you have 4 S12 structures that's west of the L67, different apart from the flow under the bridges. So that's the ultimate, is to get into the second phase, raise the road, and be able to deliver double the volume, the natural volume that flowed.
Mr. Bergeron, just because I'm not very versed in this bottom part, I'm kind of confused because they just got praise the Lord, we just got all this money to raise Tamiami Trail more. And when I asked staff where they thought that would fall in a timeline, maybe I'm wrong again, but they thought maybe that could be done within 3 years. So that's spectacular.
Absolutely.
So if that's part of phase 2, is it kind of like phase 1 and phase 2 is happening together?
Well, I think phase 1, we're able to operate as we speak. I assume we're working on the management control of this flow. When do we do that?
The
changing
adaptive management,
the adaptive management, when do we?
we start that process in 2 weeks, and that'll be complete at the same time as COP is complete. So we'll be able to implement at the same time as implementing COP, which is a year from now, next June of 2020. But that adaptive management plan will allow us to make incremental steps as additional projects come online so that we can start to move whatever new water we have available, that we can move that water south, and we don't have to keep it stacked up in Lake Okeechobee or in the water conservation areas.
I had a question, and it might have to do with something that John said. I thought I heard you say that there's a CERC project related to the C111. So my question, if that's correct, is that correct, John?
Yes, it is.
Okay. My question then becomes, what's the relationship time-wise between that CERC project and the COP?
I tell you what, let me approach it this way. Later on, a couple slides, I have the timeline. So let me touch on one thing, because there are 2 items that I know Mr. Bartlett will not let me get out of this presentation unless I inform the board of. So let me do that, and then I'll talk about the timeline and how we walk through the rest of the process for COP, as well as those future projects that may come in that you're asking about.
Okay, because the timeline that I saw, and maybe there's another one, it was just for this during the process for the COP.
Correct.
I didn't see the relationship with the partner, the sister CERC project.
Correct. When I get to that slide, I'll expand on it a little bit more and
great.
talk about the
Thank you.
future.
Part of the issue, I think, that has been raised ever since we maybe met in the beginning, and there was a lot going on in the beginning to catch up to speed when we were first appointed, was not just about how much you get south of Tamiami, which was definitely important to get more of it, but where it was going, once you pushed it through, and so you could put a whole ton of water in one particular area and push it south, and it's not going to help overall the way that you want it to help, because you're trying to get it into certain spots. And one of the things that I remember hearing was we pushed some water south and it didn't go exactly where we thought it was going to go. And there have been issues with being able to refresh Florida Bay in a way that is meaningful. The question I have is, and I know there are some constraints, and I don't have to, belabor some of these gates are closed from time to time, but do we have modeling, and if so, I'd like to see it, to tell how much water we want to go in each of these little red dots that we have here littered across Tamiami Trail? I mean, I see S12A, there's S12A through 12D, 333, 355A, 355B, 334. I assume those are all possible avenues for water to pass through the conservation areas south into the park area. Is that correct?
Sort of.
Okay.
So those are all ways to get water out of the conservation area. Some of them only put the water into the canal.
Okay.
So then they flow under the bridges. It's not a direct
Okay, it gets,
connection, but yes,
ultimately the idea is it will end up into the park area somewhere, correct?
yes.
Okay.
And what Modified Water Deliveries Project is all about is the bulk of the water previous to Modified Water Deliveries being completed and previous to COP, the bulk of the water was going through the 12 structures and flowing in this part of Everglades National Park that is not the desired place for the water to go. And if you look at the maps that show the topography, it's really easy to see, and we've tried to simplify that on these slides, where you can see the 12 structures here.
That's the
This
exact
is
slide I'm
higher
on.
ground.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
That's not where the water historically flowed, the bulk of the water. The deep water in the park flowed through this slough that acted like a deeper river that went through the park. And what Modified Water Deliveries does is, instead of having 60% of the water coming through here, it puts, I think, 72% of the water into Shark River Slough.
And I'll tell you that as of last
Thank you
week,
very much.
it was dry and looked like toast.
Is it stealing your thunder, John, to say that if it's not going through, well, when it went through the S12s, I assume it would have affected the Sparrow,
Yes.
right? So where we've talked about and assumed that the S12s being closed affects our ability to deliver water in the volumes that we want, I'm hearing that it doesn't, because that's not necessarily where we want the flow to go. Is it that convenient that the S12s, which are closed, just happen to be not where we necessarily want the water to go? That would be great. S12s are the ones that are closed because of the Sparrow, correct?
Correct.
So, and I just heard that when we were sending water through the S12s, it was going in an area that necessarily wasn't optimal for southbound flow. So given most of the water is going to flow from outlets to the east of the 12s, that would not, I would assume, affect the Sparrow habitat
Not
as much as the S12s.
correct.
That's a,
It looks to me like S12D and S333 are relatively close to one another.
They are. So
They are.
So when, Mr. Steinley, when you're talking about the sparrow habitats, the map on the right-hand side of this screen here, those subpopulations, A, B, C, D, E, and F, that's the locations of the sparrow habitats. So let me grab the mic.
Yeah, yeah.
So Northeast Shark River Slough comes and kind of splits the middle between the A and E through here, and then you've got Taylor Slough coming down this way.
Okay. I was under the impression that most of the habitat was to the west, which obviously I'm incorrect. So where we want water flow is in the path of where the sparrow habitat is.
It's between the sparrow habitats. So the sparrow habitats are in the same places where the high ground is.
Is there any concern that S333 would be shut down at any time? It
No.
seems like that's the sweet spot, right? I mean, that S333 seems like it's the sweet spot where you want to move the majority of the water through. I guess the question is, with respect to the sparrow, is there concerns that that particular S333 would ever have the shutdown issues that some of the others have?
No.
Okay.
I'd like to say something here. I think it's important that we get the natural flow, the 1,500,000 acre feet. We have a great thing to get to the first stage that we're talking about, and that's half the volume that flowed naturally. But if you look at the Tamiami Trail and you look at the 333s, Shark River Slough, and you look at the S12s, when water is flowing across that 25, 30-mile stretch through the Central Everglades, and let's say all the S12s are open and the 333s are open, it's important that the water goes by gravity naturally where it wants to go. We want to make every effort to work with the Cape Sable sparrow. It's important that we work with that, but at the same time, you don't want to be directing water. You want to have more of a natural flow, and if water wants to go through the 333s by gravity or wants to go through the S12s, that is natural if all gates are open. So it's something we're going to have to look at once we get to the stage that where this water really wants to go, rather than us trying to say we want it to go here, we want it to go there. Fortunately, when you come through the Central Everglades, you have a 30-mile river of grass, and water may seek to go through the 333s or may seek to go through the S12s. And rather than us trying to direct it where it goes. Now, I do understand on the eastern boundary there, because of, we have 356 that recirculates the seepage to get it into Shark River Slough, is extremely important that we get the water, keep it in Everglades National Park. And we've done a lot of hard work to be able to do that. But keep in mind that as we go forward, we want the natural flow. We want it to go where it wants to go as much as possible.
Right. May I say something? I'm sorry.
Well, let's let Mr. Mitnick finish, and then and I know Mr. Martinez wants to say something, and you want to say something. Otherwise, the board colonel's going to be standing up there all day.
All right, so I'll cover this real quick, and then I'll touch on Ms. Roman's question about timelines. So real quick, the consent decree in Appendix A. I'm not going to wade into that whole issue right here, right now. We'll save that for another time. But it is important, I think, for the board to understand that there is a relationship. And that relationship is between water levels or stages in Water Conservation Area 3A and the quality phosphorus concentration of water that is moved through, in particular, the S333 structure right here. So as Water Conservation Area 3A stages reduce during dry times, and you get a separation from the marsh levels and the canal levels, then the quality of the water that is moved through 333 is different. There is a noticeable difference in the phosphorus concentrations. We do not see that exact same effect in S12D, which I think Mr. Wagner noted is some 500 feet away. You don't see the same phenomenon occurring. So it is an issue. It is something that will be acknowledged, I believe, through the combined operating plan process. But as we move forward in time, Lieutenant Colonel had mentioned the adaptive management plan. So there are opportunities through that mechanism to investigate further and adjust operations accordingly if we see unintended consequences. So with that, I'll jump to the overall timeline. So roughly right now, the way the project delivery team is at, we've gone through and developed various alternatives, different concepts on how to operate the system and marry up these two federal projects and the other ancillary features that have been constructed in the southern portion of the system over the last several years. Right now, the last alternative is out and being commented on by not only the project delivery team, but the public and other stakeholders. I'm sure that following the presentation, you'll have a number of public speakers that come up and provide their comments on what they see as far as the process for moving forward with the combined operating plan. So once that, I believe it is the intent of the Corps of Engineers to settle in on what they called a preliminary preferred alternative sometime in the beginning portion of July, so next month. So right now, the board has an opportunity to comment. That's what we're doing right now. But then it'll also come back to the governing board for additional input later this year in December after the draft environmental impact statement has been produced by the Corps of Engineers and sent out for public comment. That'll go through this public and agency review period here before you'll have another opportunity on the final environmental impact statement to weigh in on any issues of concern that you may have spring of 2020, with the ultimate goal of having the new operations plan in place come July of 2020. So now, talking about Ms. Roman's question about future projects and future timing, we've talked about essentially, I'll put it in two baskets. One, the additional increase or raising of Tamiami Trail, which is this eastern portion over here, and then two, the future Phase 2 C-111 Spreader Canal project. For the Tamiami Trail raising, I think, well, as you know, the DOT is charged with implementing that project, and in the latest publication that I have seen from DOT is that they're anticipating that road raising to be completed in 2023. The future C-111 Phase 2 Spreader Canal project, which would go down in this neck of the woods, it still needs to go through an entire planning process. So that is a couple years out there. I don't have a date that I can point you to. It's part of the overall SERP implementation, moving that project forward. In the intervening timeframes, we've talked a lot about the Central Everglades project, and that's the one that I think will draw most of your attention as we get in. It's the next large step in opening up the southern end of the system. It's not only some additional structures right in here and a new levee going north-south down this way, but additional expansion of the seepage cutoff wall over on this side as well, and increasing the pumping capacity of this pump station 356. So in the near term, you've got the road raising being done by along Tamiami Trail, but being done by DOT, and then you have the Central Everglades project moving out and those southern features down at this end of the system.
So my question is, you know, you've got the new COP in place in 2020, but 3 years from that date, so 2023, the Tamiami Trail would be raised.
Correct.
And then the Spreader Canal, it looks like it's 2 years in the planning from there, so
Yeah.
that's 2022 just to get it planned. It's very difficult when I don't see the entire context of these projects working together, how to evaluate whether or not to move something up or to fund something ahead of something else.
Yes, ma'am.
But these pieces have to work together, and I would suggest that if there's a way that when it comes back to us, that you can kind of, well, we're in the budget process now, so that's really too late, December. Somehow or other that, at least for me and maybe the other board, that we can see how the pieces need to fit so we don't finish something that can't function the way that we need it to function for the Everglades, because it's out of sync with the other two things. Had we have known, we would have pushed up. And somehow or other, we have to be able to put our arms around all that.
The question is maybe, just as a follow-up to that, the two projects that Ms. Roman mentioned, which is I guess the DOT project, over which my first question is, do we have any control, and can we push them to continue? And then the second is the SERP, the C111, is C111 spreader.
Yeah.
Do we, what is the, so I guess my question is, how do those two projects, do we know how those two projects theoretically amplify our ability to move the water? So I'm assuming we've got the main project that we're talking about, but then we've got those two other projects that are there that obviously fit into the equation. What kind of delta do we get when we strap those things on?
Because I know you're a numbers guy. I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head, but I can go back to staff and see if we can put together something both to answer your question as well as Ms. Roman's question, and give a bigger picture of all the pieces and how they're fitting together.
I mean, I would just say that when you look at what challenges this state right now, it is too much, it is too little water in the dry season, too much water in the wet season. And so as you're looking at too much water in water conservation areas or Lake Okeechobee, it's really what projects maximize your ability to move that water or have that water for later. And so, when you compare,
so that's the raising and the SEP issues.
Yes.
That you're trying to get to
Yep.
first, right?
And
Somebody had mentioned, I think, in public comment, it called it sort of the plumbing.
right. I mean, it's
Augmented
uncorking
plumbing.
Tamiami Trail. It's, because you don't want to be in a situation where the water conservation areas are flooded, so you can't put the lake water through the STAs or put it into a reservoir or something. So it's really about just expanding those features. And Ms. Roman, I know that this schedule, and you come up with a regulation plan, it's adopted July 2020. What Colonel Reynolds was talking about is the adaptive protocols around that. She said we've been in an operational plan since the 80s. When we run into crisis, as we've worked through in the past, those get put aside, and we open structures, and we move water, and we use the infrastructure we have. And so that, while the 333 North expansion, like doubling the capacity of that, maybe in model world on average conditions, it's not a big factor. It'll be a huge factor if we have way too much rain and the water conservation areas are threatening wildlife, right? So that's why we moved it up on the schedule to double that capacity, so we don't find ourselves in that situation again. So, I know that we need to update this operating plan, but the important thing is we have new infrastructure. And if you get the right kind of language for adaptive management, when we hit crisis mode, then we can be a lot more nimble. We don't have to use deviations, those kinds of things. So it's, having the infrastructure is much more, it's just the most critical point that we have right now, that what we need to do.
John, and, either John or Lieutenant Colonel, the C-111 spreader canal, and we know that was kind of tabled because of the location. We couldn't kind of agree on where that location of that canal would be. Some people wanted it further up north, some people wanted it further down south. So my understanding is that right now is kind of sitting up on a shelf, and we're tending to a lot of other important projects. And my concern, and of course you all have a much better picture of all the different projects than I do, but I see that as such an important project because we know the 197, we don't like the 197 because it gives the discharges down to Barnes Sound and it creates a bad situation. But the 197 is a necessary evil for all our farmers down in South Dade because that's their relief valve. When things get really bad and when we have bad storms, that's the only thing that will relieve and take water out of their properties. And if not, they'll be flooded forever. So it seems like that spreader canal would be really important because we could, I think, theoretically get rid of 197 because instead of discharging it out to Barnes South now, the water could just sheet flow down south the way we want it to. So I guess my question is, how do we get the process started for that spreader canal to come back into the picture and we can put it on the queue? Well, right now it's on the
It's
shelf.
kind of a board decision. I mean, so we can, I think it would have to go into a planning phase for a PIR. Okay, so, and that would be whether we want to enter into a planning phase to adopt a PIR, much like Biscayne Bay Coastal Wetlands Phase 2.
Does it have to go like scoping and PIR and all that,
Yeah.
and that whole process, correct?
Right.
So that's about 5 years away.
I mean,
No.
depends on when you start.
I mean,
Well, if
I
we
think you
started
could do
to-
it in, I think you could do it in less than 3 years because so much of that project's already been constructed.
So balancing crisis, that's what we do. We balance crisis. And I just want to let the public know that a researcher took, I told Drew this, I'll tell you. So a researcher took me into the part of the bay that you have to have a permit to go into. And very few people get to go into that area. The district can go in, but it's a research area and a sampling area. And as they took me in, they said, okay, I want you to taste the water. And so I tasted it, and it tasted like what my mother used to make me gargle with when I was a child and I had a sore throat. And they took me all the way up to the mouth of the Everglades on a little John boat. It's one of my greatest memories ever. And he got me to, and so we're at an area where there's like almost no life there in the beautiful bay, but there's almost no life. And they take me up to the mouth of the Everglades, and suddenly there's life everywhere. We run into manatee, not run into, we see manatee everywhere. Giant snook, these incredible fish. It's all alive. And he said, now taste the water. And I tasted the water, and the water was clean and sweet and fresh. So as we talk about crisis, I know that we're focused on it, but I would encourage every board member to go on the same trip so that you can see that as we start talking about the crisis of a farmer, the crisis of a landowner or a homeowner, we're balancing all of those crises. And I just want to tell you, when that water comes south to the Florida Bay, it is a joyous thing that I hope that we will continue on that path as quickly as we can.
I had one more question. Going back to the COP, Lieutenant Colonel, first of all, the C-111, we have not raised the water in the C-111. This plan does not raise the C-111 level the way it does in the L-29, correct? C-111 stays whatever level it was before in the operation?
Different reaches have different levels during different conditions. So I believe that some of the canal levels are raised during some times of the year under certain conditions. But we can get you all of the information if you want to take a look at a comparison between the different reaches of the canals throughout the C-111 South Dade system. So each reach between structures is addressed independently, and there are levels that are associated with different conditions for the operations between each of the structures, and we call those reaches.
Okay, so really my underlying concern, and I guess I could just ask you point blank, in your opinion, does the COP increase the possibility of any more flooding than what has been historically to the South Dade farming area?
So that's been one of the stakeholder issues that has been, I think, adequately addressed in COP, and we've found a balance.
Good.
That the agricultural community is maybe not ecstatic about, but they're satisfied with where we're at.
But they
with
understand the
COP.
balance
They do.
and they're good with that? Thank you.
Right. You know, we're going to have some more discussion. Are you guys, your presentation done, John? Almost. I'm sorry.
Just had one thing left.
Keep saying what you need to say, and then what I'd like to do is go to public comment. Then we'll come back up here for board discussion.
Nothing to do with COP, but everybody's talked about it at several points during this conversation. A week ago, when this presentation was assembled, I did not realize that Old Tamiami Trail would get as much discussion today as it has already. I wish I could predict the weather that well. But I did include this slide simply to all the other interrelated projects, such as Ms. Roman was asking about. So you already voted on the consent agenda item to remove the power poles from Old Tamiami Trail. The next follow-on, after those poles are removed, your staff will come back to you later this year for the actual construction contract to do the road removal. And then once that starts, it'll take roughly a year and a half to complete the road removal. And the segment that we're talking about is over here. And with that, I'm done.
All right.
Well, I have a question while you're there, John. We may ought to work with the Makasukis, see if that material that's out there be cost effective, if it benefits them to remove that road. And I think we ought to talk to the Park Service about some of the halo that's growing on the south side of the Tamiami Trail that's unnatural, even though it's natural vegetation due to the nutrients over years, in order for that water to have better flowage out, to see if we can work with the Park Service on some getaways from the 4 S12s to increase the flow. And one other question is, during the rainy season this year, are we going to be able to operate at the 8.5 for 90 days without an emergency deviation or 8.3 constantly, assuming the water is at high levels in the conservation area?
Yes.
Or do we have to do an emergency deviation?
We still have the deviation approval.
So we're going to be able to operate?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thank you both very much. Drew?
Mr. Chair, I would like to introduce Larry Williams to the board. He is over the Vero office that governs Endangered Species Act for our area, and so we work with his office a lot. And I just want to make sure you got a chance to see him, know him, get his cell phone number, things like that.
Thanks for coming, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. And I'll just say a couple of things. I really enjoyed hearing the discussion about sparrows and Everglades restoration. We're central to all of that work. And the work that our agencies have done together over the past, I'll say 6 or 8 years, to bring about all the pieces that had to be in place for COP to happen has been incredible. 6 or 8 years ago, a lot of it looked pretty impossible with water quality, the integrity of the roadway, the needs of sparrows, the easements along the L29, and all that has come together. And like I said, 6 or 8 years ago, it looked pretty impossible. So I think we've got an incredible multi-agency team here. And I'll also say that, and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds mentioned this, but when we were doing our consultation on the water management plan back in 2016, one of the things that we saw, the sparrow populations had been trending downward, and that was bad. And we said that the most important thing to do is to speed up restoration. And some of those things that had been hang-ups for quite a while, some of the easements needed to flow water down the L29, some of the work in the 8.5 square mile area to have the right flood protections. We said all of that really has to speed up. And the Corps and the district and everybody pulled together to do that. So my point is the sparrow was becoming kind of a forcing function to make restoration go faster. And that's the approach that we've taken. And I know sometimes there's questions about, as we put more water, let's say, into Shark River Slough with the combined operating plan, are the sparrows going to be okay with that? The answer is yes. There's also a question that comes after that. When we have more water coming through the system, with the Central Everglades project. Are the sparrows going to be okay with that? And we've been looking at the modeling for that with all the agencies, and again, the answer is yes. So I'm sure we'll have more discussions about that, but I just wanted to let everybody know that, you know, we're a part of the team here. We're looking at the same models, the same information. The team works really well together, and we're not seeing any concerns with sparrow conservation and a restored Everglades. So, you know, our assessment is it's going to work out just fine.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your comments, and that's good to hear.
So Larry, the question is that from all the studies you've done, that the natural flow, the natural volumes, you believe will be compatible when we get into the second stage of modified water delivery to reach that 1,500,000 acre feet?
Yeah, we do, Mr. Bergeron, and we had to look at that real closely in the modeling for the Central Everglades project that we all did about 3 or 4 years ago. And what we see when you look at all of those sparrow nesting areas throughout the Everglades, there's going to be winners and losers, but the winners are going to outweigh the losers. There's going to be more habitat gain than what's going to be lost. And, you know, that's our best assessment. And again, all the agencies looked at that together and I think, you know, had the same interpretation of that. So, you know, it's one of those things where, sure, there's some areas where sparrow habitat is going to become too wet, but there's other areas where sparrow habitat is going to become dry, which is what we need. And the areas that become dry outweigh the ones that are going to become wet. So, you know, the net effect that we anticipate is a benefit. So, and we've been consistent in saying that. So that, you know, that's what we expect.
Well, that's good, because if we get to the natural flow, natural volumes, and be able to protect the Cape Sable sparrow, that's a win-win.
Yep.
If we have to alter the natural flow and the natural volumes, then obviously you don't want to alter the natural flow of water that benefits the global Everglades National Park, Florida Bay, all of the areas that are our environment. Because if we take care of the environment, the wildlife will take care of themselves. So that's good news to hear that. In this operational plan now, we still have the S12A and B. Are those the only two that is closed, opened July 15th and closed, what, November 1st or something? Are those the only two? Is C and D staying open with this?
Yeah, there's no constraints on C and D. A and B do have some constraints. Like you said, they can't be opened until July. They need to close in October. And that's to keep the water from flooding out sparrow nests for the most part. And, you know, those constraints on A and B have been there for several years now, and they're working. And I think maybe most of you know, but something that's worth keeping in mind, A and B are somewhat on top of a hill. So, you know, C and D and all the other structures are down in the slough where we want the water. A and B are up here. And that kind of tells you the nature of the problem. You know, when you're flowing water across the top of a hill, that's not where you want the water. And that's why the birds nest, you know, on that higher ground, because it's a grassland, it's not a wetland. And, you know, we've been saying, let's all get the water back down in the slough, and we're getting there. You know, this combined operating plan is a huge step that does exactly that.
Well, by shutting those, has the population grown or decreased by shutting those? Do you have any statistics on that?
Yeah, when we look at the different subpopulations of sparrows, and there are 6 different subpopulations, without a doubt, when we give them 90 dry nesting days, those subpopulations do great. If we give them less than that, in other words, if we flood out, you know, several of the nests, the population doesn't do so well. So we see that consistently across all the different subpopulations. You know, one problem that we've had is, as we've done some of the deviations in the past few years with high water events, we have said, okay, if those gates have to open because of a safety concern, they have to open, and safety takes priority over Endangered Species Act protections. So, there's been times where we knew sparrows were nesting, but we said if the gates have to open, they have to open. And in those years, where we know that we're flooding sparrow nests, they don't do so well. They're not getting that 90 dry days that they need, and they don't do so well. But if we can give them just that 90-day window, they do fine, and they start to recover. So, that's been a principle that you'll see within all of the planning input that we give into COP and the other plans, within the biological opinions, which are sort of the permitting documents that we write. You'll see that principle in there of a 90-day dry period often. It works.
Well, I want to thank you for working in the past decade in these emergency deviations and trying to balance and micromanage, and it's been quite a challenge, and I appreciate your cooperation on that because of all the multi-species that live in the Everglades. And as long as shutting the gates and we see that that's going to help increase the population, we want to do everything we can to deal with getting water south and as much as we can protecting an endangered species. So thank you for working with me together and the Corps, Department of Interior, the Park Service, DEP, even you, Drew.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Williams.
Yeah.
Tia, we have public comment on this?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I have Kara Kapp. Then Luis Falcon. And Kay Gates.
Hi again, Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. We are so excited about the Combined Operations Plan. This conversation has been just exciting for me. Thank you for all of your questions and your attention. I love seeing this move forward. In previous years, when we have flowed restoration level flow into the park, we've seen amazing results. So to be able to look forward to a time when we're going to get that higher level consistently is great. The last time we had really high flow into Everglades National Park helped lead to the wading bird super colony, which was just amazing. And so we know that the ecosystem can be responsive pretty quickly to our action, and we look forward to seeing that again soon. We're excited about COP, but we do want to just make sure that we're getting the final operations right. So Mr. Mitnick and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds gave a really good big picture on COP, but I just want to note that a lot of the important details about the specific plan are still very much under development. And MPCA and our partners have been deeply engaged in this process every step of the way. So you know how it works. We have an array of alternatives. We refine them and make new alternatives. And at this point, we have a potentially final alternative called Q that gives us some concern, because the models show us that this alternative doesn't perform particularly well for Florida Bay during drought, which is the most critical time. 2015 and 2016 saw catastrophic seagrass die-offs in Florida Bay after severe drought, and those impacts were felt deeply by the Bay and by the community in the Keys. So we feel like this final COP has to ensure that the park and Florida Bay are better safeguarded against drought impacts. At this time, Alternative Q, we don't feel really does so. In fact, we would be very concerned that if Alternative Q moves forward, the Bay would be susceptible to another seagrass die-off if and when drought occurs. COP has to show that the ecosystem can be more resilient against drought because of these projects. Americans have spent $1 billion spending this infrastructure. Preventing ecological catastrophe has to be the primary goal. If not, what have we been doing? We saw in previous alternatives that were called Alternative O that really got it right for the Bay during drought, so we know what's possible. We also know that this alternative is certainly not final yet, and that the agencies are committed to getting this right for the Bay. So we're going to continue to refine, we're going to continue to make things better, but we're also going to be very careful that we're watching drought performance, because that's critically important. Just a few other quick things that I'll note on related topics. The 197 releases, I have letters from MPCA dating back to when I was in elementary school. We have been asking for decades to stop those releases. As well, we definitely want to see the water levels raised in S18C. That's part of the long-term plan. If it doesn't happen in this round, it has to happen soon. But for now, yes, we are very excited. We're happy for all of these conversations and great questions. We're looking forward to the workshops that are upcoming with the agencies, because we know that's a really good way for the stakeholders to engage, more so than just at the podium. So we're in a good place. We're going to keep looking forward, and we're excited about more water coming south. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Luis Garcia Falcon. I'm a current John Marshall intern with the Everglades Foundation and a nature photographer here in the Everglades. I want to thank the governing board members for allowing me to comment. I want to congratulate you on almost completing the Modified Waters Deliveries project. This is essential to allow natural sheet flow to again go into Everglades National Park, into Florida Bay, and re-nourish the ecosystems that exist within Everglades National Park, and also the Cape Sable seaside sparrow, which will protect critical habitat for the species. To show my appreciation, I brought 8 framed pictures that I've taken, and it's of a American alligator. And this is a success story of restoration and within Florida. So I hope it can be to allow you to remember what you're fighting for and to continue for Everglades restoration. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
After Kay Gates, I have Drew Martin, Shannon Estenos, and Tom McVicker.
I'd like to save my comments for general comments at the end.
Okay. Drew Martin?
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee group of the Sierra Club. And I wanted to first say that I really appreciate the discussion and the questions from the board. It's really educating me as well. So thank you so much for all your great questions. I appreciate them. I want to thank the Colonel and John for their presentation. We're excited, and I think we would agree with Kara Kapp. We're excited about this work. I mean, this is really important work. We have the same concerns that she has about the alternative queue, because we want to see as much water get into the park as we can get. And I agree with some of the comments that this does benefit the estuaries, because even though we're not at the point of doing SEP, the more water that flows to those STAs can get into these conservation areas and that can move south makes a big difference, because if the water's backing up, then it's more water's going out to the estuaries. So this is a truly great opportunity for you to move more water south. And we know, I was at the yesterday afternoon at the National Marine Fisheries meeting, which happened to coincide with your meeting, and there was quite a few of the charter boat captains from around the Keys, and they are seeing a decline in fish. And I have to believe that some of that decline has to do with environmental conditions, although they don't always know the reason. They definitely are saying that they're seeing a decline in fish, and that's affecting them and their business. So I think the more we can clean up Florida Bay, the more important it is for the entire economy. So you're providing a huge benefit, and I think that it's a great service to the public. I also am excited that you're going to have a presentation on climate change, and I think the corals are an issue and also something that benefits from clean water, because if you get clean water into the bay, that benefits the corals as well down in that area. And I particularly think that you do need to move water into Taylor Slough, because there's one of the problems during the drought is there was not enough water getting into that part of Florida Bay. So I really appreciate your work, and I just want to thank you so much. I'm excited for this new board, and I'm looking forward to more entertaining and educational discussions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I'm Shannon Espinoza. I'm with the Everglades Foundation. First of all, again, I want to reiterate congratulations on the progress on COP, both to the Water Management District and the Corps. I'm going to defer to Kara's comments. We are among that. The Everglades Foundation is, of course, very closely working with our partners, and we've really enjoyed working with the staff to try to get the very best alternative out of a COP as we can. The board covered so many topics. I wasn't going to speak, but you covered so many topics that there are a few things I think are worth saying publicly. First of all, I just am so thrilled about that we are going to launch the third and final phase of Tamiami Trail, and I think it was Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch who asked the question about, wait, what order are we doing this in? Is it? And I think Tamiami Trail is a wonderful story of an example of when opportunity knocks, you answer and you get the work done, even if it's a little bit earlier than you might actually need it, because you never know when opportunity is going to knock again. So I'm looking over at Mr. Bergeron, and when we were finishing the 2.6-mile bridges, Mr. Bergeron asked a very good question. Wait a minute, aren't we going to have a really small S333? Shouldn't we speed that up and sequence those? And this is to Ms. Roman's point. Sequencing is critical. So always looking as we're responding to opportunities to get infrastructure built, we should always be asking ourselves, all right, is there a little change we need to make to the sequence to get those incremental benefits? Not only is that important for the ecosystem, it's important for the public to both see progress in terms of construction, but then to see progress in terms of water management flexibility. And we know that Everglades restoration is it's moving over time, but those benefits are also moving. Every time we put a new piece of infrastructure in the ground, it gives us more flexibility and things become a little bit better. So that's one point I wanted to underscore. Congratulations on the light poles on Old Tamiami Trail. I think it's great. I'm glad that pavement's going to come out of the park. It's wonderful. It's an old relic, and I'm glad it's going. That's perfect. I really appreciate the conversation about the sparrow. Drew quipped that you should have Larry Williams' cell phone number. I know Mr. Bergeron already has it. I want
you can go ahead and give
and
it to
has
us.
had it for years. I strongly encourage you to get to know Larry and his team, because so many narratives are out there about endangered species and these supposed conflicts between endangered species and restoration. And when those narratives reach your ears, that's when you call his cell phone, because he's the regulator. What he says is what matters. And the sparrow, he's absolutely right. Not only is restoration good for the sparrow, but the sparrow has been good for restoration, because in its last Jeopardy opinion, it was the sparrow that caused the agencies and that Jeopardy opinion to get serious and speed everything up. So good for the sparrow, good for restoration. Water quality, thank you, John Mitnick, for acknowledging that the S12D, where's John Mitnick? The S12D and the S333 they behave differently, and they're very close together. And why is that? We've long theorized that there may be some design differences, but I'm glad by you acknowledging that, it takes the specter and fear of S333, I think, and this water quality thing away. We know that S12D doesn't exhibit the kind of problems and water quality that S333 does. And if we're going to do it if we're going to manage it adaptively, that's fine, that's good. But just acknowledging that, I think, is progress, and it'll help the agencies solve that problem and work their way through those potential conflicts. Last point. I want to underscore what Mr. Bergeron has mentioned earlier about looking at potential increased seepage management along the eastern side of the park. This is something that when I was at Interior, I really wanted us to do, was to look at ways that we can improve seepage management, because we're doing COP, and COP is awesome and it's great, but it's operational. And it could be that the folks living on the eastern side of the park need something a little more passive, a little more less engineered, and possibly a little bit more reliable. So I'm happy that we're going to take a look at that, and the foundation stands ready to have that conversation as a technical matter with you. So thank you, congratulations, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
you. My name is Tom McVicker. I wish I could have gone before Shannon, but I'll just try and go after. This isn't something I like to do, but I think it's important that you hear a little bit of the history in South Dade and get a perspective from agriculture down there. And there were no other volunteers in the room. I mentioned at the very first workshop that a lot of the problems in South Dade trace back to a design error with the South Dade conveyance system that was an unanticipated consequence of what the Corps built. It came online right around 1980. 1981, Tropical Storm Dennis parked over Florida Bay for 3 days. We had 23 inches of rain in the ag area in South Dade. 8.5 square miles was underwater, declared an emergency, agriculture wiped out. 1982, we had Tropical Storm Alberto up in Hendry County. Conservation Area 3 went way overstage. The deer herd was wiped out in 1982. January 1983, we had a big El Nino that not only blew out the estuaries, but we blew out the park. March 1983, the park superintendent came to the water board, declared an emergency, and read a 7-point plan that he wanted implemented. It became famous back in the 80s. No one's heard about it lately. But a big part of the 7-point plan was reflood East Everglades, northeast Shark River Slough. Bob Graham had to declare an emergency in 81 because of Dennis, and in 82 because of the deer. And in 83, he set up a big government committee in Dade County, back then it was called the Chapter 380 Committee, to look at what to do with the East Everglades. And that included, the committee included everybody, all the agencies, the local residents, and South Dade agriculture. And a lot of the ag families that participated in that committee are still down there. They've been farming since the 40s, and they're still there. We've probably had 12 colonels since then and 100 governing board members, but those people are still there, and they remember every step of the way. The outcome of that committee eventually became the Modified Water Deliveries Project, where the park was expanded and the Mod Waters program was approved by Congress, and the Corps built it. There was, because it was a broad committee, there was several things in there to protect agriculture in South Dade. The plan that Congress approved had that. The project that got built did not. The parts of that project that protect South Dade ag were taken out and not built and not gone back to Congress. Right after that, we had the C-111 South Dade project. It was a retrofit to a C-111 basin project that had to be built because of this error in the conveyance system. Again, a plan was produced quickly. A computer model was done. A bunch of assumptions were made. There were a whole lot of things in there to protect agriculture. Matter of fact, it was the plan that said, look, ag is going to be fine once we take all your land. Ag is going to be fine because we're building these buffers. That went to Congress, got approved. No sooner was it approved than it was changed on the ground down here. None of the pieces that were in that plan to protect agriculture were built or are still part of the plan. The C-111 spreader canal as part of SERP is a good project for agriculture and Taylor Slough. S-199 and S-200, you've heard that. Unfortunately, both of those pump stations have an off switch that is controlled by the Sparrow. You didn't talk about that this morning, but those are a couple of structures that, under some conditions, under COP, because of the Sparrow, they won't be able to be used. SEP is going to bring a ton more water into the East Everglades. A lot of that's going to seep east. Very important part of SEP was how you sequence the projects, and we've talked about that. Very important part of the sequencing, there's a protective element of SEP on the east side to protect the private property from all the water that's going to come that way. And under the integrated delivery schedule, that was the first element. Obviously, you got to put that in place first. But we had high water last year in the Everglades, and we can't wait for the integrated delivery schedule. So you're already constructing S333N, which is the biggest structure to bring more water east. And you haven't even broke ground or got a design yet of the structure on the east that's going to protect the people over there. So this is a kind of a repeat process. Let's do one thing. Let's get everybody on board. Let's go forward together. Ag has gone forward together on every one of those projects I just mentioned, but they've all played out in a different way. I just say that, and most of the growers that have been there since the 40s have, I'd say, are no longer bitter, but they're certainly skeptical. COP is a good plan. We've been allowed to participate. There's been some really brilliant, groundbreaking work done by Akeen and Walter's modeling group here, and we support it. But it feels like here we go again. We've got a computer model and all the right lip service that says this is going to be operated to protect agriculture. And we know it can without compromising with the park. But because there's so much water coming south, all it takes is a change in the way you operate one or two key structures, and you've just destroyed thousands of acres of agriculture. That's not the intent. It's never been the intent on any of these projects. But the future of ag is in the hands of how you operate these things. The model says you can do it, and we're hoping reality, and this board, because you're here when COP is going to be implemented, sees to it that ag isn't cast aside as COP goes forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tom, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Is it the position of the South Dade ag community that the seepage wall should go in as soon as possible? I think that's what you're saying. I'm just trying to confirm.
A seepage wall would help. Well, I'm not quite sure where. I mean, I've got places where I think it would do good, and there may be other ideas, but it would be an absolutely good thing to do and avoid some of this future conflict.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I ask you this because you're a walking dictionary. So, Tom, can you tell me, encyclopedia, can you tell me what year the 8.5 square miles Las Palmas was given that water mitigation protection by Congress?
1989.
I knew it. Thank you.
There you go.
That was an easy one.
Tia, are there more questions? I mean, more discussion.
District
Great.
Jeopardy champion.
Yeah. Don't ask questions you know the answer to. Okay. Do we have more discussion on this? We've had, I think, very healthy discussion on this. Does anyone have any? I don't think you're not asking for any direction, are you, Ms. Bartlett? Okay. I think this is very interesting. I thank everyone for kicking in. What I'd like to do now is go to the next agenda item, which I don't think is going to take too long, and then we'll break for lunch after that. So, Mr. Collins?
Good afternoon, Chairman Gonsi and governing board members. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to present to you today. I'm here asking for authorization to purchase lands in Miami-Dade County. Following on John's and the Lieutenant Colonel's very thorough presentation, I have one slide that talks about the background of the project, and the purpose is just to give context to the real estate. If I conflict with anything John said, please take John's word for it. The C-111 South Dade project features provide a buffer between Everglades National Park from the highly productive agricultural lands to the east. It is composed of 2 detention areas, a flowway, 3 pump stations, generally located here. It is part of the South Dade Conveyance System, which is part of the larger CNSF project. It provides flood control to agricultural lands in South Dade County and rehydrates Taylor Slough in Everglades National Park. Today, the focus is on the southerlymost land being acquired for the project, which is located down here. The history regarding the real estate activity in the area. The district began acquiring land there in 1986, and today it's acquired over 29,000 acres. This project was originally governed by a project cooperation agreement signed in 1995, but it was amended in 2014. The 2014 amendment is important because, amongst other things, it obligated the district to acquire the remaining acres in the Southern Glades land area, which is what I'm here for today. The goal is to have the land acquired by 2020 and certified, and it is necessary for COP implementation. Now to the parcel, generally speaking. It's located in southwestern Miami-Dade County and is bounded on the south and the west by Everglades National Park. It is a series of vacant wetlands. There are no improvements on the parcels or farming within the footprint. I'm asking for governing board approval to acquire 61 tracts totaling 351.42 acres with an appraised value of $2.64 million. There's a typo on the presentation. It's appraised value, and the prices range from $6,000 per acre to $8,000 per acre with an average of $7,300 per acre. The price variances are caused by property attributes such as road frontage or lack thereof, and future land use classification. 9 tracts, we made our initial offers in this area in 2016. Since then, 9 tracts have traded hands. So we're going to have to go back and make first offers on 9 tracts and second offers on 51 tracts. If we're unable to get a willing seller in each situation, I'm also asking for authority to initiate eminent domain action. In addition to asking for approval and eminent domain action, I'm also asking for governing board approval to request funding from Florida DEP, the SOETF funds, which will provide a portion of the funding for this acquisition, the balance of which will be provided by ad valorem funds. And with that, I present the resolution for your consideration.
Tia, do we have public comment?
Yes, sir. I have Drew Martin and Natalia.
Okay. Let's do that, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Collins, for board discussion.
Drew Martin on behalf of the Sierra Club Lock Set Group. I recommend that you move forward. We're in favor of this acquisition. I think it's an excellent investment, and I also encourage you to include the eminent domain if necessary. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak here. I appreciate your time. My name is Natalia Turkel, and I'm the Digital Communication Intern at the Everglades Foundation. I'm here today to voice my support for the C-111 South Dade project, specifically the positive effect that it'll have on the Florida Bay. Being from Miami and having spent several weekends out in the Keys growing up, I've seen the effects of hypersalinity on the Bay, especially back in 2015 when we had the massive seagrass die-offs. To prevent another crisis like the one that we had, and to protect our beautiful ecosystem with all of our seagrass and all of our mangroves and our fish, the estuary needs to receive more consistent volume, timing, and distribution of fresh water, especially now, as we move into changing weather patterns and increased global temperatures. Repairing freshwater disconnect, as C-111 does, will also have a largely positive benefit on Florida's economy in both the fishing and tourism industry, as a healthier and more beautiful bay will bring more people to the area. Once again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Board comments, discussion. Okay, Mr. Steinle?
Yes, I'd like to thank Mr. Collins and staff and everybody for bringing this issue and ask for your full support. This is a very, very good investment of our money. It's going to help in the C-111 spreader canal that we were just talking about a little earlier, because part of it might end up going to some of these properties. So it'll make things a lot easier for us. And we know how important of a piece the C-111 spreader is. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steinle?
I'm in full support of this, but I think it's worth mentioning that whenever the phrase eminent domain comes up, I know we don't take it lightly, nor should anybody. So I'm comforted that the current land is, we've confirmed there's no utilization currently, correct? Thank you, Stephen, for confirming that. And if you did have to use eminent domain, would the board be consulted on that, or is that with this approval then to your discretion?
You would be providing that authority in this resolution
Okay.
to proceed with eminent domain as the last resort.
Okay.
Anyone else? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to support this resolution.
I'd like to
second it.
Second. There you go.
Great. I have a motion and a second to support Resolution 2019-0605. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, Like sign. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to take a break till, let's say, 1:15 for lunch. Thanks. I'd like to call the governing board meeting of June 13th back to order. And we're on item number, I believe, 22, which is the impact of sea level rise and climate change on the district's mission. And let's see, Dr. Jurado and Colonel Reynolds and Akeen.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Really appreciate the opportunity to support this conversation today. I'm Jennifer Jurado. I'm the Director of Broward County's Environmental Planning and Community Resilience Division. I'm also our county's Chief Resilience Officer, and I want to share that I'm joined by my companions, Megan Houston, who's the Chief Resilience Officer for Palm Beach County, and Mr. Jim Murley, who's the Chief Resilience Officer for Miami-Dade County. And we are joined in spirit by our colleagues in Monroe County, Roman Gastesi and Rhonda Haig, who work with us on regional resiliency issues. Will the presentation queue up? It does. Thank you. And so I do have a brief presentation. I know I can't do adequate justice to all the work that's taking place, but I'll be glad to take questions now or at a later point in time. I do want to share that we, for the longest time, have appreciated that when we think about issues of community resilience, this is largely a function of the very immediate pressures that are relating to water. These include rising sea level that affect the management of our water management systems and contribute to coastal inundation. We have issues of extreme rainfall and drought that we know will be exacerbated by the changing climate and predictions that we anticipate with rainfall trends. Oftentimes when we think about future conditions and the impacts of rising seas, we tend to focus on the challenges for our coastal communities, but we full well know that the entire water management system relies upon our ability to discharge water to tide during these extreme rainfall events and basically continuously. As we lose discharge capacity because of rising sea at the tail end of the systems, it has the implication of causing all the water to back up in our system, and increasingly we know that our western communities are just as challenged by rising seas as our eastern communities. The flooding just takes place in a different form. Increased storm intensity, delivering more rainfall, and these systems that sit upon us for a longer period of time can deliver, as you know, 20 inches of rainfall in a day. So we're really looking at massive rainfall delivery and the ability of our systems to try to dissipate that water as quickly as possible, knowing that there are conditions under which we will flood. Rising seas also affect our water supplies. We've been dealing, in fact, this was our really entry into the impacts of rising sea and climate on our communities because it exacerbates the rate at which salt water moves into our aquifer. We have, through our work with the USGS, learned that sea level rise accelerates by a factor of 2 that movement of salt water into the aquifer, intercepting our coastal wells. And then clearly we have issues of water quality as we have a decreased ability to hold water in our systems because we're losing capacity and we have to pump as quickly as possible, moving that water off our landscape. It means that water is not being treated as well either. So we have a greater volume of water with a lesser level of treatment, and under warming temperatures, of course, we know that contributes to the types of blooms that are really plaguing all of our communities, and we also see, of course, developing, in the lake. And while we have this diverse array of impacts that are associated with these changing climate circumstances, I think it's fair to say that many in our community appreciate that sea level rise and the combination with extreme storms and even coupled with surge really contribute to this immediate risk of flooding that isn't just out in 50 years, it's not just in 60 years, these aren't 2100 projections, they're impacts and challenges for our communities today. And you can see the images here, whether it's in the coastal environment or the inland environment. The flooding that's taking place is really taxing communities. It's disrupting the ability to navigate in communities, making it to make it to doctor appointments, pick up children from school, attend office meetings. We had the impacts at Sawgrass Mills, where due to a flood event that occurred over a period of 3 days, they were shut down with a loss of about $30 million in economic activity because we just couldn't drain the landscape. And communities are bringing in, mobile equipment to try to address flooding as people are really held hostage to their neighborhoods. And many of our communities will say it's just simply wet all the time. A lot of our storage system has just been tapped because of the amount of development that's taken place, and we have a system that's decades and decades old. And so these are the types of challenges that have brought not just Broward County, but the 4 counties that I named, Palm Beach, Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe, working together collectively on addressing the shared challenges of climate and sea level rise. Together we represent 109 cities. You can see we account for about 1/3 of our entire state's population and economy. And we know ultimately that our success or failure in dealing with these issues will have large consequences not just for our community, but statewide because of the shared reliance that we have in our economics. So this shared realization resulted in our development of a compact. It's a voluntary agreement to work together on these issues with 4 primary commitments. Working on issues of policy, working to baseline the technical tools and science that support our decision making. We committed to developing a regional climate action plan that would just set the overall framework or foundation for addressing these issues on topics that we share, such as watersheds, transportation systems, airsheds, recognizing we're ultimately connected by a lot of congruent infrastructure. And then we agreed to come together with annual summits in which we assess our progress, kind of take a look at the landscape and figure out what we could be doing better and how. One of the most important deliverables that has come from the compact has been our work in developing a unified sea level rise projection. Prior to working collectively, we had different projections all over the place, and in fact, the South Florida Water Management District had its own projection as well. But we tapped the expertise of the district, the Army Corps of Engineers, our federal partners, our academic institutions, and in 2012, we developed our first projection. It was updated in 2015, and now we're in the process of updating this projection again with the same suite of technical partners. The important thing to take from this projection is that we tend to plan for the dark blue line on that curve, which coincides with the Army Corps, or it is the Army Corps high projection. And as a region, we all reference 2 feet of sea level rise as the planning standard for 2060. This is the projection that's used by consultant engineers for the whole field of work that we do. Our cities, half of them have formally adopted the sea level rise projection for planning purposes, not just our coastal cities, including our inland cities as well. I also want to say that we did move forward with our Regional Climate Action Plan. In fact, we developed our first plan in 2012. The second one was updated in 2017. It's a 5-year planning document. And so well represented in the action plan are recommendations that are focused on water. As I said, it was an early driver for many of us, and it continues to be one of the most primary features. You can see recommendations address topics such as our hydrologic modeling and making sure that those models are coordinated, the local, regional, and with and in conjunction with the district's broader regional models. Making sure that we approach water from an integrated standpoint, addressing natural systems, urban communities, agriculture, water supply, drainage, wastewater, stormwater, the whole suite of water resource considerations. Ensuring that we're consistent in the accounting for the operations and investments that are happening at all scales. And then we identified several key recommendations focused on resilience, principally the Central South Florida flood control system. And I have to articulate that that is so fundamental, what happens with this system, because all the work that we do locally, all the work that we do within Broward County, it's all calibrated to what happens with the Central South Florida flood control system. And we have to make assumptions that that system is going to work in a certain way moving forward without the certainty quite yet. And I want to acknowledge that in all of this process, too, we have continued to rely quite heavily on the expertise of the Water Management District in helping to consider some of the most critical work in our area. I want to give a couple of examples of how we translate regional recommendations to local planning. And this is work of whether it's Broward County or any of our other counties that we're all undertaking, developing vulnerability assessments that focus on predicted flood elevations throughout our communities as we pass through the decades reflective of rainfall and sea level rise trends, improving data, improving our models. We're investing in stormwater improvements and design standards. We've had an incredible focus on how do we modernize our standards to account for changes that are already taking place, as well as those that we know will continue to observe in these out decades. And some of these planning activities are now really meeting up with the way that we invest in our communities. And I have a couple of key examples. One is the groundwater table map in Broward County. We were already observing that groundwater wells in our coastal communities were reflecting more than a foot change in groundwater table as a function of sea level rise. We worked with the USGS to model how this rise in sea level would affect our groundwater table up to that 2-foot sea level rise scenario. Why is it important? Because all of our drainage systems, all of our stormwater systems account for a certain amount of storage in the soil, and as the groundwater table rises, we lose that storage capacity, drainage systems don't work as well, and we also start to see higher flood elevations with the even nominal stormwater event or rainfall events. So we updated our groundwater map to now account for this shift in the groundwater table, and very quickly that bottom right graphic shows from west to east in Broward County. The dashed blue line is the historic groundwater table. The solid blue line is the modeled groundwater table up through 2060, and that brownish line is the land elevation. So you can see where the blue line intercepts the land elevation, that's where you have very little storage that remains as a function of that rise in the groundwater table. Today, all new development and all major redevelopment in our county has to account for that new map that's part of our regulatory process. The next area of intense effort is focused on our 100-year flood maps. Now, this is a flood map. This particular one is referenced as our community flood map. It's not the map used to set rates for the NFIP, but we do use it to set our finished floor elevations for commercial and residential structures. So now that we have our updated groundwater map, we have modeled the 100-year rainfall event with the rise in sea level that affects our drainage systems and the reduced storage in the ground soil. This map is in, we're finalizing the map in September. Our cities are participating in this exercise, but the district has been a major partner as well, providing technical support throughout the model development and the assumptions. And we're utilizing data collected from this process to help update your own water atlas that can support your level of service studies. So we're trying to bring these projects together. And I want to acknowledge that while that work's taking place, we're also working and have worked with the Army Army Corps of Engineers to not only look at how we manage water better within our communities, but how do we keep as much water out as possible. So we've done hydrodynamic modeling that accounts for sea level rise and storm surge, and we're in the process of amending our land use plan and our code of ordinances to require a consistent top elevation for our tidal flood barriers, including berms and seawalls and any other type of coastal infrastructure where water can trespass. What's the basis for all of this work? Well, in addition to the issues of community livability and navigation and the types of disruptions that occur, there's, of course, a very significant eye on what's happening in communities such as ours, as there's evaluations of the potential economic consequences. Bond rating agencies are asking local governments, what are you doing on resilience? We have development that's taking place, and the investors are questioning not only how is that building being designed for future conditions, but what's happening around it with all the supporting infrastructure that will be required to deliver services. We have concerns about what might happen with the tax base if we fail to respond early and start to see property values erode, which then contribute to reductions in revenues that are required in order to keep up with resiliency investments. So we would argue that there's a strong economic argument and urgency for acting early and getting ahead of that issue, in addition to the questions of the national flood insurance policy and the affordability of those policies. We're trying to stay ahead of changes in flood maps, building to future conditions to make sure that we keep as much of our properties out of that flood zone as possible. This has brought the business community in a very prominent way to the partnering in this conversation. We have formed, as of 3 years ago, an economic resilience work group, and our chambers, our business development groups are all participating in more of a resilience conversation about how we bring planning and resources to the types of investments that are needed. I want to conclude in noting, though, that with all the work that is happening and the forward progress that's been taking place, we know that the Water Management District and our federal partners at the Army Corps of Engineers are absolutely fundamental to the effectiveness of our work. We, as I said, make strong assumptions about how the system will work. Your modeling activities, your investments to look at future conditions, we absolutely need in order to form the quality of the work that we're doing and ensure that the design standards and the recommendations that we're making have adequate bearing. The level of service studies for your flood management system, that's critical in terms of determining what's the capability and capacity of these systems, not just today, but moving into future conditions. And overall, the Central South Florida flood control system, upon which all of us depend as we work at tiers of operation with local water management, we have to be able to rely upon the operations of that much broader, much more significant flood control system as a basis for how we design. So as we move forward, we would urge that you would continue to view local governments as strong partners, capable partners, resources, the exchange of knowledge, data, the joint contribution to the models and the planning exercises that we all need are augmented by our individual and collective efforts. We urge urgency in addressing the types of evaluations that are needed for level of flood service studies and the resilience of the Central South Florida flood control system overall. I think we're late in having a lot of these more regional projects receive the type of focus that's needed, given that early studies do reveal extensive vulnerabilities to our control structures and the pump operations that are required for not only for future conditions and the size of the population that we have that relies upon that system. So thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to be able to answer some questions later.
Well, thanks very much. If we weren't paying attention before, we are now. The lightning strikes. Is there? How do you work with the state's resiliency officer? You guys have been around for a while, and you're regional, which we need. But is there coordination at the state level so that the East Coast is talking to the West Coast, is talking to the Southeast, is talking to the Northeast?
Yeah, it's a very good question. Actually, we've been collaborating with the Tampa Bay region for several years as they just formulated their coalition on, I think it's a resilience coalition. We had been lending support to the Regional Planning Council and the universities as they were supporting that conversation with their business community and their local community altogether. We've been lending compact support, sharing the model that we've used for organizational capacity with the Gulf Coast University that's sought to help facilitate a collaboration with the partners in the Naples area. We've been working with the East Central Regional Planning Council as they're looking to develop a compact of sorts as well. We've been providing support there for maybe about 18 months. Working with the state, we have a very strong relationship with DEP and Whitney Gray, who's been serving as their resilience program manager. And we anticipate that as they bring in the chief resilience officer, that this will be an extraordinary opportunity for elevating all of the work of our regions together to help the state and all of our communities, large and small, gain the benefit of the work that we've all been managing for more than a decade. No reason for everybody to have to rework a lot of the process that we have. We really need to help accelerate the efforts of all of our communities and work closely with the state on helping to prioritize the investments that are needed.
Well, thanks for all the work you've done. If the board has any questions, we can certainly go there, and I'd ask that as we go through questions, get my attention, and we'll try and take an orderly process so that we can stay in line. Go ahead, Jackie.
Hi, it's wonderful to have you and your comrades here today. Can you just, for me, I mean, I feel like I was exposed to what you all are doing a few years ago, but I'm very interested. I mean, was Florida the first? I mean, you all are so innovative. How did it start? And when did you start working with the district on these things?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It was actually in 2009. Many of our county commissioners were in D.C., and there was some consideration of important legislation that would help address issues of the climate concerns that our communities had. And we wanted to make sure that the issue of resilience wasn't being lost. So at that time, it was realized we were all working aggressively on the issue, but completely independently. Nothing was coordinated across the 4 counties. So our commissioners challenged staff to come back in a matter of 3 months. We organized a summit, and the outcome of that summit was the formalization of the compact, that voluntary commitment. So it was formally implemented, signed by all 4 counties by January of 2010. So we're in our 10th year now of collaborative work. We've seen many transitions in, the commissions along the years. And initially, there were no resources. Today, all of our counties contribute financially to providing centralized staffing that helps with the implementation. And a lot of our work is really based on capacity building. So the counties are the counties, but we've got, again, 109 cities throughout all of our counties. And there's a lot of work that we can do at the regional level that can support the cities. And we try to develop tools, develop guidance, provide training that will allow them to bring into their own operational processes the work that's happening regionally and support them. And so we continue to hold the regional summits as a major convening with strong federal, state, private sector, local government, community, not-for-profit support. It's very diverse academic partners. You asked the question about the Water Management District's participation. So we have a staff steering committee, and while the 4 counties were the primary authors and co-signatories to the compact, we have a staff steering committee that includes, and I should have said it, and I apologize, that's what happens when I don't have a prompting slide. We've had staff representatives on an ad hoc appointees, and that includes the Regional Planning Council, Water Management District, and the Nature Conservancy. We also have expanded and have municipal representatives that serve on the staff steering committee as well. And that committee gets together every 2 weeks for planning purposes, or at least has coordination activities. We have biannual retreats and participation in the delivery of workshops. So I'd say that we're talking to each other on a weekly basis at minimum, and sometimes more frequent. And the Water Management District, as I said, has been a key contributor to the regional planning sea level rise projection.
That's right. So they've been involved since 2010?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation and also for mentioning Florida Gulf Coast University. I wanted to make sure that I shared this with my colleagues and also with the public, that Collier County is participating in the NOAA project, which is a project to look at coastal resiliency and sea level rise. And this project is being led by Dr. Michael Savarese and also Dr. Peter Chen. So we're really looking at urban resiliency and also how the natural resources help in that regard. And also, at the beginning of May, there was an organizing meeting at Florida Gulf Coast University with the 3 coastal counties and the 10 cities to look at forming a compact for looking at storminess and sea level rise. So we've just taken off on some initiatives. We're looking at for leadership. You've been very generous with your help, and also the compact here has also helped us. So I want to say thank you as well.
Well, thank you, and we're a big fan of Mike, and he attended last year's summit also, and I know he's spoken extensively with Jim Murley and others on the compact and that effort. Thank you.
John?
Yes, also, great presentation. I'm exhausted just listening to you, by the way. But I was wondering if your group has looked into, when you talk about, and I know obviously the finished floor elevation on residential especially, is going to keep increasing and increasing. So what's going to happen when you have somebody going to build a house in an existing community that maybe is 15, 20 years old, and now all of a sudden they're going to have to build at a much higher level than their neighbors, and so you have the water runoff problem, which of course can be, you can build a retaining wall around that house, but the neighbors, nobody's going to want that. Have you all looked into what's going to happen in situations like that?
Yeah, there are different approaches in different counties, and so while we have an overall framework, clearly there are nuances to how redevelopment and development are treated. In Broward County, we do require that water be managed, on site, and I should share that when we reviewed the ordinance for the change in the groundwater table, we went through a number of scenarios where we looked at site redevelopment, and we said, how would this same project, what would be the drainage requirements for the same project under the new elevation? And we were able to demonstrate that you could still support those projects with about a 0.6 to 1.5% increase in cost. So what happened? Well, there might be more infiltration trench that's required. This is not a house. In this case, I'm talking more about a commercial development, but differences in the types of retention areas and the pumps. But the on-site storage is required, and we're very familiar with the challenge of that bathtub effect with the fill. We will be going through a review once we have this modified flood map to look at all the mitigation strategies that we would recommend to be collectively implemented. It doesn't happen overnight, but how much of that change in the flood elevation can be mitigated through modified water management operations, modified redevelopment requirements about the way that we store, distribute, treat, dispose, recycle stormwater. There will be clearly active improvements to the stormwater management systems themselves. So it's not as if we're just going to inherit the modified flood elevation, but we will need to look at, through the redevelopment process, how can we be creative about the way we manage water, because we may not be able to do it the same way that we have historically.
Great. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Come on up, Jennifer. So I just wanted to point out, I should have said this before Dr. Gerardo got up, but as we've been dealing with in Tallahassee when I was there, every time this subject came up, Dr. Gerardo was there. And so she has been the face of this issue, I think, for the state of Florida for quite some time. And so I was very excited that she was able to come up here and spend the time with us. So
that was a good presentation.
Right after. Nope.
Still Flood Awareness Month.
I would also point out that, she has been very, very focused on this issue, and you saw that focus as she was presenting with lightning strikes going on around her and not missing a beat.
She didn't flinch.
And I'd just like to point out, although I've been up here in front of you twice today, this is quite unusual. I think this is only the 4th time I've ever presented to the governing board in like the 4 years I've been in this job. So I apologize for you guys having to endure me twice in one day.
You're very popular with us, okay?
So there's just 3 efforts that the Corps is working on right now that relates to resiliency that I wanted to have an opportunity to highlight to you today. And the first one is our South Atlantic Coastal Study. So this is the $16 million 4-year effort to take a look at really the entire Southeast region and how we handle the comprehensive nature of addressing critical infrastructure challenges across these multi-state region. Obviously, Florida has a huge coastline as part of this effort. And some of the things that I just wanted you to be aware of with this study as we go through it is this study was funded through the supplemental bill from Hurricanes Irma, Harvey, and Maria. And so this is a fully funded federal, 100% federal study. And what's interesting about this study is that there's a similar study that the North Atlantic region did that there will be a lot of comparisons. So this study, we are using what we learned in that North Atlantic study to help us develop and work on this study. But obviously the areas are really different. One of the most significant differences is while the North Atlantic region has a really high population all along their coast, the South Atlantic region has a less dense population base, but has a lot more environmentally sensitive areas as part of our study area. And so some differences like that are some of the things that we're working on right now as we look forward to figuring out what should be the areas of highest emphasis. And so next week, we will be going live with the web-based effort that is going public so that the public can comment on our study efforts so far and that identify those areas of highest risk and highest vulnerability that we think that the study should focus on moving forward. And so that's where we are with this study. This study is scheduled to be complete in August 2022. So we're really just at the front end of this effort. And so this public website that goes live next week is our first very significant public interaction on the study where we're getting really substantial public input into where we are with the study moving forward. And then this study does not actually authorize any of the projects that could be implemented after the study. Those will have to compete for funding in order to actually be implemented. The second effort is the Miami-Dade Back Bay Feasibility Study. This is a $3 million study. Again, this is being implemented as part of the supplemental bill from Hurricanes Harvey, Irma, and Maria. The Baltimore district is actually implementing this study for us. So we have a program manager that's managing from Jacksonville district, but because we have so much work in the supplemental bill, this was a study that we looked to another district that had done similar studies in the North Atlantic region, and they are doing this effort for us in Miami-Dade. And then the third one is something that Dr. Jurado mentioned and has been really instrumental in getting on people's radars. So when we first started talking about the supplemental work with the Harvey, Irma, and Maria supplemental bill, one of the things that I know Dr. Jurado, the Water Management District, and many others talked about was this interaction between coastal resilience and inland resilience. That's really unique across the country. So you don't have that interaction in many other places because you don't have areas as flat as Florida, where the inland flooding is so impacted by what happens on the coasts because of the low elevation change between your inland flooding communities and your coastal communities. And so it's particularly challenging here in Florida, and particularly challenging as we look at the Central and Southern Florida project that was originally constructed to support 2 million people. Obviously, it supports between 8 and 9 million people today. That's a huge difference. And so In conjunction with the changes that we've seen in rapid population growth and development across the project area, complemented by the impacts of sea level rise and coastal resilience requirements that Dr. Jurado talked about, what does that mean for this project? And so, although it was not authorized, a study like this was not authorized as part of the supplemental that passed in 2018, the supplemental that passed last week, initial indications as we look at that bill, is that Florida could be eligible to receive funding for this type of study. That said, as we scope out what we think this project looks like, we think this is about a $16 to $20 million effort. There's $35 million in the supplemental bill that passed last week for investigations, for studies, all across the affected states. So that size of a chunk, a $20 million chunk out of $35 million, is probably not realistic. So we are still putting together that package, and we are submitting it for consideration for the supplemental bill. We are also submitting that package for consideration for future funding authorities, so work plan dollars, future appropriations, future president's budgets. We are also developing a $7 to $8 million package that we are putting forward under all of those same appropriations mechanisms, the supplemental work plan packages and future appropriations and budget requests that highlight specifically high vulnerability areas and highlight the interaction between coastal resilience and the CNSF project. And so we have two different study packages that'll be going forward that'll have slightly different objectives and slightly different focus, but could be complementary. If, for example, the smaller package were funded through the supplemental bill, then we would look at revising a package that would build off of the supplemental bill study results and allow us to look at some complementary results that we'd get from that study that would allow us to look more generally at the Central and Southern Florida project holistically. So then that package could potentially be smaller. So those are the three efforts that we have that are ongoing with the Corps, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Mr. Bergeron, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question regarding the South Atlantic Coastal Study. That seems to be like an umbrella study for the Southeast Coast. How are you taking into account other research and studies that are already completed? Is this going to be something that's, not going to take some of those results into account? Or are you going to look at some of the research that's already been funded and completed by some of the other communities?
We're absolutely collaborating with other communities and other partners. It saves us time and money to use what other work has already been done and incorporate that into our own work and into our own studies. So we're absolutely using all of the information that we have available. Sometimes the challenge is that different models are used and it's difficult to piece them together into a holistic picture that compares apples to apples, so to speak, so that you can actually combine everything and all the data syncs up. So we are having some challenges with using some of that information to just stitch together. But we are absolutely taking a look at all of the information that is available and trying to work it into the comprehensive study.
Because I was just looking at your slide and I didn't see that part of the process, and I was just wondering. I'm glad to hear that, because there's some big dollars being spent in some communities to do the modeling. So thank you.
And they're absolutely doing more specific modeling than some of our regional modeling is possible. And so putting them together, And we see that particularly happening in the next phase of the study as we hone in on the specific areas that will be the most critical areas of vulnerability, that will look more in depth at what the alternatives and solutions are that we can look at for projects. Then we'll be able to take into account even more of the local work that's been done and gives us more specificity on specific structures, specific areas, and specific types of solutions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Colonel Rono. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Right. Good afternoon. I'm Akin Owoshino. I'm Chief of your Hydrology and Hydraulics Bureau. And I called rank. My title is what's closest to what you have on your agenda. I'm kind of playing home. I'll be wrapping up the series of talks today, the 3 presentations you're getting. But I'd like to first share with you that what you'll be hearing today is just a subset of stuff we've been doing. This is one in a series of talks that I look forward to sharing with you over the next several months. There's a lot more exciting stuff going on, but for today, I hope to focus on the flood protection mission. Start off by describing the approach we've used at the district over the last several years to deal with the issues of climate change and the impact on the district mission. The first thing we did, and the direction that we had many years ago, was to focus on the constantly evolving science. We've had very top-notch folks who've stayed engaged in what's happening in the science so we can figure out what's real and what's actionable that we can use to bring information back to our leadership and to the board to help guide decision-making. In the area of climate change, our focus has been mostly on sea level rise and on the impact of sea level rise on the mission elements, looking at areas of safeguarding water resources, looking at protecting communities from flooding, or meeting the region's water supply needs. I'll briefly mention some of the other areas, but I will touch on the flood protection mission in a little bit more detail today. One of the key aspects of the strategy we implemented was the support and assistance of local government and other stakeholders by providing technical support. I'll use this model to summarize the key impacts. Starting from the natural systems to the bottom left of the screen you're looking at, we have projects such as SERP that are restoring the natural system. And it's important to know how those projects would be impacted by rising sea levels. A couple of efforts in that area include areas where saltwater is likely to get into freshwater marshes. And there have been things currently observed, such as the collapse of peat beds or the migration of mangroves that have been studied by district and others. We're collaborating on those studies, trying to understand the mechanisms that are at work and how that affects our restoration efforts. In the area of flood protection, or protecting our communities from flooding, Dr. Jurado mentioned urban flooding, and I'd just like to spend a minute or two with this graphic explaining what the issue is. Currently, we have many structures at the district. Several of these are coastal structures that have multiple purposes. Some of the structures are called salinity barriers, and in that role, they are closed when the tides come up to prevent saltwater from running up the canals, contaminating the aquifers that provide the drinking water source for many of our coastal communities. When those structures are closed, they are not performing one of their other functions, which is to be open to allow stormwater to drain. What happens as sea level rises is that the period of time they spend being closed increases. And while they're closed, they're not providing discharge, and they increase the risk to flood protection. So urban flooding is a key issue, a key impact on our mission. And that's what I'll spend some time on today. But there is also the risk to water supply from saltwater intrusion, and Dr. Jurado mentioned this as well. On the area of water supply, the districts had a number of responses, and what I'd like to highlight on today's presentation is what we're doing with the location of the front. We made a decision back around 2009 to map the location of the saltwater front and map it every 5 years so that we can see what's happening to the front. The idea being, if the front is moving inland, we can take appropriate action, and if it's retreating, we have a decent idea what's going on. The initial series of maps were developed for the 2009 period. They were updated in 2014, and there's effort ongoing right now to create another set for 2019. In the graphics you're looking at, the yellow line represents the 2009 lines, and the red lines the 2014 location of the saltwater front. One of the challenges that Air Force faces is the fact that the network we're using is opportunistic. It's a network of wells built for other purposes, and there's a risk, as the need for those wells go away, that some of the data may be lost. And very important aspect of this work effort is to use consistent methods with consistent points of data so that you can actually see the actual movement. So that's the challenge this effort faces, and it's one that I'll deal with in a little bit more detail when I give the portion of the talk that deals with what we're doing on water supply. But in addition to mapping the location of the front, in our water supply planning efforts and our other planning efforts, we've emphasized conservation as a way of reducing the pull on the aquifer system. A number of the utilities that are in areas where saltwater intrusion is a risk have created alternative water supply sources or alternative well fields where they can shift their withdrawals further west if necessary. And the district has been active in supporting alternative water supply sources, including use of the Floridan aquifer and ASR technology. Before I dive into the flood protection piece, I thought I would reinforce something that you would hear multiple times during my presentation. The flood control system in South Florida is part of a three-tiered system that includes a primary system, a secondary, and a tertiary system that's managed by different organizations. The primary system is analogous to the major interstate highways, and it's run by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the district. It's the main system that provides the getaway capacity for stormwater. It's what discharges to tide. The secondary system is managed often by local governments, special districts, 298 districts, analogous to city streets. It's what discharges water into the primary system and which discharges it to tide. And the tertiary system is what you would have analogous to neighborhood streets. In our system, that is managed by homeowner associations and individual landowners. The reason I use this slide is to emphasize that for this system to work, all three tiers must be in concert. And what we're doing in the primary system must line up with what's been done in the secondary and tertiary system and vice versa. A solution in the primary system may still result in flooding in the tertiary system if the secondary system is undersized. And a clogged up primary system would result in potential impact to the secondary and tertiary if it's not working. So I emphasize this slide because the approach we've used going forward relies heavily on coordinating with folks responsible for the secondary and tertiary system. Back about a decade ago, realizing the challenges we faced, we did an initial exposure screening looking at our coastal structures, the salinity barriers, doing a vulnerability assessment of those structures based on their design conditions, what they were built to do. And what we found was that many of these coastal structures were vulnerable to sea level rise. What you're looking at on the map to the right are dots that represent about 36 or so coastal structures, about 26 of which are in some orange or red color. The ones in the red color are structures where we found that their design elevation between the head and the tailwater is as little as about half a foot. And with sea level rise, those structures will become less and less efficient as sea level rises. The ones that are in orange have a little bit more give, but not an awful lot. They're still vulnerable, and the ones in green have quite a fair amount of leeway. The most vulnerable structures were found to be in the Miami-Dade, Broward area, as well as some on the West Coast around Naples. And this has been the area where we've prioritized some of our subsequent work. Now, the original screening was done with design conditions. What we've learned in the time since is that due to smarter operation by our water managers and infrastructure that have been coupled onto the CNSF system, some of these structures have had a little bit more life board. And so what we're planning on doing, and actually what we have started doing, is we're revisiting that exposure screening to confirm the priorities. And that effort is going on right now. Expect it will be over in another 16 to 18 months. So, based on what we learned and some discussions that happened about 5 or 6 years ago, the district decided to try to stand up a program called the Flood Protection Level of Service Program. What this program was aimed at doing was addressing a question that we're beginning to face. We have this aging infrastructure that would require refurbishment, repair, and maybe replacement. And the question was, do we replace this in kind? And would we get another 50 to 100 years if we did? Or do we need to do something different? What the program was put in place to do was to help prioritize places where we needed to go to, figure out what it was we needed to do when we get to those structures or those places that were at risk. Help us have a formal process to initiate the retrofits and adaptations necessary at these locations to continue to provide flood protection for the communities that we serve. And allow us to integrate what we're doing with what's being done by others and coordinate with local government, utilities, others within the district that are working in related or relevant areas, but both coordination in-house and with stakeholders. The program was started back in about 4 years ago. And the way we structured it was that there were supposed to be 3 phases, and we'll start with the first phase. The first phase is an assessment phase, was focused on finding out where the vulnerabilities were. The second phase would go into design and selection of what the correct fix to the problems that were identified were, and advance that to a point where you could attach a cost to it by doing a detailed amount of design. And then the last phase would be the actual implementation of that solution so that we would have a resilient flood protection infrastructure. We started, that is not what's supposed to happen. All right. So we started first by prioritizing the watersheds across the district. Where do we go to first to start doing the assessments? We took input from the original screening. We looked at the areas where there was pressure from sea level rise, as well as pressure from development. And the map you see to your left shows the areas where we decided to move to. The darker colors represent areas where we've recently completed work or are working on projects right now. As the colors go lighter, it signifies a lower priority. We cut our teeth on the C4 basin. We realized that the volume of work far exceeded the staffing we had, and that we're going to outsource the majority of this work. And to be able to properly develop the scope and ask for help the way we needed, we felt it was important to do one of the basins first. So we picked C4, which was rather challenging, and we learned a lot of lessons from C4 that helped us to develop the scope to work on the C7 and Big Cypress Basin, which were the basins we moved to after. The goal that we have is to cycle through the district with this assessment. And when we finish the first cycle, we'll pick on the first basin again and do a revisit and make sure that things haven't changed in the period since. A big aspect of this program, as I mentioned earlier, is coordination and collaboration with local government and others with responsibility for flood protection in the communities where we'll be working. I mentioned that we recently completed 2 studies, the C7 and Big Cypress Basin. I kind of inserted this slide so I could talk about 1 or 2 things that were special about these 2 studies. The C7, in addition to doing the assessment, gave us an opportunity to test techniques for comparing solutions, whether or not they came from the original system, which the district was responsible for, or from the secondary or tertiary system. And that approach was something that was documented and provided to Miami-Dade County to include in its local mitigation strategy. The BCB watershed, we finished some work there recently, and some of our findings have been worked into BCB's capital plan for the next 5 years. And we identified 1 or 2 other things that require further coordination with the county by way of a regional study. To implement a project like this is not cheap, and I was listening very intently when Drew gave you a presentation yesterday on some of our asks. For the 3 phases, what I've tried to do here is show you what the potential, the likely cost is. And when the project is in full-fledged, I expect that the assessment piece would run about $2 million a year to do assessments. The detailed study, the resilience studies is what we call them, and the adaptation design would run between $1.5 million and $2 million a year when we're in full-fledged. And the resilience infrastructure work, the actual refurbishment, replacement, additions to the current structures would run anywhere from 30 to 70 million, depending on how aggressively we intended to move forward. And the package I have on this slide here is a mid-range package, which roughly comes to about 60 million a year. Of course, the discussions on how aggressively we go would be a discussion that will be had with leadership and with your guidance. But I wanted to give you an idea of the cost implications of engaging this issue at this time. And the last slide I have is I wanted to end with the need for coordination and integration, because this is one of the most critical pieces of a successful project to address resiliency in our flood control infrastructure. There are a number of opportunities, things that are happening right now, threats and opportunities that we want to be very closely watching and engaged in. Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds talked about the SACS study and the Back Bay studies, and the districts engaged currently in both of those efforts. Miami-Dade County, who is the partner for the Back Bay study, invited us, and so did the Corps, and we work closely with them as they advance those studies. We're also very excited to learn about and engage the Corps as the local sponsors as we look at the comprehensive restudy of the CNSF project. We work with local government and intend to continue doing that. Dr. Horado mentioned earlier some projects that were happening in Broward County, and we engage with her and her staff on those projects. And some of the work they're doing is going to help us actually expedite the level of service projects in Broward County, because the modeling tools they're building are being built to match our needs, essentially. And we support, also in Collier County, I don't want to leave Collier County out, we're actively talking with Collier County on multiple efforts, either coming out of a level of service work or other efforts that the county is looking on. We support different counties, local governments, and academic institutions in grant funding applications. And pleased to mention that one of our applications with the University of Florida, Dr. Shen, and Mike Savary's Florida Gulf Coast, has recently been selected for approval, and it will allow us to look downstream of our coastal structures, which is a key challenge we have in many of our systems, both on the east and west coast. And with that, I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question in regards to your water supply response slide. I noticed that the red and the yellow line are pretty much consistent with each other, except in one area in Broward County. And I was wondering if you had any insight into why that's the case.
Sure. I'm showing only 2 locations and 1 aquifer. We do these lines for multiple aquifers, and multiple locations. There's a full report, and I picked these two because they actually have areas where you've seen a deviation. The movement in groundwater is relatively slow. It's why we picked 5 years as a reasonable increment, except in areas where you see pressure on the aquifer, where you see withdrawals happening. And the areas where you often see movement inland, the green dots, I'm not sure how well they show on your graphic, represents well fields. Okay. And in areas where you have well fields, you are actively pumping in that particular aquifer. And in those areas, there's a tendency to move the groundwater inland. Not sure if that's necessarily the course in this particular area. Sometimes just having canals would allow saltwater to move inland and would show up. But the key is any place where you see a deviation like this is often a place where staff from our organization and the utilities that are active in those areas would have been in active conversation, and somebody's doing something about this at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Jackie?
Hello. My question, I guess, is about groundwater, because that was the first thing that came up with Dr. Harato, and then you mentioned it too. And I was looking more up towards Martin County. I didn't see any of the red dots there. But with the groundwater being a component of change for sea level rise too, is it true that it would be helpful to have more fresh water on the land? Like we've removed the fresh water that used to run from the edge of Lake Okeechobee to Florida Bay, basically, and now we're draining it out the St. Lucie River and the Caloosahatchee River for the most part. But I mean, if we could get good at what we'd like to do over time, could we help ameliorate groundwater coming up or saltwater intrusion?
The simple answer is yes, but it's a little bit more complicated. If you are able to maintain adequate head on the freshwater side, raise your water table, you would provide a gradient towards the ocean, towards saltwater. And the steeper that gradient, the harder it is for saltwater to come inland. As saltwater rises, it's matched by the groundwater. The challenge we have is that a lot of our coastal areas are actually coastal communities, and they require that groundwater storage, that space, to take care of the low rainfall intensity events, provide some drainage, minimize the flood risk. So as sea level rises, you just can't raise groundwater tables as well in those areas because they would show up in your streets, in your swales, septic systems would fail. So it's a challenge to try to figure out how do you mitigate the effect of rising sea level while also providing flood protection on the inland side where it's urban, where people live. If it's in a natural area, it's a little bit more straightforward, and a lot of what we're doing with Everglades restoration would achieve the restoration goal, but is also helpful for combating sea level rise in those areas that's natural, because it stages up a little bit more water, increases the groundwater levels. But it depends really on where you are, and the challenge we have, or the issues that we have to address, is the fact that we have these competing objectives that don't line up the same way.
Thank you.
Thanks. I have a question about the district's infrastructure. You have a vulnerability assessment you saw with a bunch of red dots, probably way too many red dots, than more red than anything else. What can we do? Is there a retrofitting? Or I mean, I'm assuming different structures need different things. So I'm wondering sort of how you prioritize and evaluate that.
Yes. So very good question, first of all, and that's what the level of service program is trying to help us answer. Okay. There isn't an easy answer, and if Dr. Hurado had an hour with you, she might have touched on one of our favorite topics, which is that there's a part of the CNSF system which is downstream of our structures. So the easy solution in many cases is we couple a pump with the structure, and when the structure is closed, we'll turn on the pumps and we'll still have some positive flow provide flood protection. There's just one problem. In some of those structures, people live downstream. And if you're pumping on them at a time when things are stressed, that's really not a good plan. So we don't know what all the answers are going to be. It's the reason why when we laid out the program, we put in that second phase, which is where we will do the study. It will depend on each of the locations, and the solution that's appropriate for that location would have to be determined.
And in your chart, you have a year one. What would that year one be? Is that next year, this year?
It will be next year.
Next year.
Just in case somebody notes the math different, I think Drew showed you some numbers. They line up.
Okay.
I told you that there was more that I'm not covering today. We have a number of resilience initiatives that show up in the design piece, which don't show up on my chart. I'm focused right now on the level of service program. And the level of service program is funded at some level right now, and the $800,000 that Drew showed you is additional to the current level of funding.
So that 800 is on top of what you have here?
Correct. Is on top of what I currently have to match up with what I have on this table.
Okay, so this table includes the 800?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
And Mr. Chair, as we move forward, you heard Colonel Reynolds talk about the investments they're making in their studies, and so as I was talking about yesterday, I mean, those numbers are large numbers, you know, especially when you get to retrofitting. That's where, you know, we don't need to double invest the Corps and the district. And so if the Corps starts getting traction on getting funds put to this, we'll marry them up. And, you know, we may not have to bring as much to the table. You know, I'm not sure how it will pan out. My old worry in this is that we need to start, right? We need to continue, and it's something we can't leave unattended. I say I'm advocating us move forward, continue to partner with the local governments and the state and the Corps, and then we'll just adjust the numbers as we go.
Great.
Right.
I have one question.
Mr. Bergeron?
I think I'm trying to understand, we got two different impacts here. Would sea rising increases the intrusion, and I guess the more consumption of water we use increases that. Am I correct?
Yes.
Is there a direct...
The more you pump the wells that are close to the coast, the more you pull saltwater in by lowering the fresh water.
Right. Yeah. And the more water you discharge greater than what's natural out of our natural resources would affect that as well?
It would, because it means that water that would have sat on the ground to provide higher groundwater has been discharged. But in most cases, it's been discharged because it's desirable to lower those areas. You described it as the area that's lived in. And once you drop that, then saltwater can come in.
Yeah, so even when you look at the yellow line, the red line, and you haven't seen too much change except in one area on the intrusion, you still got sea rising, and you have certain infrastructure that can be affected by that by itself.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, thank you all. That was a great presentation, sobering, but good.
Mr. Chair, I do have some public comments.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Please.
Drew Martin, Mark Perry, Aaron Deedy, then Adele Stock.
Drew Martin here on behalf of the Loxacy Group of the Sierra Club, and I want to thank the presenters on an excellent presentation. I have attended many of the Climate Change Compact meetings. Unfortunately, they're a little pricey at $175, so it's hard on us activists to get to some of those meetings. I appreciate what the presenter said. I have some concerns. One concern is on seawalls and barriers. Fortunately, Nature Conservancy is working with the group to create natural shorelines. I think we really want to promote natural shorelines. Raising seawalls and barriers can actually trap people if the floodwaters come in the other direction, and which they may very well happen. We really left out the permitting process in this discussion. And one of the biggest problems is Florida continues to build in the most vulnerable areas where we shouldn't be building. And I pointed out a Briny Breezes project. And the other thing that is a great deal problem is that we tend to use fill when we do that under the assumption that we can kind of raise our way out of the problem. But we really can't raise our way out of the problem because it's going to come faster than that. And what we really need to do is encourage people to get flood insurance, and then we need to look at those areas that are low-lying and possibly consider purchasing some of those areas so we don't have to flood protect them. The week before, we had a great meeting on low-impact development, green infrastructure. That is something that I think we need to look at much more significantly. We need to look at the impacts to our coral reefs, and I showed a movie called Chasing Coral. There are two things that protect us significantly in a storm. But one is our coral reefs. So if our water quality is really bad and we're destroying our coral reefs, or the level of temperatures in the ocean is destroying our coral reefs, we don't have that protection against storm surge. So we really want to continue to work on water quality at the same time. And one of the biggest problems I see from a standpoint of a layman is that we've forgotten the history of Florida, and that is that water did not drain to the coast. And as Commissioner or Board Member Jackie Thurlow-Lippisch mentioned, we used to have a lot more fresh water on the land. And I think one of the problems that we're experiencing is that we've forgotten that, and we cannot, water didn't drain to the coast. We had a coastal ridge, and water went inland. That's why Everglades restoration was so important. We need to look at Plan B, which may very well be for the water to move inland and not continue to drain out to the coast. Because when you have the storm surge, and the flood water happening all simultaneously, now even as the gentleman said, even with pumps, you may not be able to pump around the problem. So we need to continue to look at all these things, and we need to look at our golf courses, finally, that are being abandoned and use those to hold water on. We need to look at land that's not being used to put water on, and that's one possibility. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Mark Perry with Florida Oceanographic. Florida's got 1,200 miles of coastal and Gulf shoreline from Jacksonville to Pensacola, but we have over 8,500 miles of tidal shoreline, in and out all the bays and estuaries. And so we're pretty vulnerable to sea level rise. And since 1970, ocean temperatures have increased about 1 degree Fahrenheit, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when the ocean absorbs about 90% of the heat in our environment, it really causes that thermal expansion, which is actually what we're seeing as sea level rise. And, we're also increasing our CO2 levels since 1950, where concentrations have gone up over 46%. So CO2, along with methane and other greenhouse gases, are definitely causing our thermal expansion and sea level rise issues. As you've addressed it here, it really hits home to us here on the East Coast, particularly up at S80 and the structure coming out of Lake Okeechobee. And that structure, particularly written into LORS 2008 in section 7-02 constraints, under meteorological constraints, states that the tailwater in S80 should not really exceed 3 feet in elevation. And if it does exceed 3 feet in elevation, you can't discharge, and you shouldn't discharge. Last year, there were 2 or 3 times that I witnessed the 3-foot in tidal elevation at the tailwater of the S80 structure. And therefore, you were basically saying we can't discharge from lake at that time. So there's a direct example of how this is going to affect. And the more, that was just based on storm surges, and it's going to continuing to get worse as we go along in this climate change effort. Right now, the headwater in C44 at the S80 structure is about 13.5 feet. The tailwater's at 0.45 feet. So you've got a lot of head difference, and you obviously can discharge. But for downstream, once it reaches 3 feet in that storm surge, you're starting to flood those local communities. And once you do that, it was written into law, say you can't really begin to discharge. So the 3 things we really address is the flood control effort. And once we learn to stop building in wetlands and stop to build in watersheds and natural watershed areas, that's going to really help us to not have to have flood control in those areas, to try to continually maintain them dry for whatever development or activity we have. The other is water supply. You mentioned overdrawing our aquifers, and as the more we do that, the more encroachment and saltwater intrusion happens. And the last is on rainfall. NOAA's already predicting that we're getting more and more intense rainfall events, as is evident today, but other kinds of rainfall that, we're going to have to deal with this water and how we're going to deal with it. And it's very disturbing to see that vulnerability assessment with those elevations of difference in head and tailwater right at 0.5 feet or less. So we've got a lot of challenges ahead of us, and I'm glad we're addressing it. I really am super good to address it with local agencies, regional, and the state as a whole. Thanks.
Aaron Deedy, then Adele Stock.
Good afternoon. My firm, Aaron Deedy, PA, we're located in Delray Beach, Florida. We work with local governments, developers, and most recently we work with real estate investors in trying to plan for and understand the impacts of sea level rise and their liability. The 2018 National Climate Assessment for the Southeast region made one finding. It said, in combination, future increases in the frequency and severity of both extreme drought and extreme rainfall are expected to transform many ecosystems in the Southeast region. I want to talk about that statement in the context of some of your permitting and planning criteria that you utilize today within your applicant's handbook and within Chapter 373. Your stormwater management systems, dams, impoundments, reservoirs, and works, the design storm event is a 3-day duration for a 25-year period of record. The question is that design storm event going to truly reflect the impacts and conditions in the future? The flood protection of building floors, a question that was raised previously, that's got to be at or above a 100-year flood elevation as determined by the most appropriate information, which is flood insurance rate maps, which we know are not recent. They're not reflecting the most accurate elevation data. And both tidal flooding and the 100-year 3-day storm event goes into that building elevation evaluation. Roads, five-year duration, 1-day rainfall event. Floodplain encroachment is based on the average wet season water table, and that encompassed by the 100-year event. And the average wet season water table of today is not necessarily going to be the wet season water table of tomorrow. The bottom line on your ERP criteria is we need to look at those regulations from two aspects. The first being how we design our stormwater infrastructure to deal with future conditions. And secondly, the value of our wetlands and coastal resources as our first line of defense, natural resources as a resiliency strategy. Consumptive use permits are permitted to up to and including a 1 in 10-year drought event. That severity, that period of record is going to be occurring more frequently in the future, and that permit is typically issued for a 20-year period or a 20-year duration. Water supply planning, the planning goal is for 20 years. Now, that is a 373 mandated planning goal, but nothing prevents you from planning further out into the future. Again, in 1 in 10-year event. Minimum flows and levels in water reservations are typically retrospective, the science that they're based upon instead of prospective. And the last thing I want to touch on is this growing body of litigation related to the maintenance of infrastructure. There's case law that's evolving with public agencies that own and maintain infrastructure and whether or not that can be used as a basis for negligence or takings. There are cases that have been holding whether local governments and agencies can factor sea level rise into their decision making. And recently there's been a case in the 5th District Court of Appeals that has found that government inaction with regard to their infrastructure can rise to the level of a taking. We've provided some of this legal research to your staff. We think it's really important to look at. We want to continue to be part of the conversation. So regional collaboration is really important and capital projects are really important, but how we maintain our natural resources and how we permit projects is really important too. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. My name is Adele Stock. I'm an education intern with the Everglades Foundation. And as a future environmental educator, I know that knowledge is power, but that knowledge is not power without action. So now that you all have this knowledge about climate change and about sea level rise, I urge you all to take the necessary steps to ensure that the things that need to happen to protect, especially the Southeast Florida coast, to sea level rise occurs. I, as a child who grew up in Southeast Florida, who grew up in East Hollywood, have seen flood patterns change in my lifetime. And I worry that one day I'm not going to be able to return to my childhood home because the water's just going to be too high. I urge you to prioritize things like protecting coastal mangrove forests, because things like that are key to protecting the shoreline to flooding. If climate change continues and the sea level rise continues, then it's very likely that our coastal estuaries are going to see a huge change. We're going to see saltwater intrusion in our groundwater, and that's going to affect not only flood levels, but it's going to affect the quality of our water. And so it's good to know these things, but I really urge you all to push forward in ensuring that the action steps that need to be taken to prevent and protect against sea level rise occur in Southeast Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for comments. Any more board discussion?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to let you know that, as you guys know and can tell, I take this very seriously. And I look around at our district and everything that we're trying to do, whether it's permitting, whether it's planning, water supply planning, providing flood protection, ecosystem restoration, and climate change and sea level rise seems to intersect with every single one of those things. And so I've worked with Jen to create a high-level position in the district called Chief of District Resiliency. And that's going to be reporting to the Assistant Executive Director directly and be responsible for making sure that we're not siloed when it comes to this type of issue, and that we're well coordinated and can engage all these Chief Resiliency Officers directly on broad-reaching issues, including the State Chief Resiliency Officer. So that position is going to get posted tomorrow so that we can really jump on this issue.
I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you, Drew. The coordination is critical, and listening to Ms. Aditi a minute ago talking about permitting, which I hadn't really thought about, but it's just everything we do, you're right, it interacts. So I'm glad to hear that. It sounds like the audience is too.
Are we going to have to modify our mission statement again?
No.
I'd like to ask one question.
Yes, Mr. Bergeron.
When developments are developed, who establishes the 100-year flood on floor plans and 25-year on streets, and who establishes that?
John, do you know, or Jen? Yeah, I don't know, sir.
Well,
I mean, I thought it came from FEMA.
It comes from FEMA.
Oh, we got Dr. Harada. What am I doing here?
Let's not guess.
Well, my whole point here is, you've got old growth. Oh, okay.
Sorry. The FEMA establishes what is the minimum in order to determine whether or not you need flood insurance. So the 100-year flood map by FEMA is a determination about whether or not you need flood insurance, which is required for a mortgage, and which, of course, can be affordable or unaffordable based upon how high or low you are relative to FEMA's mapped 100-year flood zone. However, in communities such as ours, we use 3 different tools to establish minimum floor elevations, one of which has been our community flood map, which has been a forward modeled map. At one point in time, it modeled all redevelopment in our community. So we were permitting at a much higher standard than FEMA required because we had modeled development of the entire landscape. Now the situation for us is that, well, we're fully developed, and now the maps look the same. We lost the advantage that we had for all those decades because incrementally that FEMA map has come up. So how do we gain that advantage again? Well, now we have to model for the impacts of sea level rise and what it's doing to our flood elevations. So it's managed locally. There have been standards within state law and the building code about minimum standards, and at one point in time, the state was looking to restrict what local governments could do, and FEMA actually interjected and said, if you limit, if you hobble local government, you're threatening the NFIP program and the policies. And of course, our state accounts, I think, for about a third of NFIP policies statewide. So it's very significant, the progressive standards that we take to mitigate for flooding through those elevations.
My whole point here, kind of like a layman looking at this, if you look at Broward County, we started in, let's say, the Davie area, the control elevation of 3.0. As we moved west, we went to 3.5. Weston went to 4.0, and the western basin of Indian Trace is 5.0. That was pretty smart planning because you're raising the control water elevation, which really counterbalances seepage through hydrostatic pressure that could come out of the Everglades. And it just seemed like if we go into the future with future growth, that we should have higher elevations. And when you rebuild, that you're required to higher elevations because of global warming. And so I think there's maybe, I don't know who has jurisdiction to require that, or.
It sounds like Dr. Hirado is already ahead of it, right? I mean, seems like they're trying to revamp whatever those maps are to get out ahead again of where they were before. I mean, I think the takeaway is don't mess with Dr. Hirado.
Yeah. Well, the other benefit, you take Weston as 10,000 acre city, and there's got to be 2,500 acres of lakes that's storing water higher, which replenishes the aquifer on top of it. I'm trying to come to some conclusion on how we can look into the future. And
well, it sounds like that's what the resiliency officer is going to be doing, is trying to coordinate all the different efforts throughout the organization, which I think it's a great idea, Drew. If that's it for that, we'll go to Drew, just reference to new interim AED, who happens to be Mr. Mitnick. Congratulations, and he'll give us water conditions report.
All right, water conditions report. So looking back at the typical chart that we always have every month, you can see so far for the month of June, we've already received above average rainfall, and you got some of it just earlier today, especially here in West Palm Beach. So right now for the month so far, we're tracking slightly above what you would normally expect for this day of the month. So we'll see what the rest of the month has to bring. Hopefully it doesn't look like May of last year where you had an extreme excess of rainfall, but we'll see what Mother Nature brings. So over the last 30 days, looking down here, you can see there's essentially were 2 wet periods, and then they were interspersed by a relatively dry period in between. And then, as I said, in the first part of June, end of May, we've continually had rainfall. Actually, for the last 7 days, it has pretty much consistently been raining each of the last 7 days throughout South Florida. So we're going to close the books on the dry season. So just looking back real quick from November of last year through June 1st, we finished just slightly above average there at that 106% of average rainfall, just slightly less than an inch of surplus rainfall for that period of time. Going up to the upper chain of lakes.
Can I ask you just a very quick question? How does that relate to prior El Nino years?
It is on the lower side.
Okay.
So from previous board presentations, I think I had graphics that showed the various El Nino years. Actually, it's in this one. I'll come back to that question.
Okay.
So looking at the upper chain, as we've talked about the last several months during the dry season is typically when you see the upper chain of lakes get drawn down to get down here for their summer pools. All of the regulation schedules for each of the lakes up in the upper chain of lakes, East Toho, and Lake Kissimmee, they all take that vertical jump there starting on June 1st. So as we move forward through the wet season, you'll expect that all 3 of those lakes continue to start rising up in their regulation bands. Right now, we're probably releasing somewhere on the order of 200 to 250 cubic feet per second out of the upper chain of lakes going down the Kissimmee River. Coming down into Lake Okeechobee, you can see we're sitting right down here. The lake stage, I think as of this morning, or actually midnight last night, was 11.07 feet. You can see where that is in relation to some of the previous years, 2017 being the green line. So we got about 1/10 of a foot lower than we did this year and than we did in 2017. Then, of course, in 2017, you can see the onset of the wet season until you get to what was Hurricane Irma in September of 2017, and then that's that large jump here. So as we start rising up, we'll see what Mother Nature brings for this wet season. We'll continue to monitor and keep track of it. As far as forecasting out what we may bring, as usual, we're looking at this line right here, which is the 75th percentile or 75th probability of being at or below that lake stage as we move forward in time. Down here is the 25th percentile or probability, and of course this is the 50th percentile running right through here, just kind of bumping along just slightly below the water shortage management band for Lake Okeechobee. This projection was done actually 13 days ago, so June 1st is when it was initialized. I can tell you so far for the past 13 days we're tracking slightly above. You're probably over in this neighborhood here on the 75th percentile is what we've been tracking for the first part of June. As I said, we'll see what the rest of June brings. Looking at the southern portion of the system, Water Conservation Area 1, as a result of those recent rains up here, is slightly above schedule. And as a result, the Corps of Engineers just earlier this week opened up the S10 structures, which move water from Conservation Area 1 into Conservation Area 2. So they're moving about 800 cubic feet per second from Area 1 into Area 2 through those structures. Area 2, whereas last month we were right about here and we were talking about Area 2 dropping below its floor elevation. You can see with the recent rainfalls, it has obviously recovered from that and is now above schedule. And with that water that's being moved from Area 1 into Area 2, the Corps of Engineers also opened up some of the S11 structures and is moving about 400 cubic feet per second from Area 2 down into Area 3. Similar story in Area 3. It has come up. It's just been bouncing along just in this lower management zone or band of the regulation schedule. The recent rainfalls increased some of those levels. I think it's come up roughly 0.2 of a foot in the last 7 to 10 days. Right now, as we talked a lot about during the COP presentation, discharges out of Area 3 are governed by the rainfall plan. That's what we're looking to replace in the combined operation plan. But for the formula and regime that we have in place today, it's calling for discharges out of Area 3 down into Everglades National Park on the order of the 600, we'll call it 600 to 700 cubic feet per second. And that calculation is done every single week. So all of that water is being accommodated through the existing 333 structure, moving into the L29 underneath the newly constructed bridges and former culverts and making its way into Northeast Shark River Slough. Going down the South Dade conveyance system, with the recent rains, we've had the opportunity to increase pumping from the canal system into the detention areas. I think, Ms. Meads, when we took your tour down the detention areas, they were all dry. But then following a week later with Ms. Thurl-Lippisch, when we took your tour, there was actually standing water in some of those detention cells and the pumps were running. So that's the direct result of that was recent rainfalls. Looking at a couple of the other areas, just for the Rotenberger, a similar story. There's that gap where you saw declining levels in the Rotenberger until the rain set in and brought levels back up. And as there was the interspacing 2 weeks or week and a half where it wasn't raining, they fell back down and then came back up. Similar story over there in Rotenberger. You can see the up and down movement of water levels in response to that direct rainfall. The A1 FEB is a slightly different story. When it started raining, we obviously began pumping into it. In between rain events, the purpose of the project or that storage feature is to then draw it down and make room for the subsequent rain event, which took place here, draw it down, and then it rained again, and you fill it up. So it's as a flow equalization basin, it has those surges of ups and downs that you'll continually see throughout the rest of the wet season. Looking at flows throughout the entire system, as we talked about last month, we have reset the statistics or the numbers. So now I'm going to start every month reporting this graphic and the next one in terms of the water year. So the water year for 2019 started in May 1st, and we'll start tracking that all the way back around until the end of April of next year. So for the Upper Kissimmee, roughly just shy of 40,000 acre-feet has come out of the Upper Kissimmee chain of lakes, making its way down through the system. Releases to the estuaries from Lake Okeechobee have been on the order of just around 24,000 acre-feet. Predominantly, that water has moved towards the west coast. There was some water that was moved towards the east for water supply within the C-44 basin. Looking at the overall upper east coast discharges of the St. Lucie estuary and the other canals, C-23, 24, just short of 13,000 acre-feet, and C-25 to the Indian River Lagoon by Fort Pierce, roughly 200 acre-feet, so a relatively small quantity of water. Southern portion of the system, amount of water coming out of the lake moving south is just shy of 90,000 acre-feet since May 1st. Zero water has been directed from Lake Okeechobee towards the Lake Worth Lagoon for the past month or so. Deliveries to the STAs have averaged, my math is but 146, just short of 150,000 acre-feet for inflows to the stormwater treatment areas. Flows to the conservation area have been just shy of the 67,000 acre-feet. With the result of some of the rains, there have been some flood control releases from conservation areas in between themselves. As I had mentioned, the Corps started moving that water from Area 1 into Area 2 and then down into Area 3. That's what this number represents here. Flood control for the urbanized area with the rainstorms that have developed along the lower East Coast. You can see that has increased the amount of water that has been discharged from the lower East Coast and that basin runoff to the intercoastal waterway here. And then when we get down to the bottom end of the system, roughly just over 31,000 acre-feet since May 1st has been delivered to Everglades National Park. Looking ahead.
Excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
If you go back a slide, please. So I always enjoy these so much. Thank you for what you've done for these slides. With the new knowledge, or getting there with some knowledge on the lower part of the system, looking at that water conservation area, 3 releases to Everglades National Park, L29 Canal, would it be possible at some point to break that into 3 parts, which is the 3, I call them flowways, you know, the 3 different ways that water gets broken up? The Shark River Slough, and then the Taylor Slough, and then the C-111. And the reason why I would want that is for what was so elegantly brought up by our vice chair about, you know, you can send water, but is it going to the right place or where you want it to go? And I think that would help with that. Thank you.
Certainly.
Can I ask a quick question?
So, nothing down Aerojet Canal?
Yes, there have been flows. So I guess I'll start off with Ms. Thurl-Lippish's question. This green arrow right here, what is that, 26.4 thousand? That is indicative of the amount of water that went into Northeast Shark River Slough.
Okay.
So that's one of your 3 points.
Okay, good.
The other 2 portions are embodied in this arrow here, but they're not delineated or separated out. So I'll work to see if we can segregate that. It'd be a little bit difficult because there is no flow measuring device right there at the headwaters of Taylor Slough. It's more of a calculated number of what came across the bottom. and what came across the top around the detention areas for those. If you remember the tour that we had taken, the two places that we had stopped for those two structures, one of them I called the fire control structure. That's one of the locations. Well, I'll work with staff to see if we can come up with something to further delineate that. Similarly to your question, Ms. Meads, we can very accurately tell how much was pumped through the S-199 pump station moving towards Aerojet, and we'll get you that number.
I just think it would be helpful with that C-111 to, if it ever can be broken out in some way, to deal with the concerns with the agricultural communities on the edge there. You know, I think it's important to know there should be some kind of measurement, and maybe that'll help get the seepage wall.
All right. So looking out to the future, we're in the wet season. So the climate
John,
prediction-
can I ask one question while we're on that subject? So can you go back to that slide real quick? So 31,000.4 acre feet went south beyond the Tamiami Trail. Is that part of that was in the southwest conveyance, part of it Shark River Slough, or?
Correct. So went under the trail, under the bridges, east of the 333 structure, is this number right here, 26.4. There was a portion of that water that came out of the 333 structure that went around the corner, this 18.2, down the South Day conveyance system in order to keep water supplied to the detention cells over here and keep them with some water in it as long as we could.
That 18.2 passes 333?
334.
Bypasses it, right?
No, it goes through 333 and then through 334.
Got it.
And down around.
Okay.
And that's what was picked up by the pump stations to keep them operating and running in this 5 and the arrow right here.
Okay.
So Climate Prediction Center, we're in the wet season. They're calling for equal chances of above normal, normal, and below normal rainfall all the way through November. So that's right. Safe bet.
We don't know any.
What your meteorologists are saying, for at least for the next 7 days, is we can expect pretty consistent rainfall throughout South Florida for the next 7 days. Actually, these 7 graphics were updated as of yesterday, so if you were to go look at our website, you'll see more recent graphics for starting today and going out into the future that have a little bit more intense rainfalls over here on the west coast and then cycling around towards the east coast. So you've generally got a wide swath of land or forecasted rain coming from roughly Martin County down around the southern side and over towards the west coast right in here over the next 7 days. So we can expect to see some of those rain showers that we heard during Dr. Jurado's presentation persist for the next week or more. And then after that, district meteorologists are forecasting for below average rainfall when you get beyond the 10-day window. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any further questions for Mr. Mitnick? Great. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah, you're going on now, right, on groundwater? Is that you or is it Lawrence?
No.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very excited to be back today to give you the ecological update for conditions around the district. And we are going to start up at the top of the system in the Kissimmee. You can see from 2 months ago to 1 month ago to this month, the floodplain is drying out. That volume discharge you see over there of 217, that is maintained in order to provide the appropriate level of dissolved oxygen within the river channel. Currently, it's about 5 milligrams per liter. We want to keep it between 3 and 6 milligrams per liter during the wet season, so fish are currently happy right now. Coming down to Lake Okeechobee, you see from a year ago, we've dropped about 3 1.25 feet lower than we were a year ago. From a month ago, we've come down. My number is a little different from John's. He had a little more updated number. We're at 11. But it's about 2 to 3/10 of a foot drier than last month. And a feature to note is down here, as we get lower, this is actually the rocky reef portion of the lake that starts to become, not exposed, but it gets shallower, and you can actually see that. This isn't right now, so don't be alarmed. Okay. But we're going to talk about the satellite that we use in order to track the bloom potential in the lake. And over the course of the year, they've changed that color scheme. So the one on the left is last year's color scheme, and the one on the right is this year's color scheme. So this is using during the portion of the year last year with almost the entire lake was covered with a bloom. And what I want to show you is in this range about right here is when a bloom becomes visible on the surface. So in these greens here, you would see surface. Here is where it's starting to get very dense. So as we go through the rest of a number of slides, you're going to be looking at that. But look at this color about right in here is where you can actually see visible blooms on the surface of the water. And how you can notice that is if you look down here in the true color image, you can see how dark green it is in this area, and that's where it's very red, and then it's noticeable in the other areas where it's that greenish yellow color.
Excuse me, I'm just curious, that's such a, if you go back a slide, please.
Sure.
That's such an extreme change. Has there been any communication between you all and NOAA?
You mean a change in the color?
Yes, what was the determination
I don't know what
for
prompted that. They were kind of running out of colors last year because they didn't expect it to get that hot, you know.
Oh.
So this year they scaled it down so that they can have a better gradation in there, and hopefully we won't hit those red colors this year.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, well, here is a look through from January all the way until today. And you've seen that something to notice is along this edge, the edges of the marsh, there have been a level of bloom throughout this whole year. At the beginning of the month, the bloom was a little bit larger. We got the rains. The rains kind of knocked it back to the edge again. That's not to be... It's not out of the norm for this time of year. That part of the water is where it's really clear. So in that clear water, the phytoplankton can actually absorb light, and there are nutrients in there, so that is working. But we're going to get to a part of the story where we hope what's been happening over this course of the year so far is taking up those nutrients. So hopefully we won't be in that place that we were last year. But we do monitoring across the lake, and the levels in green are where we're getting close to the 40 milligram per liter threshold that we say is a bloom. You see one spot right here, LZ2, which is right in this area right here, or it's actually up here right at the Kissimmee River, or above the Kissimmee River. And then you see this is the microcystin levels where they have been high. If you look over here, detection is 0.2 milligrams per liter. I'm sure that you are aware of FDEP goes out and collects. Whenever there's a bloom and someone calls in a bloom, they'll go out and collect a sample. And there was a relatively high sample that was collected this last month, and it made the news at 17.6 milligrams per liter. And the World Health Organization says about 8 is a level where you really want to start to be concerned. But herein lies where we still don't have a lot of knowledge about this blue-green algae, because here it's at 17.6, here it's at 0. Blue-green algae is interesting, and the microcystin that releases the microcystis, it can be in 3 different kind of levels as it's going. It can be not producing toxin, it can be producing toxin but not releasing toxin, or it can be producing toxin and releasing toxin. And we're not exactly sure why it releases toxin. So you can have these blooms that are around here at some level, and you come up with this high, hot level, and we don't really have a reason, or we don't know why. So that's where we hope that the Blue-Green Algae Task Force is going to be doing some research to get us to those answers of why. We do know, though, that people have said, well, why don't you just go kill it all? You know, one thing is if you kill all that and it dies, it creates a lot of biological oxygen demand that's going to then suffocate fish beneath it. But also, when you have the toxin, when it's being produced but not released, when those cells lyse or they disrupt, they release the toxin. So you're in that kind of quandary, how do we deal with this when it is producing toxin? So there again, we hope more research dollars are going to be spent into the task force in order to answer some of these questions so we know how to best manage it when it does occur in the lake.
May I ask a question? Lawrence, can you explain or remind us what the life cycle of these blooms are? In other words, if you've got more, we're not being forced to release to the estuaries.
Right.
So it's essentially being contained within the lake. Is there a cycle for these things?
They kind of work through time, and it depends on how much nutrients available. So they can continue to grow, and they can go through, or you saw here, let me back up. Look at June 3rd, where there was a pretty, it was more expansive, to June 11th. What happened there? We had a lot of rain. And the rain, the physical disruption of that occurred. So you can have that occur. You can have it runs through a cycle where it blooms tremendously and it uses up the resource, the nutrient that's available. Or if there's sustained nutrient, then it can continue and it can go longer. So it really, there's a lot of different factors. There's not just one life history cycle of that bloom. It could follow many different paths depending on what's going to happen next with the environment.
And do we ever manage it, for instance, if heavy rains disrupt it, break it down, would we, the district or others, ever manage it to spray it or disrupt it
That's
unnaturally?
where there's still a lot of research to be done, because we don't know yet if going out to do that is going to release all that toxin I talked about. So how we go about combating this, that's where we have, in these next 5 years, hopefully, a lot of good research is done on how to deal with it once it is present.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. So now let's go back through the last couple of years and looking at June. June in 2016, we already had the significant bloom. It was a very, very wet El Nino year. The previous brought a lot of nutrient. The lake was high. The following year was a lot lower level of water in the lake, and we didn't have a bloom. Last year at this time, we didn't have a bloom. But about a month later, we had that massive bloom, which I showed in the very first slide. And here, turbidity was really great. And so it was kind of, as soon as the water cleared and all of that nutrient was there, that's when we had that occur. So here's where we are now. And what we're hoping is, this looks like a complicated slide, but it's really not. These orange circles here are the pelagic area. So those are these data. The purple on the outside are the nearshore data. For all of these data, the dashed lines are a 5-year average from 2014 to 2018 for each thing. SRP is soluble reactive phosphorus. We have dissolved inorganic nitrogen, chlorophyll, total phosphorus, and turbidity. And one thing I wanted to point out was on the yellow. Remember Zach talking about the unwrapped candy? Okay. There's a lot of candy in last year. There's not a lot of candy this year. It's well below the 5-year average. It's well below where it was last year. Those blooms that have been persisting since January, we hope have been using and eating up that unused candy, so that as we continue through the summer, we hope not to have that energy source for this bloom to go unchecked.
What is the DIN? Is
It's
dissolved
inorganic nitrogen.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And so we're hoping that the decreased level will not
It's a
feed
hope.
it, right?
It is a hope.
I guess
yes,
we're
sir.
going to find out whether this unwrapped candy tastes good or not.
You're exactly
and whether
right.
they're actually eating it or not.
It's a wait and see. And
Okay.
that's, we're trying to say, here's some data that say it might not happen, but it's going to be a wait and see. Definitely.
Either way, it's going to be a good indicator for us as to whether the DIN is
It'll
an
help.
important
It'll help
element.
that knowledge base that we're trying to build in order to predict how these algal blooms progress.
Okay,
for
thanks.
sure.
I have a question, too.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So when you say the rain hits the lake and it stirs it up, becomes turbid, you're talking about legacy nutrients coming up off of the bottom, is
No,
that correct?
I'm talking about the physical disruption of the algal bloom itself just by the rain.
Okay, got it.
You'd have to have, we do in the winter, when we have, or a very big storm event that'll come through and put all that wave energy down to the bottom that picks up the flock inlet level. But I'm just talking about physical disruption of the algae bloom just by rain itself.
Dr. Glenn, if you don't mind, could you go back a slide?
Sure.
And thank you for all of your well-done research. I just have to note for history, because Martin County, I mean, this is our life, is waiting to see when we're going to get hit with this stuff. And there was a bloom in 2018 in June, and it was spotted on June 1st, and the Army Corps started releasing on June 2nd. And within a matter of days, there were reports of blooms in the C-44 canal and in the St. Lucie River. And I think that's what those little, those colors are on the side over there. You know, that they're I just think it's really important that, you know, never forget. I mean, it's so raw on all of us, particularly the West Coast, who went through those blooms. And thank you so much for adding so much more to your slideshow.
Oh, my pleasure. We're all looking and waiting and watching. You know, we hope that it's not going to happen, but I really think that the task force coming on and putting some real good applied research to this issue will help us in the future.
I got one question I'd like to ask. This is all on the surface. All the algae blooms are on the surface. How thick is this material? It is one of my questions. And
well, if we go back to this picture, here you go. Here is an area right here where you don't really see much of that green. So this is just the surface layer. You will get conditions like, is it Action Marine 2 years ago? What's Central Marine? Central Marine, where when it gets really, really dense and really concentrated, I mean, it'll start to rise up over the surface. But this also is an organism that can regulate its buoyancy. So it can be at the surface level, it can go down, it can sense, so if it comes down, nutrients aren't available in the surface waters, it can regulate itself down looking for nutrient. And then if it finds nutrient, it can uptake that nutrient, come back to the surface for photosynthesis to keep propagating itself.
But you have a certain amount of it that's on the surface, that's
floating. Yes, sir.
Floating on the surface, going out our structures to the St. Lucie, to the Caloosahatchee. Is there any way, this isn't technically going to stop the algae blooms in the lake, but is there any way that you could, at the structures, be able to direct the surface material and be able to convey it, and to minimize the impact to the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee and Indian River Lagoon, to help our rivers? Obviously, we have to address all the nutrients coming in from the north to start minimizing, and that's a longer-term plan that we've got to work on. But is there any way, I noticed down at the C11 that we had certain barriers that would convey debris to the side and be able to be conveyed out,
right? Not
go out the structure and down the rivers. I'm just...
There are technologies out there that are looking at this. We get people coming to us.
No, I just wanted to add that you can, when the material is layered up, you can pull some of it off the surface, but it is in the entire water column, and that's one of the big challenges.
Yeah.
As Lawrence mentioned, it moves up and down in the water column. You can skim off the surface bloom and still be passing a lot of algae through the structure. That's one of the challenges. Now, when it piles up in a situation like Central Marine or what happened in the canals over in Cape Coral, you can actually vacuum it up when it's really, really concentrated. But it's still in that water column, and that's part of the issue.
Yeah, my only question here is, can we minimize the surface that's floating and at least minimize that going out of the lake and going down our rivers? I know it's in the column and you can't get the column out, but it seemed like you know, if you have certain turbidity barriers that direct it and be able to dip it out, convey it out, it would
Right,
seem
yeah,
like it would
there's discussion about that. I'm sure it's something the task force will look at, because they're going to look at all types of actions. What can we do to do this? But the problem is, as Dr. Gray has suggested, it's throughout the water column. So once that is pushed down to the next receiving water body, if there is available nutrient there, you could have, it might not be in bloom condition when it comes through, but where it goes next, if nutrients available, conditions are right, it will cause a bloom there as well. So that's kind of the hard part of it.
Yeah, what I'm talking about is what's already bloomed
I
and what's
understand.
already on the surface is to give some relief. Doesn't sound like an expensive
I think
thing to.
the challenge is that the biomass that you see on the surface could be a very, very small percentage of what is actually in the entire water body. So I'm not saying you don't use them, but I think it would be unrealistic to expect that you're stopping the bloom from forming as the water passes through, because you're still carrying material through.
No, I'm not talking about stopping what's in the column. I'm just trying to minimize what's at least on the surface.
Yeah.
You
Remember,
know.
it's moving up and down, so.
I think what Mr. Bergeron is saying, if I may,
Yeah.
is that once the bloom is already formed and the water is moving towards the discharge areas, both to the east and west, and knowing that, you know, at least on the Caloosahatchee side, you need to have levels of fresh water that are being pulsed into that area to maintain salinity envelopes and whatnot before the discharge, at the discharge point, somewhere in that realm, and I'm not an engineer, so I don't know the specifics of that, to have some sort of mechanism that's capable of capturing the already bloomed blue-green algae on the surface while allowing residual water at that point of discharge to flow through, even though it may have some blue-green algae elements in it, right? I mean,
Yeah, in the column, I understand the column part, but I'm talking about what's already on the surface that we could minimize until we address the nutrients coming in that's creating the algae blooms. How do we get some relief? And it just seems like we possibly could do something that not 100% of it goes out the rivers.
So, Mr. Bergeron, I believe, I should, when the governor issued his executive order, I should carry that with me wherever I go. But I do believe that as part of that executive order, he was charging DEP with looking at innovative approaches to treat water as it leaves Lake Okeechobee in those two canals. And I believe there was innovative technology appropriation also provided this session. So I do anticipate that to be picked up, looking at those types of ideas to be picked up by DEP in some form, whether it's the Blue Green Algae Task Force, Chief Science Officer, or something. I could see that happening.
Well, I think that's important that I think that we have something set up like that I've seen down at the C11 with debris floating towards the pump, and I see turbidity floats that directs it to kind of like a conveyor. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, floating debris. We have those collection systems.
Yeah. So if we can do that on what's on the surface, even though more may develop in the column that you can't get out at this point, wouldn't that give some relief to the volume of algae blooms?
It potentially could, definitely. We should have John look at
May I make a quick comment?
Just
to support Mr. Bergeron and anyone else here today, including myself, who said certain things, maybe we could have something that, like, you make notes or someone makes notes, and Mr. Bartlett, you could relay the top 3 ideas or something that come from the board when you're speaking to Secretary Valentine. So we feel like, because again, we talked about how we're all connected. We're all connected. And just thinking that, oh, well, the task force will come up with these ideas, maybe they won't. So let's, if it's something we think, it's just an idea. It's just these were ideas that the board thought about and might want to just share, just an idea, so that we feel like our ideas are expressed to especially DEP.
I just want to make note that the health of our staff, that as we start talking about having staff do certain things with algal blooms, that we recognize that there might be a health consequence, or they might have to wear certain, I don't know, but I know that I don't want to go skimming for, and then what do we do with it once we skim it? I don't know.
Can we check into that?
Certainly. Yes, sir.
So we don't know what percentage is floating caked up on the top versus what's in the column.
I'm not saying you don't have a good idea, because you do. So I want to make that very clear. But when the algae is dispersed through the entire water column, what people react to, the visible bloom, is usually very near the surface. But there could be just as much, if not more, biomass in the water column.
Right.
It definitely is work skimmers when you have a situation, particularly like Central Marine or like the Cape Coral canals, where that stuff just piled up and it was thick and
Yeah.
it was goopy. And that's where skimmers are extremely effective. I think that having some type of boom in front of our structures may be possible if it doesn't interfere with, navigation or any of those issues. A lot of our structures actually, I think, John, don't they open mid-water, some of them? Or bottom up, so you're not even touching really the surface. So I think it's going to be a strategic application, but also one thing that we've done that we've been asked for from DEP is we have staff that have looked at treatment technologies, some for blooms, some for nutrient removal, especially because of our work with the stormwater treatment areas, and we have provided all that information and all that expertise. We participate in their working with the DEP staff on what concepts are out there and possible evaluations. So anything we have, we funnel right to them. So definitely these ideas will be carried forward.
Well, my only point here is if you had a curtain which doesn't, it doesn't stop the flow out our structures, but a curtain that would take anything on the surface and be able to vacuum it out, convey it out, whatever we can do to lower half of it, 1/3 of it, but whatever, it's hard to determine what's in the column, what's on the surface, but that would give some relief to the quantity of whatever is brewing out there, and it seems like a pretty simple thing to put a curtain up and where you could take a certain amount of this material out until we can figure out scientifically how to stop it. We've got to do whatever it takes to start minimizing the damages going out these rivers.
And Ron, in an effort to communicate clearly, when I say I and the algae bloom, I'm actually talking about me as a human being, that I don't want to skim. I'm not saying that the district shouldn't consider it. I'm just saying as a scientist, I don't want to go out there and skimming it and figuring out what to do with it because, I don't. But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't consider it.
It's definitely one of the tools.
Yeah. Let's research how we could do that.
Okay. Mr. Glenn, or Dr. Glenn, will look at it.
Thank you.
In conjunction. Let's keep moving.
Just moving on from here, looking at all of the different nutrients that we're considering, most are below that 5-year average and are definitely lower than next year. So that is our hope that the energy source isn't going to be there this year for as massive a bloom or a large bloom this year. Looking at regrowth of submerged aquatic vegetation, it's in the earlier stages, and any of these areas where you see the dark color here and the dark color over here, that is it's Vallisneria that's coming back. All these little circles, just for your knowledge, those are all sunfish nests, which is pretty cool. So the SAV is growing, and hopefully that growth is also competing for that nutrient that's in the water, and that they'll have to have a little combat between what's happening with algae and what's happening with the SAV, and we hope the SAV wins. With the low lake levels, there is some management that's going on by FWC. Torpedo grass is a particularly invasive species that as the water level goes low, if it comes in and invades, it is really hard to get rid of. If it grows and you put 5 feet of water on it and then it comes down, it's still going to be there. So FWC does a really good job of herbicide application, and they typically do this with helicopter, which is a lot more expensive. But since water levels are low, they're being able to get out there with regular farm equipment and get some of these areas treated.
Is that glyphosate?
I don't believe so. I was talking to Zach earlier. He thought it was something other, but we can get that answer for you. Going to the estuaries, if you look in this box, you'll see for the St. Lucie, we haven't released water from the lake to the St. Lucie over the past week. The majority of it's coming from 10 Mile Creek and from the tidal basin itself. So there's about 630 CFS that are going to the Caloosahatchee, but none is coming from Lake Okeechobee. And as you look at the salinity gradient that sets up, it's a little higher flow than we had last month. So this area here that was a little more saline is being pushed back into the mid-estuary. This is a little bit fresher. And then we come down to where we get our highest salinity levels. So there's a decent salinity gradient going on throughout the St. Lucie currently. That's good.
I'm hoping that maybe in the future on these slides we can get something that says what the range of good and bad are.
We can definitely do that.
I'm sorry. May I please make a small comment?
Uh-huh.
Going back to your previous slide, is that I asked this last time, and I'm strict about things like this. If we could just note it on here, if indeed it is that a 2013 seagrass map?
I put this and I meant to comment on that because you asked last time.
It's
and
okay.
And we
it's
had
just
the wrong
our seagrass does not look like this,
We
and
had
so
the
I don't
wrong-
think it
we had
should
the
say
wrong
June 10th,
coverage.
2019.
We had the wrong coverage last time, which was 2013. This is the 2017 coverage. 17? This is
Okay.
17. We, on the St. Lucie side, in conjunction with St. John's, we are able to leverage a cooperative agreement with them for the Southern Indian Lagoon work that they do mapping every 2 years. So we have 13, we have 15, we have 17, and it's being done again this year. On the
Okay.
Caloosahatchee side, it's on a 5-year interval. It's a darker water system. It's not as easy to map. We used to have a cooperative agreement with kind of CHNP.
Okay, that's great.
And
Thank
the other
you.
side, yes. So the gradient that we are seeing here is salinity at the US 1 bridge. It's just above 20. It's in the good range for oysters. And what we're seeing here is at the end of every water year, we get a report on the oyster monitoring that we've been doing over the past years. This goes back to 2012. And looking at a long-term average of what spat or recruitment is occurring, we're seeing this is the very first year that we've been 0.1 into the fair. Okay, it's not, a hallelujah moment, but it's good. Exactly. So it's the first year here. We've actually tipped barely into the fair range for oysters on the St. Lucie. Going over to the Caloosahatchee side, we see right here in the past week or so that it's the tidal basin, all the inflows from this large 600,000 acre basin is what is coming down and into the Caloosahatchee. The Army Corps does have that they say they can release up to 450 this week from, or CFS from S-77, but you see only 26 is coming because they have to let the waters flow off of the landscape first before they can come back to that. So the Caloosahatchee is receiving about 800 CFS currently. And the gradient that is set here is from fresh to about Val I-75, where it's about 3.4. Down it's hovering about 10 at Fort Myers, It's coming to Cape Coral, which is about 19, and then down here in Shell Point, it's almost, it's about 31. So as we look at that, these areas down here at the mouth of the estuary are a little high for oysters, but up here looking at Cape Coral, it's good for oysters. And what's interesting about the Caloosahatchee is that it has oyster beds spanning from here to here. So regardless of how that gradient shifts up and down, it's going to be in a good zone for some portion of those oyster beds. And looking at last water year was a banner year, both at Iona Cove and at Bird Island. You see recruitment here is all the way up in the good zone. This area here, just because of circulation and how salinity works, it doesn't perform as well as Bird Island does, but you see comparative to previous years, it was doing very well. There has been some request for what are we doing in Lake Worth Lagoon. And since Recover kind of moved away from having Lake Worth Lagoon included in it, the county, actually, Palm Beach County does a lot of work, and I just wanted to provide you, like several months ago when Dr. Gray came and provided what fish data is being collected at the request of the board. Here's 3 slides that I'm going to tell you what's going on in Palm Beach County. We have a cooperative agreement with the county that began in 2007 and has been updated a couple times to where they collect water quality at 14 different stations prescribed by our water quality group and how they collect. And then our lab processes those samples, and then we upload those data into DV Hydro. So they spend the money to collect, we spend the money to analyze and put it in the database. And then over time, just recently in 2018, staff from my group looked at data from 2007 to 2015 to look at trends in water quality within the lagoon. They have a pretty robust submerged aquatic vegetation monitoring program. Annually, they go out and they looked at fixed transects along the length of the lagoon. These are 3 stations, and they have 10 transects along there. And they'll go out and they look at presence, absence, who's there, densities. They do some very fine level of science there. Then we have some recover sites that there's 2 in the north and 2 in the central portion that we actually provide the scientists, they provide the boat and the intern staff, and they go out and do collections 4 times a year. Then they also have mapping that they have done in 2007, this is the 2007 map. And then mapping is a pretty costly thing to do. You have to acquire the imagery, then you have to spend almost a year converting that imagery to this type of map. So in 2013, and then again I believe this year, they go out and they look from that map and they go out from the edge of where they had it marked originally, and they look and they go a number of meters this way to see if it has grown, or if it hasn't grown, they go a couple meters in to see if it's decreased. So they use that 2007 map as a base map, and then they go in the field to see how that has changed over time. And they also do oyster monitoring. There was a lot of recover work that was done between 2005 and 14. They picked that up under contract, and they followed the same protocols that I just provided to you the data from for the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. Then FWC, or FWRI, does fisheries independent monitoring within the lagoon. And the Palm Beach County has a lot of different restoration projects they've done, Snook Islands, some of those types of things. They'll do some before and after monitoring associated with those projects just to see if those projects are successful. Moving to the stormwater treatment areas, as John said, now that we have started a new water year, total Lake Okeechobee releases to the STAs so far in this water year is 7,000 acre-feet, and all of the treatment cells are at or above their target depths except for 5, 6. And something that we wanted to show is that the STAs continue to show some signs of vegetation stress because of the 2 years of inflows. Now, I don't have current pictures of stress, but I wanted to get 2 good pictures of what stress looks like. So this is stress. this is bad. This is SAB that is really healthy and good. What happens oftentimes is you'll have, this actually is the organic layer from the bottom, which is floated up to the surface, and then this is dead vegetation itself. So you can look at that and just say which one is healthy, which one's functioning, which one is stressful, so it gives you an idea. When we come in here and say that the STAs are stressed, that's kind of an image that you want to put in your mind, the one on the right-hand side. There was also a question in the last meeting that we generally use these two stations that are located out here, and someone said, well, that isn't showing what's happening with restoration. Those are the stations that we use that are real-time, that we have data on, but the Recover funds a program that collects data along the peripheral, just offshore of the projects that we are doing for Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands. They have both biota sites, which are red, and the water quality sites, which are blue. So the reason that we don't present these data is these data aren't on real time. There's a lag in getting that data actually downloaded and then QA, QC'd, and then provided. So we provide those other data because they are real time. And I just wanted to show you what is out there and what is available. And so what they will do is at the end of a wet season or a dry season, this is one site during the wet season. This is 22 right here for the wet season and the dry season. And this is a box and whisker plot. And this is a really good way of showing data. The circle is the median. This line up here is the 90th percentile of data, and this is the 10th percentile of data. So if your data are very variable, your box is large. If your data are nice and tight, you have a small little box. And then the whisker is where's that highest value and that lowest value. So if you have a ZZ Top type beard of whiskers, you're really long and you're very variable. If you're a little bit more trim, then your data is very tight. So this is a good way to show data. And here is the salinity target range for here. It's about 18 to 5. And you see that this project is only in its infancy. So during the dry season, there just is not enough water to try to get this salinity range down into the target. But with what is completed with the target or with the project, portions during the wet season are able to get down into that salinity zone. So that's what's happening with Biscayne Bay, but I will normally present those two sites that we have data that we get uploaded from telemetry. Last but not least, getting down to the Everglades, you see that a year ago was a lot wetter. We're starting to dry out. The area of concern right now is this northern part of 3, but as John mentioned today, that the structures here are open and pushing about 400 CFS into here. The reason we worry about this getting dry is because those are peat soils and we worry about fire. But Water Conservation Area 2, you can see from last month, has inundated quite substantially, and that's great because this is a lot of wading bird foraging going on in here. And where we see the star right here is where there are little heron or the smaller heron nests that are nesting. That's really important. They haven't had a good nesting season in about 10 years. So this occurring currently is a great thing. As we go down and we look at what's happening with the MFL and the 5 creeks, we did at the beginning of May have a lot of water, and then that water kind of went away a bit. So from the field trips y'all talked about, there was standing water, there wasn't standing water. But currently we have 192,000 acre feet. The MFL is 105,000 acre feet, so we're above that and we're not too concerned. Salinity, on the other hand, as water levels right now, if I had the rain distribution map and I thought about getting it, this area right here just did not receive rain. Everywhere else was pretty pummeled by rain. We didn't get a lot of rain here, so water actually started moving up the creeks, and salinities, daily salinities, have gone above the PSU, but this is a 30-day moving average that we look at to have 30 PSU. So currently we're okay. We're at about 27. If the rains come, then we won't have a violation there. There was another concern last time about what is going on in Florida Bay. Looking at salinity, the Everglades group did a really good job. They put together this. This is the 75th and the 25th interquartile range. Basically, if you take all of your data over a long period of time and you do it out in that box and whisker that I showed you, this is the 75% at the top and this is the 25% at the bottom. And they feel pretty strongly that as long as we follow the blue brick road, we're doing okay with salinity. There is a recover performance measure of 37. We're above that at times. We're above that right now. But the area of concern is when we get to about 50. So right now we're about 42 PSU here, and we feel that it's okay. As long as the rains come, we'll be fine. And then looking down here at chlorophyll A, there's another interquartile range. You'll notice for the lake, we talk about 40 milligrams per liter being a bloom. In the bay, that level is below 5. It's different. The systems are totally different. This system is a system that's dominated by seagrass. So the seagrass is what is using all of the energy, all of those nutrients that are there. So there are times when we do get a storm where the phytoplankton and the chlorophyll A levels will increase, but they pretty much abate. And that's what we're seeing now. So Florida Bay right now is in pretty decent condition. We're just hoping for rain. And to end up, this was a rescue that happened in the Loxahatchee on May 17th. A 700-pound female leatherback washed up on the little island in the front, and they were able to remove this and take it to the Loggerhead Sanctuary for rehabilitation. And that's my major professor. So I thought that was pretty cool.
That's great.
And that's what I have. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Lawrence. Any questions from the board? Any more questions? Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Heater? You have anything left in the tank after yesterday?
Why, yes, I do.
All right.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. The monthly financial report that's in your packet is through the month of April, so it's through April 30th, 2019. There are no anomalies to really report on. We are basically, on trend compared to last year, and our collections and our expenditures are on trend, from month to month. There's nothing that is outstanding or that I need to raise to your attention. I would like to point out that we are still doing very well with our investment earnings. We have collected an additional $1 million from last month to this month, so that supports some of our conversation that we had yesterday that Mr. Bartlett showed on his presentation of taking advantage of some of those investment earnings to help with building the 20 budget. So that's all I have to say.
Great. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Heater? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cobb?
Thank you, Chairman, board members. I have just a brief update for you today. I wanted to give you a status report on RAC. So we've brought this a couple of times over the last board meetings to you for consideration. What do we do with RAC going forward? We presented the two options to you last go round and got additional feedback and direction from you. So we are fine-tuning what those charters would look like, those two bodies that you could use, kind of fleshing out those details for you, and we're going to bring that back before the July board for review and consideration, hopefully for approval.
Great, that's good news. Anyone have any questions? Is that it for your report?
That's it.
Great. Any questions?
I have one question. All the stakeholders kind of participating on how this will come together that they're satisfied with too?
We have so far gotten a lot of feedback from stakeholders at I think 3 different public meetings. And at the last presentation where we put the options up, people specifically commented on those options. And then again, when we bring those drafts before the board in July, folks will have another opportunity to review in the agenda package and comment.
Okay.
So those drafts will be made available a week before the meeting, so people will have plenty of time to comment.
They'll be a part of the agenda packet.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, people can come in and comment. Great. Great. Thank you. Mr. Bartlett.
All right, I thought I would just give a little tour of the major projects and what's happening with those projects. The C-44 stormwater treatment area, we did get a schedule from the contractor on their actions to finish that project up and have that ready. Cells will start to come online in November of this year, and the project should be complete by this time next year. So we'll have a C-44 STA within a year. On the C-43, I think either today or tomorrow, we'll be executing the contract for the feasibility analysis and public engagement for how to deal with water quality going in and out of that C-43 reservoir. So that process will get kicked off in earnest as soon as that is executed today or tomorrow. So that will happen.
How long is that public comment?
So this is executing a contract for a contractor to start doing a feasibility study with multiple public engagement throughout that process. What are your ideas for dealing with the water quality? Then doing some assessment on the viability of ideas, going back to the public, vetting that with the public, just a back and forth kind of process.
How long does that typically take?
I think we're scheduling about 1.5 years.
Is it safe to assume the reservoir will be operational before the STA, the quality component?
So we are absolutely going forward on the reservoir while we assess how to deal with water quality. It may or may not be an STA, right? So all options are on the table. But yeah, we're separating those contracts completely.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
JTech is doing, is that correct?
I believe it's.
Is it JTech?
I don't know.
I think.
John nods, yes.
Okay. So JTech's doing the feasibility study, and then the actual construction is being done by the Italian firm, whose name I can't remember.
That's right. No, yeah, we're building that reservoir. That has its own purpose, to meet flow expectations in the Caloosahatchee. But obviously, when we are able to collect a bunch of water, we need to think about water quality.
Where is C-43 actual construction?
So I think they've gotten their notice to proceed, and I think we're looking at August to start seeing a lot of activity. I mean, they're already starting to deploy out there. Are you leaning up to speak into the mic? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, they got the notice to proceed. So that was issued, I think, right around June 1st, May 31st. Right now, what they're going through is they're getting their trailers on site, all of that type of equipment on site. Probably when you get into the really heavy, hardcore construction, yellow iron on the site is September timeframe.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Moving around to the A2 stormwater treatment area, everyone saw that we applied for the permit and the authorization from DEP and the Corps of Engineers. I'm happy to report that we got DEP's authorization. They turned it around in a week or less. And so now we're just waiting on the Corps to do their review and give us authorization to start clearing and grubbing for that northern inflow canal feature that would be associated with that stormwater treatment area for the A2.
Colonel Reynolds is here. Why don't you get it right now?
I think she may have it with her. At the same time, we are moving forward with a design contract for the full design of the A2 STA. I imagine that contract should be executed, if not this week, next week, to get the firm to go ahead and design the whole thing so we can start rolling out permit applications with respect to the entire project itself. So we're really trying to push that one forward. Moving down south, I think you got a lot of updates on all the work we're doing in SEP. There was a discussion from a commenter about signing a PPA, project partnership agreement with the Corps for building more SEP features. I'm meeting with staff tomorrow to put the final touches on a draft of that for us to send to the Corps so we could get that executed. But of all the projects that we're implementing now for SEP, that's not holding anything up. Last one is Lako Watershed. We did get a $50 million appropriation that shows up July 1st in DEP's budget for beginning work on SERP in the Lako Watershed. So I'm sitting down with staff tomorrow to look at all the opportunities of projects we could advance prior to authorization of that project, like what's most viable to enter into a project partnership cooperative agreement, what gives us the biggest bang for the buck as far as reducing estuary discharges on features north of the lake. So we're starting that process tomorrow. Well, staff have started the process. I'm actually sitting down and getting briefed on that tomorrow.
Will you give us an update in July or at some point?
What I want to do is bring that to the board in July to have a full, so you can get a full briefing on the Lake Watershed project. Jennifer Reynolds, I hope you're available. On that project, where it stands as far as authorization, what are all the components, what are all the challenges, and then talk about our thoughts on how to use the $50 million appropriation.
Great.
And I think that's all I have for now as far as the major reducing Lake Okeechobee discharges projects that we're working on.
You wrote a letter out to Florida Crystals.
Right.
Did you get a response?
Haven't gotten one yet. Certainly had dialogue with them. Haven't seen any wavering on their commitment to give us access when we need it.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Mr. Bartlett? Thank you, Drew. Public comment?
Yes, sir. I have Drew Martin, Kay Gates, and then Becky Harris.
Welcome back, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it brief, as I know I'm between you and the martini hour, or whatever your recreation is after the long day of hard work. I want to thank you all for the excellent work you're doing and all the great questions. I want to talk briefly. I really appreciate the presentation on climate change, and I'm glad to see this board is getting themselves knee-deep into the climate issue, because I think it's going to be significant to this board in the future. And I don't know if anybody saw the report that came out from Australia, which came out the other day, and it, not to be alarmist, but they basically saw much of the Greenland glaciers melting by 2050, which would be a pretty significant event. If that were to happen, of course, we hope it doesn't. I was spent last week at the Capitol Hill Oceans Week and heard a lot of really interesting presentations from the foremost experts, including the head of NOAA, the head of BOEM, and all, a lot of really significant people, also experts, of course, on fisheries issues, which you don't handle. I also had the opportunity to watch a film called Chasing Coral, which demonstrates what was said today, and that's that the oceans have picked up a lot of the temperatures. But the unfortunate fact is that's really impacting the coral reefs, which is one of your benefits in protecting South Florida from sea level rise and storm surge, because the corals pick up a lot of the wave action. And if we lose the corals, we're going to have a lot of serious storm damage. I just want to talk briefly about overwatering and watering when it's raining and how that impacts climate change, because you're talking about, the gentleman was talking about when you're pulling that water out and you're bringing the storm surge in, and at the same time when you're watering during a rainstorm, you're also releasing all those nutrients or flooding off the land. And you may think this doesn't happen very often, but actually this is happening quite significantly. And I realize you're not the water utility, but I think when people come to you for consumptive use permits, you need to be asking them questions. Are you doing enforcement? And enforcement means that you have what they call the water police, and that is they start with a warning and then they move on with fines. And I think it's very important. These kind of things may seem insignificant, but when you're really looking at a difference between potable water that's going to remain drinkable and losing your water to saltwater intrusion, watering when it's raining is one of those things that's going to ruin that. So thank you again for all your great work. See you next month.
After Kay, I have Richard Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Kay Gates, and I've been a member of the environmental community for quite a number of years here in South Florida. I moved to South Florida and immediately read The Everglades, River of Glass. I know that all of you have read that book too, because it's the Bible for Florida. When I first came down here, I kept running into this crazy guy from Miami who was talking about an Everglades Skyway. All the powers that be at the time were laughing at this fool. There's never going to be any money to raise the road. So now that Tamiami Trail is up a portion and you're looking forward to raising it another 2.something miles, we do know that we can be effective and we can do things to make the environment and to improve the mess. And I want to say I used to come to Water Management Board meetings, but I haven't been in the last 8 years because it was just too depressing. I just had to stay away. Anyway, this has been a breath of fresh air. I'm glad that I've come yesterday and today. Another book that influenced me, and that if you haven't read it, I hope that you will, is a favorite of mine, A Land Remembered. I think it's Patrick Smith, so if you haven't read it, do. It's a pleasant read. I see a lot of good things happening. Thank you. I appreciate the direction we're going in. I still see some areas where both the wildlife and the environment are going to get left behind when it comes to the drought season. So, for instance, in the COP, and the operational plan, it looks, it's really good that you're starting down that way, but when you get to the dry season or the drought, then I think Everglades National Park will continue to be starved, and that means Florida Bay will be too. I also see this where we are in the permitting of water for agriculture. I'd rather have agriculture in the EAA than development there. But when it comes to the drought season, the ag gets the water, and the environment is the one that suffers. So I hope that you will be as forward-looking and work on those areas too, as you are with working on improving what's going on in the estuaries. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gates. Councilman?
Good afternoon, Governing Board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for your efforts to date. What you guys have been doing is just outstanding, especially considering the difficult environment in which you work. The gentleman that gave you the puzzle today, at first I said, what in the world? And then I was intrigued by that, and I got to thinking about it. Each one of these puzzle pieces that he gave you today is an opportunity, a project, an area in the district, or stakeholder interests. You guys are putting the pieces of the puzzle together. And I can't tell you just how good that feels to be able to witness this going on today. And the neat thing about it is that the pieces of the puzzle fit together. It works. And when you get the puzzle put together, you're going to have a beautiful picture, and it's going to be a great picture for all involved, all of your stakeholders and everybody in the state of Florida. So continue down that path. I'd love to see the resiliency discussion going on today, and I hope that, I'm sure that will continue. It sounds like you have plans to do so. The thing that I would like, coming from an island, obviously that's very important to me. The thing that I would like for you to consider is that look at gray structures versus natural barriers, if you will. And the natural barriers, the wetlands, not only preservation of what we have, but when we have an opportunity to recreate some of those wetlands that we've lost, make sure that we do everything we can there. Vegetation, mangroves, they're wonderful barriers to resiliency, to add to resiliency, and also the oyster beds. So as we were reminded this afternoon by Mother Nature, the wet season is here. Please continue to use the tools that you have available to you. As these new tools that we've been talking about today come online, please be sure and add those to your toolbox and use those as well. The last thing I'd like to share with you is keep your foot heavy on the pedal for progress. You are doing wonderful work here, and I want to make sure that you have the support from the communities that you impact to keep doing those good things. Mr. Bergeron, I think the Secretary of Transportation heard you at the last meeting, and what did it get us? $60 million. So thank you for what you do. I've enjoyed spending the day with you.
Thank you, Richard. Is that it for public comments? Is there any board comments? Ms. Meads.
I have one. I need to pass something out real quickly, if you'll. So what I'm handing out to the rest of the board is just part of transparency. If you ate lunch with me, you already know this is coming. So this is the Florida Constitution, Article 2, Section 7B. I'm just going to read it out loud, just a portion of it. Those in the Everglades agricultural area who cause water pollution within the Everglades protection area or the Everglades agricultural area shall be primarily, which I think is an interesting word there, shall be primarily responsible for paying the costs of the abatement of that pollution. It continues on. I don't have any real comments. I have more questions about this than I have comments, but I want to give it to you as just food for thought. I think that maybe it looks like this was amended in 2018 and that stayed in there. It makes me wonder, I know that I think there was a period of time when that was happening. I'm wondering if that is still happening. And it also, we had some great conversations at lunch. It begs the question about the people who participate in agriculture that are outside of the EAA. So I don't really have any comments, just questions about it. But I wanted you to have it.
Thank you. We had conversation yesterday. Isn't the tax is $11 million, and the STAs were costing, what did you say, 20-ish million? 22. So I guess there's a question of the definition of primarily. Is that where you're going?
Yeah, and as we continue on, I mean, we're just beginning. I mean, this is where we are right now, and it's at 11 million, and I think I understand that in the past there was more provided. There were more funds provided by the agricultural interests in the EAA. But we're creating new structures and new STAs and new things, and we're still stuck at $11 million. Now, is that for this board to change? Well, it's certainly something for us to be aware that the Constitution says this, and I'm just, as I go out and I dig and ask questions when things come back to me, I'm just being transparent with you, because I can't tell you in the back room. I can't say to you, hey, by the way, do you know what's in the Florida Constitution? I have to do it up here. I don't have any great comments on it. I just want to share it with you.
Thank you.
Paul, can I ask you a question on this? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
See, I'm following the quorum. I'm asking the chairman if I can have the mic.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Then the vice chair.
I mean, Cheryl, as far as what you were saying, I think you're right. I think we need to look at that. But I think the question that I've always had, and I don't want an answer now because it's late, is why is the EAA the only one that pays a privilege tax? You know, we might not think that 11 million is not enough, but everybody that's north of the lake doesn't pay a single dollar. You know, why is that? So, but anyways, just two quick things. Mr. Director, if you can get together with Mr. Assistant Executive Director and find out whether the spreader, C111 spreader canal is something that you all think that it's worthy for us to take a look at before I ask that it be put on the queue. I want to make sure that staff is in agreement with that. And last but not least, very important, we're not going to be with her on Saturday, but I believe Ms. Barnett has a birthday on Saturday. My sources told me she's turning 37, by the way. So I'm not sure. But anyways, I wanted to wish Tia happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Mr. Wagner's next.
No, I'm gonna pass Charlie.
I know where you're going. But, Ms. Olovich.
Okay. I think with the other comments that came up, this is going back to something I've been trying to ask but not known how to ask since the very beginning. And the bottom line is, you know, these stormwater treatment areas are extremely expensive, and we're expanding them through restoration strategies and everything. So, you know, when we're doing our budget, could the Inspector General or could somebody look at, you know, how we're paying for these? Is it in balance? Is it out of balance? Does it seem like we need to reassess how we receive our monies from the agriculture community or from the our own taxpayers, from the ad valorem taxes too? But you know, if it's $11 million that they bring in, and then of course they pay their own taxes, the agricultural community, when they are paying their taxes on their houses, so they would say they get taxed twice. But you know, I don't think it's as simple as that it's split 50-50. I don't think it's 11 million and 11 million, because like you're showing us the pictures of how exhausted the stormwater treatment areas are, and then after the hurricanes they're torn up, and then all the man and woman power that goes into keeping them going and everything else around with them. I mean, it just seems like somehow over time we've gotten out of balance here, and I think it's something maybe even the Inspector General could look at if the board were interested in that.
And actually, Scott, I would love for you to ask the question. Can you ask the question? I'm just interested because you're our attorney on the board, and I'm just interested.
My question was, this particular provision, I did not read that as being related to the tax that was paid. I thought the tax was just like a privilege tax, and then if you pollute, I always understood it as polluter pays, right? I mean, that's the thing that I've got in my mind. I didn't know that it was, as Charlie said, maybe perhaps just, you know, specifically tailored to the EAA. But the question I had was, my understanding is there's a privilege tax to do agriculture in that area, but people have to pay that tax even if there's zero pollution. Is that correct?
It's per acre farmed.
Right. So it's not about, what I'm saying is that tax is not related to the water pollution section in 7B here.
So I'll need to look at the specific amendment Ms. Mead's passed out, but in the, I think it's in the Everglades Forever Act, the agricultural privilege tax, along with the agricultural tax in the C-139 basin, both reference back that they're being implemented because of a constitutional amendment. So what I don't know is, are we talking about the same one that she's pointing to? And I can certainly dig into that and find that out.
Yeah, let's do that.
I know, I mean, there are historians in the audience that I know could answer all these questions, but
it's too late in the day.
Right, exactly. And just, you know, I've been doing environment a long time, and there's so many different models that you craft to try to deal with pollution, and I'll take it out of ag and I'll go to cities. But a lot of the counties around here have debated and put stormwater fees on their citizenry to treat stormwater from neighborhoods, retrofit, and those kind of things. It's just always looking for the model that works for society whenever that happened, right? Whenever that was crafted. All the STA work that we're doing right now was crafted out of the gold case, right? So the gold, I mean, it was started before that, but it got tied up in a bow as a result of the gold case. And when restoration strategies was crafted, which was part of the big debate in Tallahassee on how to pay for it. And so there's money coming from the state, there's money coming from the district, and obviously the ag privilege tax pays into it as well. But that was crafted, and it was a 10-year plan. I think it ends in 2025. And so it was not an isolated debate because it involved EPA, Department of Interior, federal government, all these kinds of things to craft how we're going to get to achieving the water quality standard going into the Everglades. So that was crafted in 2011, 2012, passed through the legislature, approved by EPA, and the feds under the consent decree. So there is history in however we stand up all these programs. We're here about to create history again, north of the lake and for the 2 estuaries. And so it's part of that whole, how do we get there? And that's a very societal debate, on how to get there and how to pay for it. So just as a quick, I tried.
It is, and I don't think it's one we're going to make by ourselves. We're going to have to work with the legislature on it and the governor's office as we go forward.
Exactly, because I think this links to the environmental resource permitting and our discussion of fines and fees that we had yesterday. I mean, this is all interrelated to prevent pollution from getting into those water bodies.
Exactly. Great.
Well, I would say that we've got to work with the DEP secretary to come up. We have a lot of good discussions here. And, I've heard comments, that this board is kind of going after agriculture. I don't think we're going after anybody. I think we're going after polluters. Whether we choose or the legislators choose that polluter pays, or we subsidize property owners to meet certain standards, or we build them and pre-treat all the water for the polluter, but we've got to come to a resolution and a plan. That's the orders from the governor, okay? And it's really the way we will eventually lower the nutrient levels, lower the algae blooms. So I think we've had some very good discussions, and we've got to take the discussion and make a decision in some reasonable time frame. And because, if we poison all the water for 8.7 million people, that's a pretty big expense. Mm-hmm. And so I'm honored to be here, and if this is our last comments, I thank all my fellow board members. I want to thank the staff, and got a great staff. That even includes you too, Drew, okay? And I think we've had some good things to celebrate at this meeting in regards to the southern end of the system and pulling the plug out of the bathtub that's overflowing. And I think that I would certainly like to make sure we follow up on the algae blooms. There's 2 major issues: water going out the south end of the system and algae blooms and or 2 hot spots. And we're kind of I'd like to research the possibility of what percentage at these structures, and being in the construction business, I don't see curtains that direct something that's floating and try to minimize the impacts. It's just showing the public and the stakeholders that we are going to go to whatever extreme necessary to start addressing these things. And it's been a great meeting, and I'm very honored to sit with all my fellow board members.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Does anyone else have comment?
I just want to thank Cheryl for bringing that forward to us. I appreciate that.
Great. As we prepare to adjourn, I'll let you know that we have a workshop on June 19th, which is next week, with the Seminole Tribe of Florida. We're also going to have our first lunch and learn on June 26th, and that'll be, I guess, participation details will be available on the website. I don't know those details right now. If there's...
Can we smoke the peace pipe there?
That's far beyond my...
Yeah, okay.
If there's nothing else, I'd like to call for adjournment, and all those in favor can say aye or leave.
Aye.
Aye.
Well done.
Huh?